a lot of sense as to why he picked the targets he did. Random geneticists and engineers. In paragraph 94, Ted qualifies what this freedom that he is so concerned with actually means to him. He says, by freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, or permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. So effectively, he's saying that freedom is the freedom, I guess, to control the necessary functions for your life. Again, things like food, shelter, what have you. That's what this is all about. That's what freedom means to him. Being responsible for the things that make your life necessary, in a very literal sense. I would argue, as a counter to that, what if you were to say that we have no freedom in that scenario because we are a slave to those things? Like, sure, it may be natural, part of the physical process, but one of the cool things about other people is that we can get together to give ourselves more freedom because we take those activities that are otherwise super time consuming and we relegate them in a fashion that makes it easier for all parties involved. What if these surrogate activities are more to us than surrogate activities? What if things like relationships matter more to me than growing potatoes? Ted simply doesn't want to hear it. Because to Ted, freedom is agency in one's own literal existence. And while I can sympathize with that to some degree, I cannot sympathize with it as the justification for why everything else has to go. And for the first time in paragraph 96, he finally mentions, the point of this whole thing when he says, to make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, the Freedom Club, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the mass of material to which the media exposes them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. And look at that, paragraph 96, 12 pages into the essay, he finally mentions blowing stuff up. Yes, obviously, your message is more loud if you kill a bunch of people before you deliver it. Duh, right? But what also incidentally happens when you do that is most people who would otherwise be sympathetic of what you have to say don't care anymore. Like I said, if this was a conversation with a friend who's discussing why he feels that society has stripped away a lot of his individual values, and instead he has decided to depart from society in order to become more autonomous, in order to take care of more of his biological needs himself, I'd be interested in hearing that. I might even apply some of what he says to my own life. But if that's the justification for blowing up a secretary at Vanderbilt University, or just a bunch of guys in their houses, then I don't care anymore. Ted is assuming that the message, at least to the parties he's concerned with, which we'll talk about later, he assumes that the message will supersede the actions needed to make the message loud. But that doesn't pan out. He'll clarify later that the killings are more than just blowing a whistle to get people to look at him. But in this paragraph, in that one mention in paragraph 96, he says that one of the main reasons they've had to kill people is to get people to pay attention. But what he didn't take into account is that it shut out a lot of people who otherwise would have paid attention. He then lists out 5 basic principles of society, which we're not going to get into because, again, I'm not a sociologist, even though I pretend to be one on the internet. The main point he makes is that society will only let you make small changes, and big changes rarely happen. But if you do make a big change, then there's other factors of society you're not going to be able to account for. This is basically setting up a failsafe for later in the document when he clarifies that if all of this works and if technological society is destroyed, he doesn't know what's going to happen next. And he sets that up back here saying, well, how could I know what happens? All I need to know is that technology should go away. So who am I to imagine what the world would look like after that? That's for, our grandkids to figure out. I know someone in the comments is going to be like, man, he was really harsh to, Ted's writings. And it's going to be someone who's upset that I was too mean to the Unabomber. He begins to talk about the differences between reform and revolution, that reform is just fixing the system you currently do have, whereas a revolution is a complete bucking off of the system in favor of a new one. The reason he brings all this up is he clarifies that technological society cannot be reformed. It is not enough to fix the problems within it because the problems will always get worse. That's what technology does. It advances. It doesn't regress. So therefore, reform is unnecessary. What we need is a revolution. He then begins to discuss how freedom has to be driven away for a modern technological society to exist. He discusses how society needs things like scientists and mathematicians in order to function, so therefore children are pushed towards those fields because society needs them to be workers in order to operate. In paragraph 116, he says, because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalists, saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In other words, these people are outliers to the system because they do not actively benefit the system. Again, the system being this kind of ethereal conglomeration of governments, corporations, technologies, people going to work, all of it. It's all one unanimous entity that does not support people who fall out of it. Again, this isn't really a commentary or a deeper look at something. This is just pointing out that the wall is red. He is saying that a society that is made to serve the members within it does not serve the members that are not within it. Duh. He really makes his point clear with this in paragraph 119, when he says, the system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to, sorry, these words are small, I apologize, that it is to the advantage of the system to do it. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so, because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. And then he finishes up this thought at the end of the paragraph when he says, the concept of mental health in our society is defined largely by the extent to which an individual behaves in accord with the needs of the system and does so without showing signs of stress. And again, this is a point a lot of people agree with. This is a common critique of modern society, that it is built around cultivating workers instead of cultivating people. Especially that line at the end that mental health just means how well you can function within the system, within your own environment. There are people who are perfectly capable individuals in art, in their own endeavors, or what have you, but because they can't fit into the system like everyone else can, they are deemed mentally ill. This is kind of getting into the area of people who view the manifesto as a sort of prophetic work. People who say, wow, Ted was so right about the modern age. It's typically points like this that they mention. And that's not to... I'm acting like I'm the arbiter for this. I'm just a guy on YouTube. Who am I to be, talking about social politics or whatever? To take this however you want. But I see so much in this manifesto of him kind of framing the world the way to speak that when I read something like this, again, to me, it's just him pointing out that the wall is red. It's not unique. But for people who haven't really thought about these things before, who then reads it in this manifesto and they kind of realize it, if this is the place they first realize it, then it does sound important. It does sound like a big deal. Again, I don't think he's doing anything that special, but I understand why some people do. And the things he is mentioning are concerns and are things that are debated a lot throughout modern society, especially in the modern age. And by modern age, I mean post-1995. So at this point, you may be looking at this and thinking that maybe Ted is working from a kind of humanitarian perspective. I mean, everything he's talked about so far has implied that. You know, he's talked about how the biggest problem with technology is it takes away human self-worth. It takes away the power process and ultimately causes dissatisfaction in humanity. And with what he just said, saying that people who have a mental illness just because they can't fit into society, you may be thinking, oh, well, he's just looking out for the little guy. He's looking out for people paramount and most of all. And he goes a little mask off, a little bit towards his true intentions with the things he says on page 15. I'm going to cheat and take the sunglasses and the hoodie off for a minute because, like, I'm inside and these keep sliding down every time I'm trying to read and it's becoming like a whole thing. Here, we'll put them here for, you still get the effect, right? I'll put them back on in a minute, but just let me endure my own way. On page 15, Ted clarifies, the bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Okay, so he's saying things like medicine, things that on their own, in a vacuum, we can all objectively say are good. People who are sick shouldn't die. You know, controversial, I know. But he's saying that these good parts do not justify the bad parts, and that if technology is to go, every bit of it has to go because there's so many things like academia, like the actual construction of the medicine itself, transportation of it. These are all things that would have to exist in order for medicine to exist, so therefore medicine shouldn't exist. The example he uses in paragraph 122 is interesting. He says, suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes will then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. People with diabetes should reproduce? ? Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through the use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. So he is saying that if people with diseases such as diabetes don't die, that they will be allowed to reproduce. The wording on this goes crazy. So he is saying that if medicine eradicates diseases, or insulin, as he says, at least suppresses them, and people with things like diabetes are allowed to reproduce, that it will prevent natural selection from occurring, and therefore the gene that carries it will continue to be passed down through the population. The issue that he's saying is that this will create a higher population of people who are sickly, who have things like diabetes, which will require more medicine, which will require more faith and a lean onto the system itself, which is ultimately a bad thing. And why that last sentence, maybe we can agree with the last sentence, that everyone needing the system is not good. The alternative is that they just die. The part about eugenics, he's saying that the only way we could prevent this from happening is with a eugenics program. And he clarifies in the next little bit, he's like, that's not what I want. I'm not saying that we should have a eugenics program to prevent people from being dependent on medicine. I'm just saying that they should die right now, which I don't know if you know this, but that's the same thing. He even outright says it at the end of paragraph 124 when he says, the only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. So he's saying the only form of morality that we can have is if we just don't let people interact with humanity's biological functions in order to prevent the possibility that one day we'll be too reliant on things like technology, or that one day the government might start a eugenics program to get these diseases out of our system. Those things could be bad in the future, so we should do them right now. He is imposing eugenics through death, natural or otherwise. It's still a decision. He's saying that now we shouldn't medicate those who are ill so that they die out, so that 100 years from now it doesn't become a problem. I also highlight this part because there's a lot of people who haven't actually read the manifesto who will say they agree with the manifesto because they hear like the Industrial Revolution and its consequences, blah, blah, blah. And they'll be like, yeah, that Ted guy had some great points. Like, I'm right there with him. I think a lot of the stuff he said was really cool. I just want to inform you that you are inadvertently advocating for diabetic genocide. And if that's what you're about, you know, more power to you. I'm not your dad. Do what you want. But just thought you may want to know that's in there. Why not let the kids have a little genocide as a treat? He talks about the anti-freedom of vehicles. This is one of the things that people mention is like, oh, that guy had some good points. And this is an interesting thought experiment. He says that consider a technology that initially none of us would consider to be an encroachment on freedom. And again, as Ted describes freedom as actual like personal autonomy, not freedom in like a government sense. Although that does factor in, but you get the point. So take a vehicle, for example. When vehicles were invented, that has nothing to do with freedom, right? Like, oh, when the car first came out, that is something, if anything, to enhance freedom. It lets you go places quicker. It lets you do things more efficiently, right? But as vehicles became more and more predominant, as technology and society advanced, according to Ted, eventually it was not the freedom to have a car, it was the impossibility to not have a car. Because road structures, travel, businesses, even grocery stores that we go to get our food from, those places now require you to have a vehicle in all practicality. Like, sure, you could take the bus, sure, you could walk in some occasions, but society is now built around vehicles. So that's an example of a technology that at first seemed wholly beneficial, but now has become so ingrained in our way of life, it's hard to imagine how our system would even function without vehicles. And you know, it's a good turnaround from the eugenics stuff. So it's it is an interesting thought experiment, so to speak. The idea that what happens when the impossibility to not have a car. It was dominant as more efficiently, right? But go places quicker, it lets you do things more efficiently, right? But as vehicles became more and more predominant, as technology and society advanced, according to Ted, eventually it was not the freedom to have a car, it was the impossibility to not have a car. Because road structures, travel, businesses, even grocery stores that we go to get our food from, those places now require you to have a vehicle in all practicality. Like, sure, you could take the bus, sure, you could walk in some occasions, but society is now built around vehicles. So that's an example of a technology that at first seemed wholly beneficial, but now has become so ingrained in our way of life, it's hard to imagine how our system would even function without vehicles. And it's a good turnaround from the eugenics stuff. So it's it is an interesting thought experiment, so to speak. The idea that what happens when something that initially was a pure benefit starts to take on these negative characteristics. This is actually a discourse that started up in recent years. People who can't afford a car complaining that it is hard to even live in a city because they are so spaced out because it's just assumed that everyone has a car. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. He argues that any one piece of technology typically cannot be seen as a part of an enroaching system and can even be seen as a good. Things like cars or medicine or TV. If you look at any of those one things in isolation, you would say, what's the problem with that? But it is the fact that all of them are a part of the whole of technology that they become an issue. At the end of 129, he says, thus the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization, whatever. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system, which is the point that Ted is advocating for. Once again, revolution, not reform. He clarifies that his current argument is that technology has become so strong it's near impossible to defeat, unless society is pushed to such a degree that it makes the technological system weak, that it makes the entire system itself weak. And it is then, at society's weakest, it is the moment to strike. That is the moment when technology can be revolted against. He goes on to speak about how modern society is unable to solve pretty much any social problem. So how can we expect society to fix the great overarching issue of technology encroaching on freedoms when that's such a complex and inevitable issue when society can't even get its own inner workings in order? In other words, the entire system is so corrupt that all of it must be destroyed if any freedom is to be maintained. At the beginning of paragraph 140, he says, "We hope we have convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution. Not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society." He goes on to say that it is much easier to convince a group of people to revolt or to throw off the system they're in rather to fix it, because it's a lot easier to erase something than it is to edit it. He then speaks of how modern society controls a lot of aspects of human behavior and how that can be manipulated for the revolutionary's favor. Alright, fine, it's Halloween, I'll commit to the bit. After this, Ted begins to mention some of the ways that society currently controls human behavior. An example of this is in paragraph 145 when he says, "Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It is already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 to 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable." Alright, so sometimes you're just right. Again, I'm not saying that Ted is making any, genius statement here. It's just kind of an observance of fact. But that is, again, a common criticism a lot of people have, that society defines mental illness and those who are divergent from what is typically expected and just drugs them until they can fit in with everyone else. Of course, Ted is presenting this as a blanket statement of an absolute wrong. He is not considering the possibility of people wanting to better fit in with society or wanting to be capable of dealing with things like a job or social settings without undergoing stress or depression or what have you. He is assuming that all of them are forced into this scenario by the societal system. Now, is that true of some cases? Absolutely. But Ted is applying it to 100% across the board. At least it's implicative by his wording. One paragraph that really doesn't tie into anything, but I do want to mention, is at the end of 147 when he says, "Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all, because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must constantly be occupied, entertained, otherwise they get bored, i.e. they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable." The reason I want to mention it is, again, it's one of those things that people cite in this as being predictive of modern circumstance, but really, the fact that Ted is describing himself here, a primitive person who doesn't get bored all day, that's exactly how Ted was living in Lincoln. He continues this point about mental health in the modern age throughout paragraph 148, saying things like mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. And at the end of the paragraph, he says, thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, talking about those who intervene on a child's behalf, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Saying that if a parent raises their child in a way that, again, isn't abject cruelty, but just different than what the system wants, the system still imposes its rule on how one is to raise children. The example he uses here is spanking as a form of punishment to children. So the system is continuously enforcing how humans operate, what they think, what they do. It is controlling every aspect of human behavior that it can get its foot in the door on. This is summarized in 151 when he says, "The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people." And then he talks some throughout the paragraph about what this means before concluding, in the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. And things that otherwise society touts as good and needed will be used eventually to commit evil acts in the name of the industrial system. Again, the example he uses of medication or mental health, that it's a good thing, at least in the beginning, to help people get over their anxieties, their depression, what have you, but eventually it is used as another means of controlling the thought process of society at large. Again, Ted is assuming patients to be victims in this scenario, but I mean, as we've established so far, Ted's assuming a lot of things. And then he says some very interesting things about where this is all leading in paragraph 157. Assuming that industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experiments have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. So he continues this in 158 when he says, "It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted in their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules. The kind a problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. And while this certainly hasn't come to fruition yet, at least not the end state that Kaczynski applies, things like this have progressed over the past couple decades. Basically, if the system finds a way to control human behavior, it will apply itself. In 160, he says, "To those who think that all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been." So Ted describes where all of this is going, that humanity is currently at a crossroads, as he explains it, between what we can do now or what technology will do if uninterrupted. And in paragraph 163, he describes what that uninterruption might look like. "It does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary, monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a large number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom mostly will have vanished, because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings. Besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion, only a small number of people will have any real power. And even these probably will have only very limited freedom because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within certain fairly narrow limits." Again, describing a form of technology and governance that we see a lot of today. You can call it the elite, you can call it the corporate, you can call it whatever you want, but the idea that only a few people actually make the real decisions, and then through a trickle-down effect, we make decisions under the guise that we have some form of freedom, when in actuality, we're just doing as the system allows. Furthermore, they'll do it under the guise that it is for the good of humanity, when in actuality, it is to the detriment of humanity. In 165, he states that while this absolutely has to be stopped, and we can't know what the effects will be after technology stopped, we can't take the risk of letting it continue. He says, "It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate, the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown." And then he starts to lay out his actual thesis. Page 21, and we're talking about motive. We're talking about purpose, finally. He says in 166, "First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. Such an ideology can become the basis for a revolution against industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that, if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair, so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factory should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc." So basically, his two-step program, step one, cause so much stress, so much fear and terror throughout the system that the system begins to shake. And then from there, promote an ideology that proves why the system is bad, and then after the system gets destroyed, I guess technically 3 steps or 2.5, destroy anything that can allow the system to rebuild itself. So books, factories, anything that potentially may cause technology to make a return. I would argue that if you did believe this, it would probably be a good idea to switch the first 2 steps, because as mentioned, even if you are trying to radicalize people, it is probably best to start with words and, hearts and minds or whatever before you start killing people. Because if you start killing people, you immediately shut the doors to new people entering in. Not that I'm trying to give this guy advice or anything. I mean, he's dead, but not that I'm trying to give any sympathizers advice, so to speak. It seems counterintuitive to start with the violence and then work on the propaganda. This also makes more sense as to why the guy would target airliners, right? Or why he would just target various individuals, not really caring about who gets hit, just the purpose that the bomb was going a certain direction, as long as someone gets hit, because his whole point is to cause fear, to cause a breakdown of the system. While sure, the secretary at Vanderbilt or one of the random students who picked up a bomb in a study room may not have been the target, they are a person in the system, and therefore their death or maiming will cause stress upon the system around them. So it's all a win in his book, as long as the bomb goes off. He does admit in 167 that this is going to extract a very heavy toll. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overblown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevation of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. He goes on to say, is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Because, thousands, millions, if not billions of people would die. Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there would be a good chance of it eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. Basically, the longer we let time go on, the more people will be born that are reliant on the system. So we should kill everyone who's reliant on it now so that more people don't get reliant on it in the future and then need to die then. Again, kind of getting back to the weird diabetic eugenics argument. In 168, he says something that's very interesting to me that makes this feel more like a manifesto. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival or for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. Here, Ted is outright saying the quiet part out loud. He feels that it is probably more important to die fighting for survival than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. To which the question is, who's to judge of that? Who's to judge what is empty or purposeless? Ted's mentioned earlier, and as well as his own journal writings, that he considers religion meaningless or stupid, so to speak. But someone like me, religion is paramount. What could be more important than eternity, right? So therefore, the things I consider most important, he would consider purposeless, meaningless. And I would agree with him in a vacuum about the phrase, it's more important what you do with your life than how long you live or experiencing a painless life. Like, sure, that's all well and good. But he is saying because his belief, the belief in which he says, to many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. So Ted is effectively saying that because I feel this way about it, because I think it's more important, then I'm going to decide that it's more important than whatever you have going on. And if this was a political piece, if this was, again, some doctoral dissertation where Ted is saying that we as people should take our life into consciousness, make more of an effort with what we do given our time on Earth, then I would be interested in hearing him out. But again, this manifesto is after 16 bombs and 3 people are dead. He really has set out his argument as foolproof, right? Because he is saying that he knows what's best. And if you have to die to get what's best done, then who are you? You're just one person, and I'm trying to save the entirety of the human race. And if you disagree with his point, oh, well then you're just one of the people brainwashed by the system. But lucky for you, I'm here to help. The language of the manifesto has poised himself as the arbiter of truth, as the only one who really gets it and can really help out everyone else. When in reality, he is just setting up a narrative that he agrees with and then stating everyone else to be out of the know or not sophisticated enough or not free enough to understand what he's talking about, so he's going to show you. He continues to talk about the horrors of modern weaponry, the horrors of genetic engineering, all of the awful places technology may go, and then ends, paragraph 170, with the summary that technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be an easy escape. So again, Ted's solution is burn it down. Now, there is a section following this where he talks about the future of how people are about to willingly turn their systems and ideas over to machines and technology. And again, I've been pretty harsh, for obvious reasons, to Ted throughout this so far. But this is the one, like everyone reads sections of this and they're like, oh, Ted was right, Ted was right. This is the one segment that I read and I was like, that's pretty on the nose. So this is while he's discussing what humanity might become in the future. And in 173, he says, if the machines are permitted to make all of their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines. But we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Now, while this certainly existed to some degree in 1995, it exploded over the past 25 years. Has it been 28 years? Yeah, for the past 28 years. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the human system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to turn the machine off because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. Yeah. How many systems are currently entirely dictated by machines with just some level of human oversight? And this is a concern a lot of people rightfully have. What happens if the machines turn off one day? Are we even at a point where our systems of economy, our systems of commerce and what have you, are we at a point that we can even turn them off? Or is just the world as we know it dependent on computers? Again, this problem existed in 1995, but it has exploded since then. I am not arguing that this is justification for any of the actions that Ted has mentioned, obviously. But this is one of the points where I see where proponents for this document are coming from. He doubles down on this in 174 when he says, on the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer, but control over large systems of machines will be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses, and because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may simply decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity becomes extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or if the elite consist of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they most certainly will not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domesticated animals. Again, this is further justification to Kaczynski that we have to get rid of it. All of it, because if any part of it's allowed to live, all of it will eventually return. He ends page 23 and this entire section with what is undoubtedly the second most famous phrase from the manifesto. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. So he spent the entire manifesto up until now, 23 pages of it, explaining why the industrial system is evil, because even the good parts of it will be used for evil and all of it will eventually become evil and subjugate humanity. So now that he has laid out his beliefs for that, starting at page 24, he talks about the strategy to destroy it. In 180, he says, "The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude toward it because they think it is inevitable. But we, Freedom Club, don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it." He mentions revolution. revolutions like the French or Russian revolutions and say that they propose something similar, although admittedly this has to be different because rather than a body of government you're rebelling against, you are asking now for society to rebel against itself, effectively. He clarifies himself not as a proponent of some new world or of some new system of governance. At the end of 182, he just says, "We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new, ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society." In other words, Ted isn't concerned with what comes next, he just needs what's now gone. Or perhaps he's saying there's no way he could know what would come next, and he's just worried about step one currently. He proposes that the masses, or at least the masses that you need on your side to permit revolution, need to be given something to be for and something to be against. The thing he proposes that they be for is nature itself, humanity's natural condition, and the thing that they are against is, of course, technology, of which one of the most important parts of this revolution is informing people that they are the victims of it, even if they've yet to realize it. So he's talking about a massive revolution, destroying all of technology, billions must die, blah, blah, blah. And then in 185, he gives the most hilarious shrug off I've ever heard to the idea of a global population reset when he says, "As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you have to sacrifice another." So because technology may become bad, or because the freedoms that Ted wants are being encroached upon, billions must die. And then if you have a problem with that, you can't eat your cake and have it too. And you're probably looking at that and thinking, like, isn't the saying, have your cake and eat it too? Yes, that's what we all say. But apparently when the saying began, it was eat your cake and have it too. And then somewhere colloquially we switched it. And Ted is absolutely the type of guy to be so pedantic that he's like, actually the saying is supposed to be, and then flip it back around. Ted informs future revolutionaries that it will be impossible to win over the majority. It's not how revolutions are fought. It is instead fought with a powerful minority, which is what revolutionaries must focus on. He goes into a lot of description about how they have no place in politics because politics will never work for this. That revolutionaries should not blame the public because the public should instead be treated as victims, and we're going to need public support later into the revolution. That this is not a countrywide issue, and that in order for this to succeed, this must occur over the entire world at once, which good luck getting through the language barriers and whatnot to radicalize the entire planet, or at least key figures in the entire planet. But his reasoning for this is, if just the United States loses technology, then some other country will step in and simply oppose its technology. That if you effectively take yourself out of the arms race, you automatically lose. He even argues that taking systems of government that don't work and implying those in other countries might be a good thing because it's a form of accelerationism. Anything we can do right now to break down the system is good. So hey, dictatorships don't really work out. See if you can get dictatorships started anywhere, because that'll make people more upset, which will make them more ready to throw off the system, which will get what we want. He clarifies that the revolutionaries will need to utilize some forms of technology to eventually be destroyed, and that this must only be as a sort of vanguard party for a short amount of time. In other words, sure, we need things like radio and television to get our message out, so use those as need be, or maybe transportation, but then after enough ground has been made, destroy those as well. The analogy he gives is an alcoholic with a barrel of wine who needs to use the wine for just a little bit to get over some ailment, but the alcoholic needs to know when to quit, when to destroy the wine altogether. He also clarifies that while the human population needs to be reversed and that we need to go in a downtrend instead of an uptrend, he clarifies that revolutionaries should have as many children as possible because they're important and need to reproduce like-minded people into the system, and that the offset this places by adding more people to the gene pool will be offset by all the people who rapidly leave the gene pool. He equates it to after Rome fell, how sure some things were able to be invented by people who were no longer in Rome in small villages like blacksmithing or whatnot, but things like aqueducts were left to decompose because they no longer had the systems in place to manage them. That's effectively how it would be in the modern age. It would be infeasible for small communities to build things like roads or sewer systems, but they can get away with small technology, things like plows or what have you. This also explains Ted's reasoning behind using bombs or the mail system, that some elements of technology must be used in order to destroy itself. He says something strange at the end of 210. He says, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems to not have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. I have absolutely no idea what he means by this. Is he saying people pre-17th century did not want to progress technology? Because yes, they did. That's how we got where we're at right now. Maybe not as quickly or as pedantically as it is now, but they certainly wanted to progress technology. And what does he mean if we got rid of technology, everyone would just get over it? Like, no. He spent a bunch of this article talking about how we have to engineer people's thoughts to make them not want technology. So, and he's also saying that a minority would cause the revolution, that the majority would still be, upset generally by the things that are going on. So is he thinking after they destroy technology that majority will just forget that it exists? It's a very convenient framing for him that after the revolution happens, all those problems will go away. He ends this thought in 212 and said, would society eventually develop again towards the industrial technological form? Maybe, but there's no use in worrying about it, since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. He then, after explaining all this, how we're going to destroy technology and reset the world or whatever, he then just spends the rest of the paper talking about leftists again. Specifically, he talks about how it is dangerous to let leftists into the movement because leftists will only oppose technology if they feel technology is impeding a sense of morality. And if at any point the leftist feels that they can take over technology to enforce their morality on others, that they'll do it. In other words, a leftist can't be trusted because their ideas could change on a whim, and then their ultimate goal is to just be in power so they can make everyone live the way that they think they should live. So in other words, if you can find a way to recruit one to be like super hardcore anti-technology, that's cool. Otherwise, keep them out of the movement. Which Ted's certainly on an ivory horse thinking he can pick and choose revolutionaries alone in his cabin in Lincoln, but whatever. And then the last 3 pages of the article are literally notes. It is a bibliography. And with that, we have the end of industrial society and its future. So what did we get out of all that? What is our final analysis of everything that we read? So Ted, as mentioned, talks about the dangers of technology, why it has to be destroyed, why we need rid of it, and then talks about some of the groundwork of why it can't be reformed, it has to be destroyed, and also a sort of groundwork or series of steps that explain how this is to be brought about. Of course, as I mentioned, I'm not really going to critique it here because I critiqued it throughout. He is framing everything within a very particular view. He is framing everything from the standpoint of someone who has already decided that human particular why it can't be reformed, it has to be destroyed. Talks about some of the groundwork of why destroyed, why we need rid of it, and then talks about some of the groundwork of why it can't be reformed, it has to be destroyed, and also a sort of groundwork or series of steps that explain how this is to be brought about. Of course, as I mentioned, I'm not really going to critique it here because I critiqued it throughout. He is framing everything within a very particular view. He is framing everything from the standpoint of someone who has already decided that human life means less than his political goal. And sure, while there were segments where he was right about technology or about the advancements that it would make, again, to me, this is once again someone pointing out the color of the wall. He is just stating things as they are, not really making inferences or being that smart, so to speak. It is simply him ascribing why he feels the need to blow up airliners, why he feels the need to attack people, because those at the top of the system, like scientists, are evil, and the whole system needs to go, so might as well shake the table a bit. And by shake the table, I mean kill innocent people. The reason I went into such detail with it is people ascribe a sense of worth to this document. They see the manifesto as the good thing that Ted did, and then the whole killing people is secondary. They don't want to talk about it. And I don't see it as that. I see it as he is a guy who sure is more educated than your common man on the street, but is still implying his sense of morality or his viewpoint on the world at large. It is not objective truth. And if you're unfamiliar with any of this, you didn't come into this with a preconceived notion, you may be asking, well, Wendigoon, isn't this just a manifesto to explain why he wants to kill people? And yes, it's exactly that, and not much more. And ultimately, that's the biggest problem with Ted Kaczynski. Despite all of his claims and feigning for moral superiority, or for trying to do what he's doing for the betterment of humanity, what did he ultimately do? He killed 3 people, scared a lot more, and sent out 16 bombs through the mail service. That is his legacy. That's what he did. And frankly, all of his talk about social systems or how we're losing our base of society, we're losing our structures of family and people, I don't buy it. And the reason I don't buy it is because of his praxis. Ted, in his manifestos, speaks so fervently about the purpose of small communities and a family and how technology is disrupting our connections to one another, which he claims to be the most important connections we can make. But what did the guy do with his life? He abandoned his family, he pushed away his brother for getting married, he despised everyone who was close to him, he plotted the murder of women that rejected him. It doesn't sound to me like a family man. Furthermore, Ted objectively refused small community in every way possible. Sure, he would keep up appearances, be nice to the occasional librarian or whatnot, but his practice was spending months and months away from any human contact. So then why does this guy preach so much about the importance of human connection if he himself didn't find it that important? Well, for me, to find that answer, we just have to look at his history. He began his life with a disdain of people, didn't have that many friends, and didn't trust outsiders. As he got older, he seemed to grow this hatred for people around him that became an outright bloodlust. Eventually, he managed to get away from everyone who was ever close to him, including his family, and simply sat in his cabin and mock the outside world for their connections. And then, nearly 2 decades into a murder spree, sends out a paper speaking of how important family and community can be. It's in my opinion that Ted Kaczynski simply despised people. He despised humanity, he despised social interaction, so he window shopped for an ideology that fit that need. He found something that he figured other people could get behind, and he typed it out. But I don't believe that he himself in any way set about his campaign for the good of society or for humanity, because frankly, I think he despised them. I'm not saying he didn't love nature, I'm sure he did love nature, but I would say the primary reason he loved nature is because it has a particularly sparse lack of people. His hatred for humanity, his desire to kill those around him, all of that came before he decided that the trees were the place to be. So he goes and he builds this fort in the middle of the mountains, and he sits among the trees so that he can sit in a bunker of self-righteousness and spit on those who don't agree with him. But that's not what the trees are there for. And honestly, I'm not the only person who has that opinion. As a matter of fact, Ted had that opinion himself, regarding himself. In his journal, not the part that he sent to the New York Times, not the part that he sent out to establish some kind of group disorder, some kind of table shaking that would overthrow technological society. Not when he had an objective in mind. When he was writing alone in his cabin to himself on April the 6th of 1971, right at the beginning of his bombing campaign, Ted said this: "My motive for doing what I am going to do is simply personal revenge. I do not expect to accomplish anything by it. Of course, if my crime and my reasons for committing it gets any public attention, it may help to stimulate public interest in the technology question and thereby improve the chances of stopping technology if it's too late. But on the other hand, most people will probably be repelled by my crime, and the opponents of freedom may use it as a weapon to support their arguments for control over human behavior. I have no way of knowing whether my action will do more good than harm. I certainly don't claim to be an altruist or to be acting for the good, whatever that is, of the human race. I act merely from a desire for revenge." Of course, I would like to get revenge on the whole scientific and bureaucratic establishment, not to mention communists and others who threaten freedom, but that being impossible, I have to content myself with just a little revenge. That doesn't sound like the words of someone who is looking to invest in humanity. That sounds like someone who really wants to see people die, and he figured out an ideology that may convince some people to get others killed. And revenge for what? Ted Kaczynski was a brilliant mind. He was a loved mathematician. He was making progress in his field. He had people who wanted to be his friend, people to socialize. Do you know how hard David Kaczynski tried to be his brother and Ted kept pushing him away? What was Ted getting revenge for? For the fact that he didn't fit in? For the fact that he couldn't understand? Well, I've got news for you. A lot of us don't fit in. A lot of us don't understand, but also a lot of us don't decide to murder people over it. And when you take all of that into account, that one of the most brilliant minds of our time, as he's been called, between his IQ, philosophy, and his mathematics skills, when you take into account that that guy threw all of that away to kill a few people because they rejected him, because he didn't fit into society, it just makes Ted Kaczynski seem pathetic. When I began research for this video, it was early June. And I had just spent a couple days reading over the basics of Ted's early life, and my father and I went out on a weekend four-wheeling trip. And we were at this cool cave. It was like this tunnel in the mountains of Kentucky that a breezeway was blowing through. It's this really cool moment in nature to where, natural passageways through mountains constantly have an airflow, sort of air conditioning. And we were standing at the mouth of that cave in the beautiful mountains of Appalachia, and my phone got service, and one of my friends had texted me that Ted Kaczynski had just died, which was bizarre. I had been reading about this guy for days, and then he dies in prison. And I remember I had this moment standing there, because I had, the opinion, I hadn't researched his life or his story. I knew he was evil. I knew that I disagreed with his, his actions. But I had the opinion a lot of people do, that, well, while bad, he probably had good motives. He probably just loved nature the same way I do. And it was this bizarre moment. I was standing there in front of this cave and all of this greenery, thinking about it, and I thought to myself, yeah, I need to make this video about Ted. I need to give it the time it deserves and all that, because I think it's fascinating that someone who had that right of an opinion, or someone who was that correct, would do such evil and terrible things. It's a shame that we lost such a great opinion because he did the evils that he did. But now that I read it and I looked into his whole story, that's not what I found. I just found a bitter man who picked a morality, something that he knew other people could get behind, and dressed his opinion in that in order to justify his hatred, and in order to get people to hate others, to destroy these communities that he seems so obsessed with protecting. When it comes to Ted Kaczynski, I don't think of him as an altruist. I don't think of him as some great legend or some great mind that was so tragically lost by the evils or the radicalization the world committed against him. I think he was just a guy who hated people, and he found a way to try to make others hate people too. He tried to bring everyone down to his level. When you ask yourself the question, was Ted Kaczynski a mad serial killer or a lover of nature, just ask yourself the question, is he remembered for planting trees or building bombs? And it's to that effect that there are two different Ted Kaczynskis. There's the one that actually exists, the one that I've been speaking on, but then there's the idea, the image of Ted Kaczynski, the visage of this person who is so discontent with modern society that he removes himself from it, that he establishes himself as a sort of Thoreau figure, as someone who just wants to be apart from society, someone who set out in the woods in order to live. And that's not what he was, but at the same time, that's what he was. That's what his legacy was. That's what he will be remembered as. And again, I'm not making this video to correct anyone, to say, oh, you should stop talking about Ted Kaczynski because blah, blah, blah. But it's so fascinating to me how the idea of him is almost entirely removed for the man. But that idea has become its own thing. I do agree with the sentiments that perhaps technology has gone too far. Perhaps we do need some level of regression to better establish our own connections to Earth, our own connections to the spiritual, and what have you. Maybe I agree with that, but even though that is Ted Kaczynski, that's not Ted Kaczynski. But the memes are funny. You should keep doing those. All in all, the purpose of this video isn't to direct your thinking one way or the other. I'm not trying to be some parent and tell you that, oh, you're not allowed to make jokes about this guy because I don't like him. I'm still going to make jokes about the guy and I don't like him. I just simply wanted to make a video about the Unabomber, one of America's most famous criminals, and talk about his psychology and why that differs from the opinion a lot of people have of him. This video is in no way meant to guide your thinking one way or the other. It's simply just a look at a legacy and nothing more. And of course, even more so, it's just my opinion of a look at a legacy, so take it for whatever that's worth. But at the end of the day, the most important part of all of this is that you're still here and you're still watching, and that means the world to me, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I have talked up doing a Ted Kaczynski video forever, and it's always been, oh, let me finish this project, let me finish this, and I finally got the time to sit down and give this subject the focus that it needed. And this, I don't want to call it a script because I don't write scripts, it's just like bullet notes, but this script, so to speak, has changed so many times, from me talking so intently about the politics of it, to just ignoring all of the manifesto stuff and talking about his life, to whatever this eventually became. That's kind of a weird amalgamation of my personal ideas around him, as well as, you know, what society thinks of him. I don't know if this is going to turn out good at all. This may just be a total, you know, indiscernible mishmash of different ideas and whatnot. But hey, that's on par for the channel, right? But like I said, the most important part is that you're still here and you're still watching, and that really does mean the world to me. I appreciate it. This crazy kid with a dream just started making YouTube videos, and now here we are. This month actually makes 3 years since I began YouTube in earnest, since I started making videos. And in 3 years, we've come so far. 3.14 million. I didn't think 100,000 was possible. Now look at us. Over 30 times that, right? It's hard to grasp, but the only thing I can really manifest out of that is thank you. You've made this little Tennessee boy's dreams come true, and that means the world. So happy Halloween. I hope you have a great one. To all the federal agents, I hope you liked my costume, because it was a costume and nothing more, of course. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't know how reception will be. There were a lot of people whenever I announced I was going to make this video who were like, oh yeah, he's gonna talk about Uncle Ted. He's going to talk about how cool and swag he was. And again, I'm not discouraging that people should make jokes or talk about Ted like that. Do what you want. But I wanted to be honest. Like, my honest opinion of the guy is that he was a terrorist who justified his own violence using a rationale that fit his narrative and not much else. That being said, the memes are still really funny and you should keep doing those. So I was honest. I'm sorry if it wasn't cool or based enough for you. I don't know what to tell you. I apologize. But for real, I'm happy with how this turned out. We'll see. But I want to say thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for the time you've committed to watching this. I believe that should do it for now. Everyone enjoy your Halloween. Enjoy the rest of the fall season. Beautiful time of the year. And hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you're here this long, I imagine you were either forced to watch it by a loved one, in which case I apologize. But to those who forced them to watch it, good job. Keep it up. But for real, thank you all so much for being here. It means the world. I believe that should do it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everybody, so I was doing research for the iceberg and kept coming across like weird shady government stuff, and a lot of it made me think about JFK, and then I was like, I haven't given my crazy conspiracy rant on him yet, so this is that. I say that mostly as a joke. To me, JFK is one of the most obvious cover-ups that have ever happened in history ever, to the point that there is government records and committees made who say, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was a conspiracy. So I thought, what better way to illustrate that than with a whiteboard? So bear with me, and I am going to show you exactly how JFK was killed and who killed him. What I'm going to do is start with the official telling of events so we can establish how the official report of everything that happened went, and then from there I can pick it apart and we can see what more than likely happened, or at least what probably happened that certain government groups don't want us to know about. I'm trying to get past the minute monetization time before I say the specific word, but yeah, we'll get there. I hope that you all can appreciate real art when you see it. We give the official retelling of events. On November 22nd, 1963, John F. Kennedy... Has it been past a minute? It's probably been past a minute. The CIA killed John F. Kennedy. Like, hilariously so, but we'll get to that. 1963, November 22nd, John F. Kennedy and his wife Jackie are going through Dallas on a motorcade in the middle of a big Dallas parade. It was part of his whole re-election campaign. Riding in front of them was the governor of Texas and his wife, basically Mr. and Mrs. Connolly. In the front row was CIA agents O'Connolly and Greer. Greer was driving. The official telling of events goes something like this. Lee Harvey Oswald fired 3 shots. The first one was Use the Patreon money to get better markers. The first shot was a miss, supposedly bouncing off the pavement and hitting a bystander who we'll talk about in a minute. The second shot supposedly hit John F. Kennedy in the back of the neck. The bullet then went through his neck, hit John Connolly, the governor, who was sitting in front of him, in the back, right below the scapula. It then shot through, so let me draw this out, bounced through him into his chest, shot out the front of his chest, hit his arm, and then shot down into his knee and came out as a perfectly intact bullet. This is so absurd that the official name given to it during the court trials that would follow is the magic bullet theory. This is why in the famous Zapruder film, in which you can see the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he's leaned over like this holding his neck because he had just been shot in the neck. Finally, the third shot came, hitting JFK in the back of the head and killing him. While making his escape out of the bookstore, John F. Kennedy ran into a police officer. He then pulled a revolver and shot the police officer twice, killing him. Which, I mean, after you shot the president, you might as well add the cherry to it, I guess. It was later found out that Lee Harvey Oswald had communist sympathy ties. As a matter of fact, he tried to renounce his U.S. citizenship some years back, and everyone was happy initially, like, yep, that's the guy that did it. Don't have to worry about anything else. The Warren Commission, which was the board that was put together to make sure everything that I just described actually happened, came back after a short deliberation and said, yep, Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter, and it was not some grander conspiracy, and we can all close the books on this one. So let me tell you why that's wrong. I'll go ahead and say this to be generous. I do believe Lee Harvey Oswald was one of the shooters. However, there is not a doubt in my mind that he was not the only shooter. So let me explain. Remember that first shot that I mentioned that was supposedly a miss? Well, what happened is that bullet skipped off the ground, shot to the other side of the street, and hit a man who was standing about 100 yards out, whose name was James Teague. I'm going to be drawing more people so we can keep track. It's our man JT. James Teague stopped, was watching the motorcade go by, which then a bullet skipped off the concrete and hit him in the cheek. You can even see pictures of that skid mark on the ground from the bullet that came up and hit him, the supposed first shot. However, the big problem to this is James Teague's personal testimony. See, he was walking by the street as the parade was going by and he didn't take much care for it. The reason he stopped and turned to face the motorcade was because he heard a gunshot. Now, if he heard a gunshot, took time to stop and turn, there is no way the first shot was the same one that hit him. But it would make sense if it was the second or the third or more after that. The reason everyone and the official report sticks with 3 shots is because there were 3 shell casings from Lee Harvey Oswald's window, as well as 3 at least confirmed bullets on the ground. However, JT's testimony here messes all that up, and his isn't the only one. The governor who got shot along with Kennedy, John Connolly, says the exact same thing. He says that there is not a doubt in his mind, nor his wife's, that the bullet that hit Kennedy and him was 2 separate shots. Keep in mind, it's called the magic bullet theory for a reason. There's no way the bullet followed that whole trajectory and just stayed together perfectly fine. What makes more sense is that it was 2 separate shots. However, Lee Harvey Oswald was using a 6.5mm bolt-action Carcano rifle. Not to get into all the details of it, but it is literally impossible to fire a bolt-action rifle in the amount of time between what would be Kennedy getting hit and the governor getting hit. The space between the 2 shots was long enough that they could tell a difference in when each of them was hit, but not fast enough for someone to rechamber around and get a second shot off. Unless there was a second shooter somewhere off to the other side. And stick with me here for a second. I was trying to draw him on a hill, but it looks like he's got really big legs. We're gonna keep it. Anyway, if Texas Red here was off on the other side of the road firing shots toward the motorcade too, then one of his shots could have crossed through, striking the president in the neck and continuing, which would make more sense why Kennedy was hit in the neck, bent forward, and then one of Lee Harvey Oswald's shots hit the governor in the back. This is a direct quote from former Governor John Connolly. "There is my absolute knowledge, and Nellie's too, that one bullet caused the president's first wound and that an entirely separate shot struck me." So where would our man Texas Red be standing? Most of you are probably familiar with the famous Zapruder film, which is the film that is famous for being the one in which JFK gets killed. However, there was another view. There was another camera on the other side of the street that was recording that day that was filming the motorcade from the other direction. In it, everyone who has watched that film has said they can see with absolute certainty puff of gun smokes appearing from the opposite side of the street on what appears to be a grassy knoll. Not only that, but these puffs of smoke are in time with the times that bullet struck the motorcade. So now you may be asking yourself, what do you mean people who have seen this other film? And that's the fun part. In 1976, a group was formed called the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Now you may be asking, why in 1976, 13 years after the president's death, did they form a committee just to talk about this event? And it's because it came out that the CIA was purposefully hiding information regarding the assassination. Not only that, but they planned after this trial was over to have a trial for the CIA directors that allowed the information to go missing. The original reason that this House Select Committee came together is because new technology was found in '76 that analyzed this data more closely. Using audiograph equipment, and this is my interpretation of that, they managed to pull the audio from the original Zapruder film and picked out that there were 6 shots fired in this amount of time of the film, not the original thought out 3. They were so reliant on this that, as I mentioned before, they made a whole committee just to relook at all this information. You may be asking yourself, well, what happened to the other film and all the information? And that's the best part. The day after they used that other film footage to determine that there was a second shooter, it all disappeared overnight from a CIA lockup, to which they said that someone probably stole it, along with all the other evidence that proved that something was wrong with this picture. Despite that, once the committee had finished their whole proceedings, this is the official statement they gave in the end. The committee believes, on the basis of the evidence available to it, that President John F. Kennedy was probably assassinated as the result of a conspiracy. The committee is unable to identify the other gunmen or the extent of the conspiracy. That is a government organization coming together and saying, yeah, something definitely weird happened. So we know that something was up, but what makes me think it's a CIA? Well, this is a whole other rabbit hole to go down, but John F. Kennedy was in big support of the CIA until a little thing called the Bay of Pigs happened. He was very upset with them after the fact and supposedly said to the White House Staff Committee, "If it was up to me, I would take the CIA, break them into 1,000 pieces, and throw them into the wind." The CIA obviously didn't like that, and for those who know anything about them, they have a tendency to start to follow their own directive when president or states heads don't agree with it. I mean, for evidence, just look at like the 60s drug crisis or sending guns to South America, but we won't talk about that. Anyway, so going with this idea that John F. Kennedy was going to do something about the CIA, if not expose them for what they have already done, it stands to reason they want to do something about it. Also, keep in mind an interview that JFK did a couple months before the shooting. He said that there were scary things happening in US politics and that there were secret societies planning to take over democracy and government systems, and yeah. So we have the motive, but what about the evidence? As I've already mentioned, the CIA lost all the data the day after it was used in court to prove that this guy was actually there. Aside from that, at the least, their handling of John F. Kennedy's motorcade was hilariously bad. For example, they plotted out the map that John F. Kennedy would follow, and they determined that there were 20,000 open windows that the car drove by, and that there were so many windows that they just shouldn't cover any of them, which has got to be the worst compromise I've ever heard. It's like, man, there's a lot of windows. We're going to have to do a lot of work. Or we could not. Also, keep in mind what I mentioned earlier, Greer and O'Connery, the two CIA agents who were in the front of the car. As soon as the first shot rang out, Greer did not try to run away or drive away or anything else at standard of CIA training. He brought the car down to a 7-mile-an-hour speed, and him and O'Connery hunched forward and put their shoulders up. It's so weird that Jackie Kennedy even came out afterwards and said he was behaving extremely oddly during the whole thing. To adequately explain the rest of this, I need to bring in another character. The Umbrella Man. The Umbrella Man has become a famous figure in all the theories surrounding JFK, and there's good reason for it. In the middle of a sunny day in Dallas, right as the president's murdered, you can see a man in the Zapruder film who is holding up an umbrella in front of the motorcade. Not only that, but he is standing directly in front of the position Lee Harvey Oswald was in front of, and as he's standing there, JFK passes by, to which he lifts his umbrella, and immediately the first shots ring out. If that is not a man on the ground either signaling that it's the motorcade or giving the all clear to fire, I don't know what is. To top it off, immediately after JFK died, there are pictures of this guy simply shutting his umbrella and setting down at the curb. Keep in mind, everyone else is freaking out, running around, screaming, and this guy just is like, well, yep. During the House Select Committee on Assassinations, they were trying to figure out about this guy because obviously that's very weird and someone should probably figure out what happened here. To which the CIA brought in a man wearing a suit, holding an umbrella. The man walks into the court and goes, "Ah, I am the Umbrella Man, and this is that umbrella." And the judge went, "Seems all right to me." There was no double check. There was no follow-up. They're like, that man has an umbrella. He's got my vote. There's also rumors and speculation that that man was a former CIA agent. However, I couldn't find anything concrete on that, so I'm going to let that part slide. But it's weird either way. Also, in 1966, they tried to reevaluate JFK's autopsy, and his brain was missing. Like, after the initial autopsy, they took the brain out and preserved it, and no one's been able to find it since. So, I make of that what you will. I have no idea why they would do that. Also, the initial Warren Commission, which was the first one that happened immediately after this, that determined that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter and he acted alone, was made almost entirely up of CIA members who, as it was proved later, suppressed information. There's a few things I want to disprove really quick to kind of emphasize this point. For one of the main theories that is prevailing through all this is that the mob did it, and while I'm sure the mob hated JFK, I don't see why a mob murder would be covered up to the degree that this was obviously and proven to be covered up by the CIA. Like, if the mob killed JFK, and assuming the CIA wants him dead, that's the perfect write-off. They could just say, yep, mob did it. That's cool, rather than having to do all this shady tactics around it. A lot of people also point to Jack Ruby, the man who ran up and shot Lee Harvey Oswald, as being for the mob because his family debts were paid off. But you know who else would probably pay off family debts? I'll give you a hint, it starts with CIA. The other popular idea is that the KGB did it. Obviously, that is the initial idea because, again, Lee Harvey Oswald was proven to have Russian ties. But one, if Russia did do it, they wouldn't get someone who had ties to Russia to do it, duh. And two, the CIA wouldn't cover it up if Russia did it. I also want to say the whole theory about the babushka lady, which was a lady who was wearing a babushka, who kind of similar to the Umbrella Man, just walked around and didn't really do anything after JFK was murdered. I don't really see how that could be related to anything. She wasn't brought up later. I think she was just an old woman who was there and saw all of this play out. I also want to go another level deeper with this. There was a guy working at the CIA whose name rhymes with Gorge Mush. Gorge Mush, that's what we'll call him. Gorge Mush was one of the people put over this whole motorcade route and one of the people elected to keep the president safe. So much so that he was in Dallas on the day that this all happened. So keep in mind, he failed his job harder than anyone can possibly fail. His job was to make sure nothing happens to this guy, and he got shot at least twice. Not long after this happened, that man was promoted to director of the CIA, and then another position. Not only that, but when Gorge Mush was asked years later about where he was on the day of Kennedy's death, he said, "I don't remember." You were in Dallas. All of it from head to toe reeks. There's absolutely no way that you could convince me or anyone else who thinks about it sensibly that Lee Harvey Oswald was just a crazy dude who acted alone. It is in my firm and honest opinion, as the opinion of many others, that the agencies and powers that be wanted this man dead. And while I do believe they used Lee Harvey Oswald as part of it, he in no way acted alone and he in no way acted on his own agency. But we'll never know, because the only guy publicly who would know, this one, got shot by a random man whose family debts were paid off before he died 4 months later. So we have the motive, we have the method, and we have the evidence. In my opinion, they are absolutely guilty, and even not of this, some other stuff. Also, just as a side note, a bunch of people are worked up over Texas Red's identity, who that could be. There's a lot of theories about it. Obviously, we'll probably never know for sure, but from everything that I've read, there was several CIA works with Cuban guerrilla fighters who were being trained by the CIA for whatever after the Bay of Pigs, and most of the evidence points to certain Cuban marksmen in Dallas that day. So probably. Either way, it doesn't matter, because just like Lee Harvey Oswald, they were a gun, one way about it. If Lee Harvey Oswald got caught, which he did, oh look, Russia did it. And if a Cuban guerrilla fighter got caught, oh look, Cuba did it. Either way, the people who really did it wash their hands of the situation and get a walk away. I should also mention, before anyone decides that I am a threat for this, this is a joke. It's all a joke. This is post-irony humor. This is entirely educational. I believe none of it, and you should believe none of it, and everything is a joke. So, tomato, potato. Anyway, now that we're done with all the jokes, thank you all for watching. This is something, again, that I just decided to do spur of the moment, so I hope you enjoyed. If you want me to do more like this, I certainly can make more funny jokes. Either way, if this demonetizes me, I am absolutely thankful for all of my patrons, and a very special thanks to my top tier patrons. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Pef. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Publius. Thank you, Saucy. And thank you to the newest member of the Patreon family, Phasia. Thank you all for being a part of that. It really does mean the most. I'm going to do the deeper dive on Rocco's Basilisk soon. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things I was researching when I got the idea to do all of this. And next iceberg tier out sometime this week. You all know the drill at this point. But again, thank you all for watching. It means the most. And I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the true story of the assassination of civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. Along with the assassination of John F. Kennedy, this is one of the most highlighted examples of state corruption and conspiracy in all of American history. So I thought that we would take a look at the information today, and I can tell you why I myself, as well as the family of Martin Luther King, do not believe that James Earl Ray was the shooter. And furthermore, why in 1999 the King family sued the government for a wrongful death and conspiracy to kill Martin Luther King Jr. and won. Which, let me highlight now to cover all of my bases. These are all jokes. Everything that I'm saying is a joke. This is all irony and satire and in Minecraft, and if I ever unalive myself, no I didn't.
But before we get into that big pile of awful, let's talk about something not awful, like saving money. Specifically, saving money when it comes to online shopping. And you can make your online shopping experience even better with today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is the free internet shopping tool that scours the internet and tries to find you the best deals and promo codes available whenever you're at checkout. To get Honey on your computer, all you have to do is install it with just 2 easy clicks, and then whenever you're checking out at a website, Honey will pop up on your browser and ask if you want to apply discounts. So then all you do is hit apply discounts, and it will search the internet and find you ways to save money. Then all you have to do is wait a few seconds for Honey to test its promo codes and just watch your price drop from there. Honey's become a staple for me, especially doing routine purchases like ordering pizza or buying gifts from people, because I make sure to always do it on my laptop, because every time I come to checkout, I save money with no extra hassle. What a lot of people don't realize isn't only how easy Honey is to use, but also that it can probably save you money on things you're already buying, like food or clothing or computer parts or whatever. And now you can save money too for free at the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. That's right, Honey is absolutely free to get on your computer. All you have to do is go to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. Just go there, do the 2-click process to get it on your computer. I ask that you please use the link because it lets them know that I sent you, and it really does help the channel. But it's totally free and you can start saving money today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope that you check them out. It helps me. Again, link in the description, and we are back to the video.
We are going to go ahead and get into all of that, but first and as always, thank you for watching. To make sure we're all on the same page, I'm going to start by giving the FBI's official account of what happened, and then after that I'll explain why it's all a lie. As a joke, of course. For starters, Martin Luther King Jr. was a civil rights leader who was not only an effective speaker and leader within the civil rights movement, but was also no stranger to death threats. As a matter of fact, in 1958, he was stabbed in the chest and was nearly killed, and in 1963, after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he told his wife, Coretta King, quote, "This is what's going to happen to me also. I keep telling you this is a sick society." King would also travel with other members of his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and go to different cities across the US where King would speak at different rallies and protests. In 1968, King, along with a group of members from that association, came to Memphis, Tennessee as part of a sanitation workers rally. Now, there had been a long history of black city workers within Memphis, Tennessee being underpaid and put into harsh labor conditions. However, the event that sparked this particular rally was the death of 2 sanitation workers who died while on the job, and their family was not given any insurance payout for their death. So King led a march in Memphis on March the 28th, and then planned to lead another march after that during the following week. On April 3rd, King stood in front of the Mason Temple in Memphis, Tennessee, and gave his famous "I've been to the mountaintop" speech.
To do God's will, and He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
The next day, on April the 4th of 1968, King was staying in room 306 of the Lorraine Motel. Another pastor who traveled with King, a man by the name of Ralph Abernathy, said that they stayed in that specific room so often whenever they visited Memphis that it was nicknamed the King Abernathy Suite. The group was getting ready to go to dinner before King was set to deliver another speech that night, and his final words, officially at least, were to the musician Ben Branch, in which King said, "Ben, make sure you play Take My Hand, Precious Lord in the meeting tonight, play it real pretty." King then leaned over the balcony on the second floor of the Lorraine Motel to speak to Jesse Jackson, who was standing in the parking lot beneath. At that moment, at 6:01 p.m., a shot rang out which struck King in the right cheek. It immediately broke his jaw and several vertebrae while severing the veins and arteries in his neck. King was immediately knocked out. However, one of his colleagues, who was holding his head as he was bleeding, found that he had a pulse, and he was immediately sanitation workers who died while on the job, and their family was not given any insurance payout for their death. So King led a march in Memphis on March the 20th to Memphis, Tennessee. 68, King his wife Coretta King, as maker and leader within the civil rights movement, but was also no stranger to death threats. As a matter of fact, in 1958, he was stabbed in the chest and was nearly killed, and in 1963, after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he told his wife Coretta King, quote, "This is what's going to happen to me also. I keep telling you, this is a sick society." King would also travel with other members of his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and go to different cities across the U.S. where King would speak at different rallies and protests. In 1968, King, along with a group of members from that association, came to Memphis, Tennessee as part of a sanitation workers rally. Now, there had been a long history of black city workers within Memphis, Tennessee being underpaid and put into harsh labor conditions. However, the event that sparked this particular rally was the death of 2 sanitation workers who died while on the job, and their family was not given any insurance payout for their death. So King led a march in Memphis on March the 28th, and then planned to lead another march after that during the following week. On April 3rd, King stood in front of the Mason Temple in Memphis, Tennessee, and gave his famous "I've been to the mountaintop" speech.
To do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
The next day, on April the 4th of 1968, King was staying in room 306 of the Lorraine Motel. Another pastor who traveled with King, a man by the name of Ralph Abernathy, said that they stayed in that specific room so often whenever they visited Memphis that it was nicknamed the King Abernathy Suite. The group was getting ready to go to dinner before King was set to deliver another speech that night, and his final words, officially at least, were to the musician Ben Branch, in which King said, "Ben, make sure you play Take My Hand, Precious Lord in the meeting tonight, play it real pretty." King then leaned over the balcony on the second floor of the Lorraine Motel to speak to Jesse Jackson, who was standing in the parking lot beneath. At that moment, at 6:01 p.m., a shot rang out which struck King in the right cheek. It immediately broke his jaw and several vertebrae while severing the veins and arteries in his neck. King was immediately knocked out. However, one of his colleagues, who was holding his head as he was bleeding, found that he had a pulse, and he was immediately taken to the St. Joseph's Hospital. However, there, Martin Luther King was officially declared dead at 7:05 p.m. on April the 4th of 1968. The police were quick to arrive on scene and concluded that the shot had been fired from the bathroom window of a boarding house across the street from the Lorraine Motel. Immediately next to the boarding house, the police found a bed sheet which contained someone's personal clothing and a sort of overnight bag, as well as a Remington 760 Game Master rifle. Within the pump-action 30-06 was an empty rifle casing, indicating that someone had fired the gun and not ejected the old casing. The rifle, as well as the belongings in the bed sheet, were covered in the fingerprints of someone identified as James Earl Ray. James Earl Ray was an escaped convict from Jackson City, Missouri, who was arrested and serving 20 years for robbing a grocery store before he broke out of jail. Not only that, but in the aforementioned boarding house, one of the rooms was being rented by James Earl Ray. He was on the run for 2 months before he was caught in London at the Heathrow Airport as he was trying to board a plane to Rhodesia. After his arrest on March the 10th of 1969, Ray, in order to avoid the death penalty, pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of MLK. The FBI concluded that the reason for this murder was that James Earl Ray was poor and there was a bounty put out by racist Southerners for the killing of Martin Luther King Jr. In a book titled He Slew the Dreamer, which came out shortly after the death of MLK, the author says that James Earl Ray was a very racist and hateful person who was trying to collect a bounty from members of the KKK for the murder of MLK. So this all sounds pretty cut and dry, right? A civil rights leader was killed by a racist person trying to collect a bounty, and his fingerprints were found on all the stuff, and he pleaded guilty to it, right? No, and here's why. 3 days after he confessed to first-degree murder, Ray fired his attorney and said that his attorney told him that if he does not immediately confess to killing MLK, they'll either give him the death penalty or someone will kill him quicker.
Came in with a paper, one of the signing saying that, we'd enter a guilty plea. He gave me a list of reasons why we should enter a plea. He also said the newspapers done convicted me by pretrial publicity. And so I told him I didn't think that was the grounds for entering a guilty plea because I thought we could overcome some of this adverse publicity during the trial. His next gamut was that if I didn't enter a guilty plea, they might put my brother Jerry Ray in prison as a co-conspirator. And he also indicated that if I forced him to trial, he wouldn't put forth his best efforts.
Through his new attorney, William Pepper, Ray said that he believes he accidentally assisted with the murder of Martin Luther King Jr., and he believes that he himself was a victim in a larger conspiracy. In the following years, there were several requests for Ray to have a retrial, although for reasons we'll get into in a bit, none of those really panned out. And there was no significant headway made in the case until the King family themselves, who had been doing their own research to the side, came to the conclusion that James Earl Ray was an innocent man, or at least innocent for killing King. He still robbed a grocery store, but I don't really think that matters at this point. In 1997, Dexter King, the son of Martin Luther King, went to the Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary in order to meet James Earl Ray. Whenever the two met, Dexter said, "I just want to know, for the record, did you kill my father?" To which James Earl Ray replied, no, I didn't. And Dexter said, I know, and my whole family knows. Over the next few years, the King family fought vehemently for James Earl Ray to get a retrial. And in 1999, Coretta King, the wife of Martin Luther King, along with her family, sued Lloyd Jowers, which I'll explain who he is in a little bit, along with the entirety of the federal government for committing a conspiracy to murder MLK, to which, as I mentioned earlier, they won the case. The case took place in Shelby County, Tennessee, and the lawyer that represented the King family was William Pepper, the aforementioned second attorney for James Earl Ray. During the case, Pepper brought in over 70 witnesses and 4,000 pages of transcripts, to which, according to him, in those transcripts, those who were a part of the conspiracy were the FBI, the CIA, the U.S. Army, the Memphis Police Department, and the Mafia. The jury unanimously ruled in the King's family favor and awarded them $100. The reason it was $100 is because the Kings were very adamant that it was not about the money, it was just about proving that the government had something to do with Martin's murder. However, if this was justice for the King family, it didn't come soon enough for James Earl Ray, who died a year earlier in 1998 in prison due to an injury he received during a prison fight. So it seems like there's two completely stories happening here. On one hand, you have the pretty straightforward story of some racist whack job getting a rifle, killing Martin Luther King, and then getting arrested for it. But on the other side, you have the King family trying to get this guy out of jail, and then you have a lawyer who was an expert on both sides of the case, who then comes into court, brings all this evidence, and ends up winning with a jury saying that, yeah, the government definitely did it. So how are there two completely different things happening here? Well, your boy went through some of the records from that lawsuit, and for reasons I'll get into, 100% agree with the King family as well as the civil court ruling. Of course, as a joke, this is all satire. So in order to break all this down, let's look at the specific moments leading up to and during the shooting itself. The night before Martin Luther King was shot, James Earl Ray rented a room above a place known as Jim's Grill in a boarding house owned by a Bessie Brewer. The official story is that he stayed in the room that night, and then the next day he took his rifle down the hall to a communal bathroom that had a good view of the Lorraine Motel. He stood in the bathtub and fired the shot, and then jumped out, didn't eject the shell casing, ran back to his room and threw the rifle as well as his bag of clothes into the bedsheet, threw it all together with the bedsheet, put it on his back, and then ran out into the hall. He was then spotted by a man named Charles Quitman Stevens, who was the state's lead witness in this entire case. Charles said that he saw a man running out of the hotel, and he later ID'd it as James Earl Ray. Again, according to official reports, James Earl Ray was then walking down the street whenever he saw a cop car parked across the street, to which he panicked and dropped the bedsheet in front of the aforementioned department store. He then hopped into his white Mustang and sped away down the street. So to give a little illustration of it, this is not remotely drawn to scale or whatever, so I'm sorry, I promise I'm trying. The distance from the bathroom window, which is right here, to the spot King was at the motel was about 70 or 80 yards. According to that story, Ray was sitting in the bathroom window and fired his shot across the street at the motel balcony where King was staying. Everything here is taking place on the second floor of the building. So then Ray goes down the hallway into his room, gathers his stuff, puts it in the bedsheet, goes back out and down the staircase by Jim's Grill. That's when he begins walking down the street, and here at however you pronounce it, Amusement, he sees the cop supposedly, drops his bag right here, ducks the other direction to get into his vehicle parked somewhere over here, and then speeds off down the street going that direction. So let's talk about the first big issue in this entire case, and the one that should have been a red flag to the investigators, but wasn't, again, for reasons we'll talk about. The rifle that was in the bedsheet was never matched to the bullet that hit Martin Luther King.
That Remington 760 Game Master they've got in the Civil Rights Museum is not the murder weapon. The thing the state relied upon was the rifle, but modern scientific methodology excluded that rifle from being the murder weapon. The bullet they pull out of King's body has a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 11 1/4 inches. The rifle that Ray had a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 10 inches in a bad manufacturing defect that is not apparent on the death slug.
For those that don't know, the way that a rifle works is within the barrel itself, there is a series of grooves that spin the bullet and allow it to have a spiral and more accurate trajectory after it comes out of the barrel. While rifling is always similar on similar model of guns, the exact combination of what happens between the chamber and the bolt and the rifling and everything else is entirely unique to every single gun. And the most conclusive evidence they could say is that both the bullet that hit King as well as Ray's gun were probably the same model of rifle. Which, yeah, there were literally millions of Remington 760s in the United States. That doesn't prove anything. The other hiccup in the story is that James Earl Ray's fingerprints were never found in his room or the bathroom that the shot was taken from. The bathroom detail can almost be looked over. If the window was already open, I could see him walking in there, standing in the tub, taking the shot, and then leaving. However, if he stayed in the room overnight, and as we're going to see in a bit, this guy was no criminal mastermind, he would have left a fingerprint or a hair or something in his wake. Furthermore, police were on the scene of the shooting within 2 minutes of whenever the shot was fired, and none of them reported ever having seen a white Mustang. This would mean that Ray would have to take the shot, run back to his room, pack his stuff, load it up, walk out of the hallway, go downstairs, go across the block, see the police, drop his bag, go the other direction, get in his car, and then speed off, all within 2 minutes. And to cast another shadow on that whole theory of what happened, Guy Caniff, the guy who owned this store that James Earl Ray supposedly dropped his bag in front of, said that what happened, according to him, is someone walked up, dropped the bag in front of the store, calmly walked away, and then a couple minutes later, he heard the gunshot. Meaning that that bag with the rifle that did not match the round that hit MLK, as well as James Earl Ray's personal belongings, were set up there before a shot was ever fired.
He was one of the first people to cast doubts on the state's case against Ray in his book, Cover Up.
That's ridiculous. He's required to have gone to his room in the flop house and picked up the widest collection of junk. Bobby pins. Cans of beer that hadn't been opened. You know, a guy has been a crime like that and he's fleeing for his life. You're going to pick up a couple cans of beer or a bobby pin. The box didn't hold the rifle. He had to put the rifle in that. All sorts of other junk. A ridiculous collection of it. The one thing that bundle served to do was to point a finger at Ray.
Another issue with that story is the logistics of the shot itself. As you can see from these pictures, wherever I decide to put them, Martin Luther King was standing on the balcony where you see the white wreath. He was leaned over it talking to someone in the parking lot below. And then, as you can see, the boarding house located across the street has several windows, one of those believed to be the one where Ray took the shot. However, for the logistics of that shot to have worked out in the angle that the bullet trajectory says it did, Ray would have had to be standing on top of the bathtub and in a very awkward position. Even more so, at the time the shot would have been taken, there was a large tree just outside of the window that would have made it near impossible to see across the street to the motel, let alone get a shot through it.
I did talk to a Captain Tommy Smith, who retired as head of homicide for the Memphis Police Department, who was the first detective on the scene. He said the shot couldn't have been from the flop house. There was a limb about this thick growing diagonally through the window, and you couldn't even see the Lorraine Motel from that.
Don't worry, we'll talk about what happened to that tree in just a minute. So remember that guy, Charles Stevens, the state's lead witness, who said he saw Ray run out of the bathroom and then down the street? Well, Charles Stevens had been arrested 155 times, most of them due to alcoholism. He was known for getting drunk in public and causing a wreck, and the police would have to bring him back home. At the time of the shooting, Stevens was drunk in a stupor, and as a matter of fact, he didn't come forward to police saying that he saw Ray until a bounty was put forward for $100,000 to anyone who can give police information. The police had already found the fingerprints on the gun, which were connected to the escaped convict, and said they were looking for James Earl Ray. So Stevens comes to the police and says, "Yeah, that Ray guy, I saw him." During an interview with a CBS journalist, the journalist held up a picture of James Earl Ray, and Stevens said, "Who is that?" And the journalist said, "This is the shooter, James Earl Ray." And Stevens said, "Oh, that wasn't the guy who was running out of the hotel."
Look at that picture. Does that look like the man?
Well, excuse me, from the glimpse that I got of his profile, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, sir. It certainly doesn't. For one thing, he's too heavy. His face is too full. He has too much hair. And his nose is too wide.
Again, remember, this was the state's lead witness. Not only that, he was the only witness who claimed to have seen James Earl Ray at the time of the shooting. And you may be thinking, well, shouldn't there have been more people around that saw someone do something during this time? Oh, there were, they just didn't see James Earl Ray. One of those people was Stevens' wife, who said that she heard a shot not from inside of the building, but from just outside the building's window. She said that she heard a shot from outside, looked out, and saw, quote, "a short man with salt and pepper hair in an army jacket and plaid shorts." At the same time this was happening, a cab driver who lived in that building said he was walking in after work for the day, and as he passed the hallway, he looked into the communal bathroom where the shot supposedly was taken. He walked a few more feet into his room, heard a gunshot from outside, and then sprinted outside to see what had happened. Considering that he looked into the bathroom possibly seconds before the shot went off, that completely clears the idea of James Earl Ray standing in the bathtub. Now, it was true that Ray owned a white Mustang. However, what that same cab driver reported as being weird is that whenever he pulled up to the house, there were two white Mustangs parked a couple hundred feet from each other. At first, Ray was trying to remove himself from any sort of guilt and said that during the actual shooting, he was at a nearby service station. However, in later stories, it seemed that he was serving as the getaway driver for a man known as Raul. Now, we'll get into the whole mess of Raul in a second, but for now, let's keep talking about James Earl Ray. After the shooting, Ray realized that he was on the run for the murder of MLK. However, he was being financed by someone only known to him as Fat Man. For those close to the case, it was no secret that James Earl Ray wasn't exactly the most dedicated of assassins, and the only reason he was able to escape from prison is he was loading shipment boxes onto a truck, and one of the boxes was empty, so he just got inside, and then they just put the lid and never checked, and that's how he got out. But according to those who knew Ray, the stories about him were wildly untrue. As a matter of fact, according to his family, Ray had a black girlfriend for some time, which greatly contradicts the stories of a racist Southern KKK member that the media afterwards portrayed him as. Not only that, but Ray knew comedically little about guns. Whenever Ray went to the gun shop because he was told by somebody that I'll explain later to buy a 30-06 Remington 760, he bought a 243 instead because he didn't understand how calibers worked. He then had to return the gun and get the same model of rifle chambered in 30-06. Everyone in the gun store said he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about when it came to the scope he wanted on the rifle, or what he was looking for in a rifle, or anything like that. And while James Earl Ray was in the military, he had the lowest possible marksmanship score that someone can have and still qualify. Keep in mind, this is the same guy that the FBI would later state was able to give himself several fake IDs and passports and elude the largest investigation in the United States history for 2 months straight. We'll talk about James Earl Ray's full story in a moment, but for now I want to ask the question you're probably thinking: if not Ray, then who took the shot? Well, there were two people who were staring at Martin Luther King the exact moment he was shot. They were his chauffeur and his attorney who were talking to him. They were each watching him as he was leaned over the balcony the moment the shot was taken, and both of them said that as soon as he was hit, his entire body shot upwards. As a matter of fact, they each said that from the angle of the bathroom window, there was no way that they could have hit him in the lower right jaw, considering he was facing like this. Remember how I said Stephen's wife, who was staying in the boarding house, heard the shot from outside and then saw a man running by in the bush window? There was no way that they could have hit him in the lower right jaw, considering he was facing like this. Remember how I said Stephen's wife, who was staying in the boarding house, heard the shot from outside and then saw a man running by in the bushes? Well, she wasn't the only one. Reverend James Orange, who was with King at the moment of the shooting, said he looked over and saw in the bushes in front of the boarding house there was a plume of smoke that came up through the branches. Several other witnesses who were all walking the street at the time of the shooting said that they all heard a shot coming from the branches, and a couple people even reported seeing a man in a white shirt sprint around the back of the building.
I interviewed Solomon Jones in the lobby of the St. Joseph Hospital approximately about 7:05. This was the story he told all of us. As soon as the shot was fired, he looked out over the limousine. He saw a sniper with a white sheet on his face duck back down into the bushes. A few seconds later, he rose out of the bushes without the sheet, walked to the wall, jumped down from the wall. And you must understand that other people were coming out of the fire station at the same time, jumping from the wall. Solomon said this person he saw in the bushes joined in with the people jumping from the wall, jumped from the wall, walked on the premises, and he said he was scared.
There was a firehouse located in the general vicinity of all of this, and one woman said that she saw a fireman trying to show police the bushes where he saw someone fire a gun and then run away from, but the police ignored him and ran inside. As a matter of fact, all of the witnesses Witnesses who told police that they heard a gunshot come from outside were told that they were simply mistaken and it came from the bathroom window instead.
New York Times reporter Earl Caldwell was staying in motel room 215 when he heard the shot.
What I saw, this man just very clearly rise out of these bushes. He was in sort of a crouched, stooping position. I did not see a weapon in this man's hands, but I saw this figure directly across. across from the motel. And also, of course, the man in the bushes was a white man. From the day of the assassination until this day, no police, no FBI agent has ever come to me and said, "What did you see?"
And every single account that I've given you up until this point is either corroborated by several different witnesses or was in the official transcripts or what have you. But there's this one witness that isn't that reliable, but I have to mention. A hobo by the name of Harold Cornbread Carter, yes, his name was Cornbread, was drinking wine in the same bushes when he said he heard a shot, rolled over, and a man in a white shirt ran by him and then sprinted around the back of the building. I don't know how much I can put my faith in a man named Cornbread, but I wasn't going to not mention that. Speaking of the police misleading people, remember how I said there was a really big tree in the way of the bathroom that wouldn't have made any sense for someone to like shoot directly through the tree to get to the Lorraine Motel? Well, the Memphis Police Department were up all night after the shooting, cutting down the trees in front of the boarding house to, quote, help with the investigation.
Growing diagonally through the window, and you couldn't even see the Lorraine Motel from that location. He said, I came back with crime scene in about an hour, and the whole tree had been cut down, and I found out there was a cut down order sent out to the sanitation department.
So there's this entire active crime scene, and for some reason the police decide to go out at 4 in the morning and just start cutting stuff with a chainsaw. As a matter of fact, the only report that day that a shot ever came from the bathroom of the boarding house was the drunk Stevens that I mentioned earlier. Every other person who was there that day reported the gunshot coming from outside in the bushes in front of the boarding house. So we've established that the official narrative is incredibly biased for some reason, and that James Earl Ray seems to be an incompetent patsy who just kind of stooped into this whole thing. Furthermore, it's the opinion of the King family, the attorneys, and everyone who was there that the official account is not what happened. So why so much cover-up, and why all of this hoopla over what could have been a simple dry and cut assassination? And this is the part of the video where I want to emphasize that this is a joke, and if any of the names that I say correspond to real people, that I made the names up, and it is purely coincidental. So that being said, the FBI murdered Martin Luther King Jr. Like, they murdered him so hard. I tried to go as long as I possibly could in this video without saying it, and it made me want to die, so let's fix that. During the time of a shooting, there was a black detective who was put on task of protecting Martin Luther King during his stay in Memphis, who was currently at home hiding. The reason he was hiding is because 2 hours before the shooting, someone called saying they were planning to murder him. It turns out that this report was entirely made up and came from no other than the FBI.
Lieutenant Larkin arrived and stated that I was wanted at headquarters. I said, for what? He said, I don't know, just get in the car, let's go. I was told to bring you back. The director, Frank Holloman, stated that the man standing across from me was Secret Service from Washington, stating that there was a contract out on my life. At that time, he told Larkin to take me home and wait until someone arrived to guard me. Once we arrived at my house, while seated in the car, awaiting the security for me, being there, I imagine no more than 5 or 10 minutes, the radio blasted out about the King had been shot. This departmental communication reveals that by 4:15 that afternoon, Lieutenant Arkin of the Memphis Police Department had been alerted by a phone call from the FBI that the assassination threat attributed to Reddit was a mistake.
So the FBI made up a completely false story that this head detective that was protecting Martin Luther King needed to go home in order to avoid. Not only that, but a few minutes before King was shot, there was a bomb threat called in downtown Memphis that made the police focus their attention there instead of on MLK. Now, most often with events this large or assassinations that would cause this much noise, it is very rare that an actual member of a government party will carry out the assassination themselves. They almost always get fall guys to do it. And that's not even a conspiracy. Just look at historical cases like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, where they got a bunch of teenage freedom fighters to carry out the work of politicians. So let's take a look at who some of those fall guys might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the boarding house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, a cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter, to which he slid out a .30-06 rifle. Not only that, but whenever an investigator followed up on that lead, a waitress said that she was working the day of the shooting, heard a gunshot, and then Lloyd ran in the back room holding a rifle and had mud on the knees of his pants, implying that he was kneeled in the grass outside, to which he then took his rifle, wrapped it in a white sheet, set it under the counter, and when the police came by, said he didn't hear anything. Jowers' business partner by the name of Willie Adkins said years later that Jowers had confided in him, but the guy had a waitress, which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, called in downtown Memphis that made the poor King up.
Lieutenant Arkin of the Memphis Police Department had been alerted by a phone call from the FBI that the assassination threat attributed to Reddit was
one called saying they were planning to murder him, who was so largely a simple dry and cut assassination. And over what? So everyone who was there, the official narrative is incredibly biased for some reason, and that James Earl Ray seems to be an incompetent patsy who just kind of stooped into this whole thing. Furthermore, it's the opinion of the King family, the attorneys, and everyone who was there that the official account is not what happened. So why so much cover-up, and why all of this hoopla over what could have been a simple dry and cut assassination? And this is the part of the video where I want to emphasize that this is a joke, and if any of the names that I say correspond to real people, that I made the names up, and it is purely coincidental. So, that being said, the FBI murdered Martin Luther King Jr. They murdered him so hard. I tried to go as long as I possibly could in this video without saying it, and it made me want to die, so let's fix that. During the time of a shooting, there was a black detective who was put on task of protecting Martin Luther King during his stay in Memphis, who was currently at home hiding. The reason he was hiding is because 2 hours before the shooting, someone called saying they were planning to murder him. It turns out that this report was entirely made up and came from no other than the FBI.
Lieutenant Arkin arrived and stated that I was wanted at headquarters. I said, for what? He said, I don't know, just get in the car, let's go. I was told to bring you back. Director, Frank Holloman, stated that the man standing across from me was Secret Service from Washington, stating that there was a contract out on my life. At that time, he told Lieutenant Arkin to take me home and wait until someone arrived to guard me.
After the shooting, someone called saying they were planning to murder because who was currently on task of protecting Martin Luther King during his stay in Memphis, who was currently at home hiding. The reason he was hiding is because 2 hours before the shooting, someone called saying they were planning to murder him. It turns out that this report was entirely made up and came from no other than the FBI.
Lieutenant Arkin arrived and stated that I was wanted at headquarters. I said, for what? He said, I don't know, just get in the car, let's go. I was told to bring you back. Director, Frank Holloman, stated that the man standing across from me was Secret Service from Washington, stating that there was a contract out on my life. At that time, he told Lieutenant Arkin to take me home and wait until someone arrived to guard me. Once we arrived at my house, while seated in the car awaiting the security for me, being there, I imagine no more than 5 or 10 minutes, the radio blasted out Dr. King had been shot.
This departmental communication reveals that by 4:15 that afternoon, Lieutenant Arkin of the Memphis Police Department had been alerted by a phone call from the FBI that the assassination threat attributed to Reddit was a mistake.
So the FBI made up a completely false story that this head detective that was protecting Martin Luther King needed to go home in order to avoid. Not only that, but a few minutes before King was shot, there was a bomb threat called in downtown Memphis that made the police focus their attention there instead of on MLK. Now, most often with events this large or assassinations that would cause this much noise, it is very rare that an actual member of a government party will carry out the assassination themselves. They almost always get fall guys to do it. And that's not even a conspiracy. Just look at historical cases like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, where they got a bunch of teenage freedom fighters to carry out the work
by a phone call from the FBI that the assassination threat attributed to Reddit was a mistake.
So the FBI made up a completely false story that this head detective that was protecting Martin Luther King needed to go home in order to avoid. Not only that, but a few minutes before King was shot, there was a bomb threat called in downtown Memphis that made the police focus their attention there instead of on MLK. Now, most often with events this large or assassinations that would cause this much noise, it is very rare that an actual member of a government party will carry out the assassination themselves. They almost always get fall guys to do it. And that's not even a conspiracy. Just look at historical cases like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, where they got a bunch of teenage freedom fighters to carry out the work of politicians. So let's take a look at who some of those fall guys might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the boarding house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, a cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter, to which he slid out a .30-06 rifle. Not only that, but whenever an investigator followed up on that lead, a waitress said that she was working the day of the shooting, heard a gunshot, and then Lloyd ran in the back room holding a rifle and had mud on the knees of his pants, implying that he was kneeled in the grass outside, to which he then took his rifle, wrapped it in a white sheet, set it under the counter, and when the police came by, said he didn't hear anything. Jowers' business partner by the name of Willie Adkins said years later that Jowers had confided in him and told him that he had a part in the King shooting and his job was to get rid of the rifle. And according to Adkins, Jowers passed the gun off to someone else who threw it off a bridge into a river. Jowers himself was a former member of the Memphis Police Department a cab driver who needed to go home in order to avoid. Not only that, but a few minutes before King was shot, there was
departmental communication.
Once we arrived at my house, while seated in the car awaiting the security for me being there, I imagine no more than 5 or 10 minutes, the radio blasted out Dr. King had been shot.
This departmental communication reveals that by 4:15 that afternoon, Lieutenant Arkin of the Memphis Police Department had been alerted by a phone call from the FBI that the assassination threat attributed to Reddit was a mistake.
So the FBI made up a completely false story that this head detective that was protecting Martin Luther King needed to go home in order to avoid. Not only that, but a few minutes before King was shot, there was a bomb threat called in downtown Memphis that made the police focus their attention there instead of on MLK. Now, most often with events this large or assassinations that would cause this much noise, it is very rare that an actual member of a government party will carry out the assassination themselves. They almost always get fall guys to do it. And that's not even a conspiracy. Just look at historical cases like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, where they got a bunch of teenage freedom fighters to carry out the work of politicians. So let's take a look at who some of those fall guys might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the boarding house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, a cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter, to which he slid out a .30-06 rifle. Not only that, but whenever an investigator followed up on that, the King family did the work of politicians. So let's take a look at who some of those fall guys might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the boarding house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, a cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter, to which he slid out a .30-06 rifle. Not only that, but whenever an investigator followed up on that lead, a waitress said that she was working the day of the shooting, heard a gunshot, and then Lloyd ran in the back room holding a rifle and had mud on the knees of his pants, implying that he was kneeled in the grass outside, to which he then took his rifle, wrapped it in a white sheet, set it under the counter, and when the police came by, said he didn't hear anything. Jowers' business partner by the name of Willie Adkins said years later that Jowers had confided in him and told him that he had a part in the King shooting and his job was to get rid of the rifle. And according to Adkins, Jowers passed the gun off to someone else who threw it off a bridge into a river. Jowers himself was a former member of the Memphis Police Department and still very close to several of the leading members of the department itself. He told Adkins that the reason he was given that job is because they trusted him and his business was directly across the street from the Lorraine Motel, which, if you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, was so popular for having King stay there that they even named one of the rooms after him. Over the years, Jowers was pressured to come forward about his involvement in the murder, and finally, in Jowers' there's of the name of Willie Adkins, ran in the back of the said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter. The owner of the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Take a look at who some of those fall guys might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the boarding house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, a cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come look at what he has under the counter, to which he slid out a .30-06 rifle. Not only that, but whenever an investigator followed up on that lead, a waitress said that she was working the day of the shooting, heard a gunshot, and then Lloyd ran in the back room holding a rifle and had mud on the knees of his pants, implying that he was kneeled in the grass outside, to which he then took his rifle, wrapped it in a white sheet, set it under the counter, and when the police came by, said he didn't hear anything. Jowers' business partner by the name of Willie Adkins said years later that Jowers had confided in him and told him that he had a part in the King shooting and his job was to get rid of the rifle. And according to Adkins, Jowers passed the gun off to someone else who threw it off a bridge into a river. Jowers himself was a former member of the Memphis Police Department and still very close to several of the leading members of the department itself. He told Adkins that the reason he was given that job is because they trusted him and his business was directly across the street from the Lorraine Motel, which, if you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, was so popular for having King stay there that they even named one of the rooms after him. Over the years, Jowers was pressured to come forward about his involvement in the murder, and finally in 1993 he went on ABC television and told them that he was paid $100,000 to help with the murder of Martin Luther King. More specifically, he said he was paid by known mob man Frank Liberto.
Jowers ran Jim's Grill across from the Lorraine Motel and claimed another Memphis businessman, Frank Liberto, paid him $100,000 to contract a killer.
What did Frank Liberto ask you to do?
He asked me to handle some money transaction, hire someone to assassinate Dr. Martin Luther King.
See, Frank Liberto openly despised King. He had several different produce factories and manufacturing plants around the city of Memphis and said that King was making things harder because, you know, those pesky workers, them and their human rights. The day of the shooting, John McFerrin was working at one of Liberto's produce plants when he heard Liberto answer the phone and say, quote, "I told you not to call me here. Shoot the son of a bitch when he comes on the balcony." Years later, a woman known as Lavada Atkinson was at a restaurant whenever Liberto got drunk and was trying to impress her, and eventually said, "You know, I'm the one who had MLK killed." Remember James Earl Ray's first lawyer, the one who pressured him to confess to killing MLK? Well, that lawyer, Percy Foreman, was a known affiliate of the Mafia and was very close to Frank Liberto.
I don't give a continental damn whether there was a conspiracy or not.
Foreman, did you ever ask your client whether he was a part of a conspiracy, whether he'd been hired?
No, I never asked him that, but I asked him enough other questions to convince me that he was not.
Lloyd Jowers was also asked, well, if you were just the guy who got rid of the gun, then who actually shot Martin Luther King? To which Jowers said it was Memphis Police Department Lieutenant Earl Clark. Earl Clark had several accusations of taking bribes from gang members and was publicly a friend of Frank Liberto. Not only that, but he was the highest rated marksman on the Memphis Police Department. According to Jowers, as soon as the shot was taken, Clark sprinted down the hill, handed him the rifle so that he could then dispose of it, which, as I mentioned earlier, he brought it to the back door of the restaurant, while Clark jumped over a nearby wall and escaped in, you guessed it, a white Mustang. According to a janitor who worked at the Memphis Police Department, the night before the shooting, there was a court in the middle, handed him the rifle so that, and Jowers said it was Memphis Police Department Lieutenant Earl Clark. Earl Clark had several accusations of taking bribes from gang members and was publicly a friend of Frank Liberto. Not only that, but he was the highest rated marksman on the Memphis Police Department. According to Jowers, as soon as the shot was taken, Clark sprinted down the hill, handed him the rifle so that he could then dispose of it, which, as I mentioned earlier, he brought it to the back door of the restaurant, while Clark jumped over a nearby wall and escaped in, you guessed it, a white Mustang. According to a janitor who worked at the Memphis Police Department, the night before the shooting, there was a meeting in the police chief's office between the police chief, the mayor of Memphis, Earl Clark, and another man by the name of Lieutenant Strausser. According to that same janitor, Strausser spent the entire day at the rifle range shooting his .30-06 over and over. Around the bushes of the boarding house, there were footprints of a size 13 shoe, and lo and behold, Strausser had a size 13 shoe. All of these assassinations, there's always a grassy knoll or some, a brambly bush that the actual killers hid in for some reason. I don't know what their aversion to buildings is. So to kind of summarize all of that, it seems that as part of this conspiracy involving the Memphis Police Department, two shooters, one most likely being the primary shooter and the other being a backup, of Clark and Strausser, hid themselves in the bushes in front of the boarding house, took the shot whenever King walked out before having someone else ditch the guns as they got away in nearby getaway vehicles. So going off of all of that, one or two shooters placed in these bushes in between the boarding house and the motel went down, split most likely into two separate directions. One of them handed their weapon to Jowers, who then took it around this direction before carrying it into the back of the building that was connected to Jim's Grill and eventually disposing of the rifle. The shooter went this direction before interacting with a wall that was located over here, jumped over it, got into a getaway car, and then made his way down the street. Anyone else, a backup shooter or someone else set to get rid of the weapons, most likely followed a similar route, either getting into a getaway vehicle here or, as the cab driver reported, getting into one of the two white Mustangs that were located on a street between these two buildings. Either way, everyone in the investigation was focused on Ray leaving the window, going out of this building, and then getting away on this street, whereas there were several different avenues of escape left open to whoever the other conspirators might have been. So that's all well and good, but what's with this rifle that has James Earl Ray's fingerprints and him having rented the room in the house right above them, and all of this so perfectly falling in line for him to be the fall guy? Well, now that I've given you the official telling of the assassination as well as the unofficial but more widely believed telling of the assassination, let's get into James Earl Ray's story of what happened. And to do that, let's talk about James Earl Ray himself. At the end of World War II, James Earl Ray was part of the Office of Strategic Services, also known as the OSS. That organization then became the Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA, after the war ended. James's brother said that he would never really talk about what happened while he was in the OSS and would only say cryptic things like they're kind of like the mafia. Once you join, you're never really allowed to leave. Specifically, James said that he was haunted by events that took place while he was in the OSS and later the CIA, and said that they would drug him and did other things to, quote, mess with my mind. This is kind of out of the scope for this video since I'm trying to talk about the specifics of King's assassination itself, but there are several that believe James Earl Ray was a part of the early MK Ultra experiments. Also, further on his backstory, his escape from the Jefferson City prison was weird. But this wasn't his first escape attempt. He had tried several times before, and every time he would just be administered medicine and then allowed to do it again. It's believed that Ray was one of many people kept on a leash by the government that they would let off. Every story of the video thing allowed to leave. Specifically, James said that he was haunted by events that took place while he was in the OSS and later the CIA, and said that they would drug him and did other things to, quote, mess with my mind. This is kind of out of the scope for this video since I'm trying to talk about the specifics of King's assassination itself, but there are several that believe James Earl Ray was a part of the early MK Ultra experiments. Also, further on his backstory, his escape from the Jefferson City prison was weird. But this wasn't his first escape attempt. He had tried several times before, and every time he would just be administered medicine and then allowed to do it again. It's believed that Ray was one of many people kept on a leash by the government that they would let off if they ever needed them to commit whatever act that they couldn't have their hands directly tied to. Not only that, but shortly after completing this escape attempt that he definitely shouldn't have been able to get away with, his cellmate, who had told him to try to escape, was found hanging in his cell with his arms and legs broken. The official story being that he hung himself and then broke his arms and legs. I don't even know how to tie that back into the whole conspiracy. That was what? It was shortly after escaping jail that he met the figure known as Raul. Despite the name and every description that was given of him, Raul was not Spanish, and it's not uncommon for operatives to have names that intentionally mislead those trying to look for them. This Raul seemed to be very generous to the escaped convict and began supplying Ray with money as well as fake IDs and passports so he could move from the United States to Canada. It was even Raul who gave Ray money and told him to go to Birmingham, Alabama and buy himself a nice car, to which Ray bought the white Mustang. According to Ray, Raul was a weapons dealer who was selling guns to Cuban militants who were hiding in the United States. Ray was sort of working as Raul's pseudo-business partner for a while, and then one day Raul told him that we're going to need about 200 rifles to sell to a group of these Cubans. He then asked Ray if he could go to Alabama and buy a rifle to show the Cubans as a preview of what the other 200 rifles are going to be like. That is when Raul told Ray to specifically purchase a Remington 760 in .30-06. To which, as I mentioned earlier, Ray went there, bought it in the wrong caliber, and then after showing Raul, Raul told him he had to take it back and get it exchanged for the right one. The day before Martin Luther King was assassinated, James Earl Ray said that Raul met him at Jim's Grill and said, "Tomorrow I'm meeting the Cubans in order to make this weapons deal. I need you to rent a room in the boarding house above this restaurant so that I can make the deal. And if anything goes wrong, I need you to be waiting outside to be my getaway driver so that I can get out of here if we need to." This is why there was an identical Remington 760 that had his fingerprints on it while wrapped in the bedsheet. This is the reason that despite renting the room in his name, James did not have any fingerprints on the bathroom or the room itself, and why he was waiting outside when, according to him, he heard a gunshot and Raul runs out, jumps in the back of the car, and he drives away. Ray believing that the deal went bad, someone got shot, and now he's trying to get out of there. According to Ray, he was on his way out of Memphis whenever he began to slow down the car. Raul jumped and rolled out of the back seat and ran away, and James never saw him again. From there, James drove all night till he hit Atlanta, where he said he met the before-mentioned fat man who gave him a bunch of money and new passports so that he could be on the run for 2 months before being caught in England. And it wasn't until turning on his radio on the way to Atlanta that he found out that he had actually taken part in the killing of Martin Luther King Jr.
After a while, I got on a main street. I was going to call this telephone number in New Orleans and find out if they could contact Raul and see if anything happened there, because I thought maybe being some guns around there, some type of raid or something. Well, anyway, when I was driving out there, they said something about, I had the radio and said something about Martin Luther King had been shot. I didn't think too much about that. And then about 10 minutes later, when I was on the outskirts of Memphis, or maybe I was actually in Mississippi, they said that they were looking for a white man in a white Mustang in connection with the shooting. So I decided then that I better, move on out of there. I drove on and cut off and went to Atlanta. And from Atlanta, I went on to Canada, caught a bus.
So, while that does tie up all the loose ends of why there was a bedsheet that some stranger supposedly dropped off that had Ray's fingerprints on it, and while that makes sense that he never touched the rooms that he rented, even though he did rent them, and while he was a getaway driver in the white Mustang at the time of it, and why there would have been 2 Mustangs, and blah blah blah, it makes everything make sense. That's still just the word of one escaped convict over what? The entirety of the FBI's investigation? While it does line up everything cut and dry, we can't just take his word as being the truth. And the cool thing is, we don't have to. Daniel Ellsberg of Pentagon Papers fame swore on an affidavit that Agent Brady Tyson told him in confidence that it was J. Edgar Hoover who had Martin Luther King killed. If J. Edgar Hoover sounds familiar, that's because he was the director of the FBI during this time. More specifically, that Hoover had a right-hand man by the name of Clyde Tolson, who was known in the agency for carrying out Hoover's dirty work. That included getting mob members to carry out killings that the FBI couldn't handle themselves. Or more specifically, didn't want to be associated with handling themselves. According to this testimony of Agent Brady Tyson, it was Tolson who paid several informants to monitor Memphis at the time and figure out exactly where King would be staying. Not only that, but according to Ellsberg, Tolson paid off the warden at the Jackson City prison so that Ray would be able to escape. This makes sense as to why immediately after escaping, he met this really kind guy who just seemed to love him and gave him a bunch of money and fake passports. So several former agents, as well as James Earl Ray and those closely connected to the killings like the King family themselves, all believe the FBI to be the main culprit in this entire plot. And considering that it's believed Frank Liberto had many associations with the FBI in which he would carry out favors for them and they would look the other way on his operations. So it seems like the FBI, perhaps Tolson, had Liberto carry out the on-ground operations that it would take in order to have King killed. Also, this Raul guy, as well as Liberto and everyone else, connects to like the JFK assassination and also the Robert Kennedy assassination, but I won't get into that right now. In December of 1963, 1 month after JFK was killed, there was supposedly a meeting between Hoover and other high-ranking members of the FBI as to how they will have MLK taken care of. See, the FBI hated him for a whole slew of reasons. For one, people weren't exactly accepting of new ideologies at the time, and furthermore, King was causing issues for the established rule of how businesses and agencies were set up. Not only that, but this was at the height of the Russian panic or Red Scare thing, where everyone was super afraid of communism. And while King's ideas by today's standards are fairly moderate, his ideas of a sort of universal income or guaranteed health coverage and things like that were seen as super evil commie at the time. So the FBI wanted him out of the picture. As a matter of fact, they were so determined to find dirt on him that they began bugging his hotel rooms with hidden microphones. How did they do that? Well, they had the help of people like Marel McCullough, a former CIA operative who worked in South America, who was then moved into their early surveillance or COINTELPRO operations. McCullough was a close friend and member of King's inner circle, and it's believed that he was one of the people who began bugging his hotel rooms wherever he went. As a matter of fact, it's believed by many that he is the figure kneeling over the body of MLK right after he was shot.
In the famous Lau photograph of the associates of Dr. King pointing away from the motel and toward the rooming house, there was for a long time a mystery about the person who was kneeling over Dr. King checking him for life signs. That person was Marel McCullough, who somehow, when hearing the shot, instantly streaked up the stairs to the balcony and checked Dr. King. He was an undercover operative for the Memphis Police Department, but reporting directly to an intelligence officer of the Memphis Police Department.
Remember Lloyd Jowers that I mentioned earlier, the owner of Jim's Grill? Well, according to him, the day before the shooting, there was a meeting of conspirators in Jim's Grill that all had a part in the assassination. The meeting consisted of 5 men, and only 2 of them Jowers could identify. One of them was the aforementioned Police Lieutenant Earl Clark, the supposed shooter. And unbeknownst to Jowers at the time, one of those men was Morel McCullough. If all this is true, that would mean that McCullough was not only a close associate of King's, who was actually a government agent and bugging his hotel room, but that he was also part of the direct conspiracy to murder him and was at the meeting for it the day before. Using these hidden mics that were placed in King's hotel rooms, the FBI got information that they believe showed him as having extramarital affairs. Believing this to be a good way to hurt King's image as the reverend and civil rights leader, they wrote him an at the time anonymous letter that has come out several years later to have originated directly from the FBI. In this letter from the FBI, where the writer pretended to be a former supporter and fellow black man of King, they say in the intro, "King, in view of your low-grade, abnormal personal behavior, I will not dignify your name with either a Mr. or a Reverend or a Doctor, and your last name calls to mind only the type of king such as King Henry VIII, and his countless acts of adultery and immoral conduct lower than that of a beast." Talk about an intro. After proceeding throughout the entire course of the letter to call King a fraud, it ends by saying, "King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do. This exact number has been selected for a specific reason. It has definite practical significance. You are done. There is but one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bared to the nation." So if you ever think that the government didn't hate Martin Luther King, 4 years before his assassination, here's a letter where they literally told him to kill himself. The head of the Memphis Police Department at the time was a 25-year veteran of the FBI. And as a matter of fact, whenever he came to position, he said his number one goal was to make sure that the FBI and the MPD had a two-way street of communication. After the first march took place on March the 28th within Memphis, King decided that it was too dangerous to stay in room 306, as it was a large windowed room that opened up into an open street. He decided to change his room to room 202, that being a more secluded room facing away from the main road. However, before King got there, someone called the hotel and said that they were part of King's accompaniment and asked if they could have the room changed back to 306. By the time King got there, everything else had been booked, so he decided to just stick with room 306. However, that call ahead was not part of King's group, and as a matter of fact, no one has ever identified where the random caller came from. However, I can think of a couple people it could be, and they both start with FBI.
During the course of our investigation, we revealed the fact that the mission of the FBI was to destroy Dr. King. That is all documented in the course of our reports, and we did criticize him severely for the illegal, unconstitutional way in which his civil rights were violated.
Also, the day of the shooting, the FBI immediately took over the investigation, which made no sense because at the time it had nothing to do with anything outside of the state of Tennessee. It should have been a state issue. Even more weird, as soon as the FBI got MLK's body, they never performed an autopsy. Also, remember that book I mentioned earlier, He Slew a Dreamer? The book that had all the information about how James Earl Ray was a racist and how he just really wanted to kill King? Well, the author of that book was William Bradford Huey, and he was very close friends with, you guessed it, J. Edgar Hoover. Immediately after MLK's assassination, a high-ranking agent by the name of Cartha DeLoach put out a bulletin to Hoover saying that there's so much misinformation going around about the case that the FBI should quietly fund a book that would then allow there to be correct information about James Earl Ray and how racist and evil he was. Cartha DeLoach, that name sounds familiar. Oh yeah, and while we're going down the rabbit hole of suspicious stuff that happened around this, let's just keep going. The day of the assassination, whenever they were investigating the boarding house, Captain Ed Atkinson said that he overheard Earl Clark say to another police officer, "We're gonna have to cut the branches down. He couldn't have taken a shot from here." Which, if you'll remember, the branches mean a shot couldn't have been taken, and the MPD worked all night to make sure none were there. Also, Tennessee State Commissioner at the time, Harry Avery, began his own investigation to try to figure out how James Earl Ray, a supposed klutz of a convict, was able to amass so much money and get so many fake IDs, to which he was immediately fired by Governor Buford Ellington. A nurse who was at St. Joseph Hospital at the time that MLK was brought in said that he still had a pulse and they were attempting to resuscitate him before a group of men in suits came in and told them to step away from the body. As she was leaving the room, she turned around and said she saw the men take off King's life-saving equipment. And the only remaining doctor in the room who was with the men was the one who gave King the official time of 7:05 as being his time of death. And speaking of deaths related to this whole thing, let's talk about some of the weird ones. A cab driver by the name of Lewis Word, that's the third cab driver in this whole thing, anyway, said that the night of the shooting, he met with another friend of his named Buddy, who was a cab driver picking someone up from the Lorraine Motel whenever the shooting took place. Buddy said that he was looking at Martin Luther King whenever he was shot, and then turned to his left and saw someone run out of the bushes in front of the boarding house, scale a wall, and get into a vehicle and drive away. Lewis Ward said that a few days later he stopped at the cab agency to ask if anyone had seen Buddy because he hadn't heard from him in a while, and they said that Buddy jumped out of a moving car going down the highway and was immediately ran over and killed in a supposed suicide. They also said that before his death, the last time they saw him, he was trying to tell everyone the story of the shooter who was escaping the crime scene. Remember how I said earlier that despite all this, James Earl Ray couldn't get a retrial? Well, at first, he had a lawyer, Z.T. Osborne, the former lawyer of Jimmy Hoffa, come and say that he would try to get him a new case. 3 months after this, Osborne committed suicide, and his wife said that she never believed that he actually killed himself. Shortly after this, a judge said that he would look at the case because the evidence shows that Ray needs to be retried, and then he died of a heart attack. Another judge came in his place and says that Ray needs to be retried, and then he died of a heart attack. And then the third guy says, nope, no retrial, don't need it, he just leave him in there. A year after the assassination, Martin Luther King's brother Alfred King was also looking into all of the details of this, until he was found floating dead in his at-home swimming pool. The official story is that Alfred drowned. However, Alfred was a fantastic swimmer and, even more alarming, did not have any water in his lungs. He was also wearing just his underwear and had severe bruising around his neck, but the police decided that it was a drowning. In 1971, Bill Sater, a reporter who was looking into the whereabouts of this assassination, was asking questions in Waco, Texas, whenever his drink was poisoned and he died. 6 years after this, the FBI Assistant Director of Intelligence, William Sullivan, was set to testify against J. Edgar Hoover in the House Select Committee of Assassinations. However, a few days before he was set to testify against Hoover, he was shot in the middle of the woods by a man who, quote, mistook him for a deer. Also, that thing I just mentioned, the House Select Committee of Assassinations, if you'll remember in my JFK video, this was an entire committee put together that was made up of senators and other government members to determine if the JFK assassination and the MLK assassination was part of a conspiracy. The one real piece of evidence that they managed to get out of that was, remember how in the beginning I said that Ray was supposedly taking a bounty to kill King from 2 KKK members? Yeah, it turns out they were dead at the time that happened, so yeah, that's not true. However, the House Select Committee didn't come to the conclusion that MLK was definitely a conspiracy, but in 2012 it came out that the liaison that was giving them the information to review was actually a CIA agent. So in the committee that was put together to determine if the CIA killed MLK, it was determined that the CIA did not kill MLK because the evidence provided by the CIA said so. So to go ahead, cover all my bases, I do not want to unalive myself. I'm a great swimmer. I do not look like a deer. Is there anything else I'm missing?
You're a questionable swimmer.
Oh no. There was also a group of the CIA that was currently monitoring King at the time of the assassination, known as the 902nd Military Intelligence Group, that was being led by a Colonel Downey. They had cameras set up everywhere, secret agents set up everywhere to see what would happen with King. Now, you would imagine that whenever the shooting happened, they would have like a picture or something. And according to one former agent, there were in fact several pictures of Jowers running down the hill and around to the back of Jim's Grill. Whenever they were asked for these pictures as part of evidence at the House Select Committee of Assassinations, they said that they got rid of all of them. That every picture they took of the day of the assassination disappeared and they dumped it. And isn't that convenient? So after all of that, do you see why Shelby County, Tennessee gave the King family $100? There was this information as well as personal accounts of witnesses and everything combined that led a jury to believe that, yeah, the government as well as several other agencies, including Lloyd Jowers, were a part of a larger conspiracy to kill Martin Luther King Jr. So take everything I just said as the evidence that the conspiracy occurred compared to the evidence of James Earl Ray, which is one drunk guy's report and fingerprints on a gun that did not shoot the bullet. And most of the people who were involved in this whole thing are either dead or ineffective now anyway. Yet when we see people like Martin Luther King, who were so resolved to make a difference, that he garnered the hatred of those around him and including the country that he resided in. While we may not be able to hold these people accountable in any court on earth, it is our job to better understand the past so that we can be more prepared for what actions come in the future. And on that note,
the FBI killed Martin Luther King.
I am further emphasizing that everything I just said was
King.
And on that note,
the FBI killed Martin Luther King.
I am further emphasizing that everything I just said was in Minecraft as a joke. It's all part of a big satire post that I'm doing right now, and none of it's real. None of this at all is real. It's all just me trying to be funny on my comedy YouTube channel. And boy, I sure do love jokes, and I thought it was pretty funny. And I hope that you thought it was funny too, and thank you for watching. But first of all, I need to make an announcement. So for starters, let me fix this. Now that's better. I'm excited to announce the new film from writer Evan Royalty and director Stephen Hancock, SCP Heretic. If you're watching this channel right now, then you've probably heard about their previous works, the likes of SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord video. It's been a while since I've done a video like this that required this much research, especially about something like an assassination as a joke again. But I really love doing it. I love getting into all of the nitty-gritty about this. I've spent the past few days just combing over documents and watching documentaries about it. And I love it. This is my stuff. And I love having the opportunity to do that. And thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to do that. And thank you for putting me where I'm at. And let me just say thank you so much for 1 million subscribers. This is honestly, for the channel, a pretty good video to have 1 million at. Come here. No, you have to come here. This is the end of the video where I'm talking non-stop and I can't cut it. So you made noise, so now you have to be introduced.
I was just standing up.
She said she was just standing up. It's still going right now. I'm not cutting any of this. Well, it doesn't matter. It's too late. You already ruined it. So come over here. Hi. Okay, she's in my lap. Hello, this is Kayla.
Hi.
Hi. Here's Kayla. How do you feel about 1 million subscribers?
It's
good. It's good. She threw me a party, and it was very cute, and I enjoyed it. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, you can go now.
Shoving me around.
Thank you all so much for 1 million subscribers. Okay. Thank you all so much for 1 million subscribers. Whenever I started this, it was just like a fun side project so that I could talk about weird stories on the internet, and now it's become all of this. 1 million people who like to listen to my ridiculous stories about conspiracy theories or the supernatural or Bible theory or whatever. And being able to take that from just like a fun little thing to do in my free time to all of this is an opportunity I never thought I'd receive, but you've given it to me, and that means a lot, so thank you so much. Not only thank you to all of my subscribers, but thank you to all of my patrons. Thank you to my top tier patrons that you can see here.
At 1:30 p.m. on August the 28th of 2003, a pizza delivery driver named Brian Wells would go out on what seemed to be a normal pizza delivery. 1 hour later, he would be standing in a PNC bank with a shotgun in his hand and a bomb strapped to his chest, demanding $250,000. The tragedy and mysteries that began to unfold that day have been described by federal agents as one of the most complicated and bizarre crimes in the annals of the FBI. Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about FBI Major Case 203, the Bomb Collar Bank Heist. The events of the Bomb Collar Bank Heist are among the most bizarre in criminal history. Those of you that have heard of this case know how absolutely insane it is, and to those of you that haven't, you are in for it today. Now, to try to help us make sense of all of this, I for one have a whiteboard, but also cute little mugshots that I printed out of everyone involved to try to help us wrap our minds around all of this insanity. Now, over the course of this video, I'm going to be referencing journalists and news sites that originally covered this information, as opposed to my arts and crafts project. But the primary one I want to recommend is the Netflix miniseries Evil Genius, made by Barbara Schroeder and Trey Borzalieri, as they not only did a great job covering the events, but also went and interviewed people and got first-hand accounts and information that can be found nowhere else that we're going to talk about today. So if this case interests you, I highly recommend you check out the 4-episode miniseries on Netflix. And today, I'm going to try to go through and tell the story in the timeline that it was revealed to the public and investigators at large. So if you're familiar with this case and you're yelling at the screen at any point if I say something that was proven to be wrong later down the line, I'm laying out information in the order it was discovered, so don't worry, we'll get there. So if you're interested in hearing what turned out to be an overly complicated and cruel bank heist, then stick around as we talk about the Bomb Collar Bank robbery. And it's just gonna be really sad and depressing. It'll be funny in some parts, but mostly just sad and depressing. So if you're interested in that, you've come to the right place. But before I talk about something that will definitely be bad for your brain, let's talk about something that will definitely be good for your body. Like today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. And specifically, their fantastic product, the dietary supplement to help you start your day on the right foot, AG1. Y'all like the whiteboard with the logos and stuff on it? I think it's cute. AG1 is a full-body dietary supplement that helps support things like your immune system, digestion, and energy without being 100 different pills that you have to take every morning, and is instead just one drink. AG1 is full of things like probiotics to support your gut health, as well as several ingredients to aid in digestion. But it's also full of things like natural form B12 and biotin to increase your daily energy, and things like zinc and citrate to help support your immune system. AG1 is pretty much what should be your daily dose of vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and probiotics, all wrapped into one drink. And it's okay, bros, there's no shame in it. As someone who spends all day behind a computer putting together videos, my diet consists primarily of ramen, pizza, and more ramen. But on top of that, I'm also really lazy, which means I don't want to keep track of all the multivitamins and oils and supplements that I'm supposed to take every day. So in other words, I should be dead. But thanks to Athletic Greens, I don't have to micromanage how many pills or drinks I'm taking every morning, because with AG1, it's just one easy step. Your AG1 will come in a bag like this, or you can do what I did and put it in this very aesthetic thermos to help with storage and refrigeration. So all that you have to do for AG1 is get 8 to 12 ounces of cold water, and from there just take a scoop of your AG1, dump it into the water, shake it up, and that's all it takes to start your day off right. And I know what you're asking. You're asking the same thing I am. You're looking at this bottle of green and saying that has to taste terrible. And that's the surprising part. See, I'm used to trying dietary supplements and it just tastes like grass, but with AG1, it tastes just fine. There's not a really strong flavor whenever you drink it. Again, the primary thing inside of this is water. And what aftertaste it does have is just kind of sweet. Not in like a sugary way, but kind of in like a vanilla way, in like a natural sweet way. I tried it and thought it was vanilla. My mom tried it and said it was kind of like a cinnamon. But it's just a pleasant drink that you can have in the morning to start your day off right, without feeling like you just licked the front lawn. AG1 is effectively 9 different health products working together as one, and it's an entire comprehensive diet made simple.
And if you're wanting to start your day off right, then now's the perfect time to do it. Because if you go to the link in the description and get in on AG1 now, then with your purchase, you will receive these 2 free gifts. One is 5 of the AG1 travel packs. This is the exact same thing that you get in the large tub that you scoop out of. These are just individually wrapped travel packs so that you can bring them on the go. And the other is a year's supply of vitamin D3 and K2. All you gotta do is take a drop of this stuff once a day to get your daily intake of those vitamins. Meaning again, it makes your diet much more easy to manage, and since it's only a drop a day, this is a year's supply. So again, if you get in on AG1, you will get 5 extra days of AG1 and a year's worth of vitamin D3 and K2 for free. Because since your health is so important, it shouldn't be complicated. And now, it doesn't have to be. Again, go to the link in the description to get in on AG1 today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you to Athletic Greens for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Once we have context for everything, we're going to go back and look at the events that led up to the robbery that day. But for now, I think there's no better place to start than with the events of August the 28th. Hey everyone, this is Mini Wendigoon. This is a really big case with a lot of moving parts, so there's some stuff I forgot to include on the initial recording. So whenever you see this little dude, it's me speaking through his corporeal form to give you information I forgot earlier. The first thing I want to mention is I will be using some diagrams and images from pizzabomber.com. It's a fantastic website of people who have done a great job at compiling stories and evidence photos from the case itself. So if you see any of the diagrams in this video that seem helpful, I encourage you to check them out. They'll be linked in the description. And thank you pizzabomber.com for the work you're doing. On August the 28th of 2003, a 46-year-old pizza delivery driver named Brian Wells was working his normal shift at the Mamma Mia's Pizzeria in Erie, Pennsylvania. Everything was going normal until around 1:30 p.m. The owner of the pizzeria received a delivery call. The owner couldn't understand what the guy on the other end of the line was saying, so he passed the phone to Brian. Brian says that the call was for 2 sausage pizzas to be delivered to 8631 Peach Street. Brian drives to the location that turns out to be an abandoned radio station. It also turns out that after future investigation, the original phone call was made from a nearby gas station. Brian goes to deliver the pizzas, and all seems normal for now, until nearly an hour had passed by and Brian hadn't come back to work. What might have happened to Brian in that hour of lost time will be discussed later, but what matters now is what happened at 2:30. At around 2:30 p.m., Brian walked into a local PNC bank. He was holding a cane and wearing a t-shirt that had "Guess" written across it. Underneath the t-shirt, something was lying on his chest. When Brian gets to the counter, he slides a note to the teller demanding $250,000. He also reveals that the cane that he's holding is a shotgun in disguise, and that underneath his shirt is a large bomb collar. Somehow, in that hour of time between delivering the pizza and showing up here at the bank, Brian had a bomb strapped to his chest with what seemed to be a giant metal handcuff wrapped around his neck to keep it in place. The note that he slid the teller was ridiculously long, and I'm not going to read all of it for sake of time, but as you can see here, this is way more information than is needed to just say, "Give me $250,000. The teller says that the vault cannot be open at this time, and the best she can do is give him all the money they have in the register. So Bryant walked out with $8,702. During this time, other tellers were trying to usher people out of the bank, and a few people began to call the police. From here, Bryant drove to a McDonald's parking lot, I'll explain why later, and then from there, about 15 minutes after the robbery took place, police pull him over in the parking lot of Eyeglass World, just as Bryant was trying to leave the McDonald's. Police get Bryant out of the car, arrest him, but as they're arresting him, he mentions something about a bomb. The officers look under his shirt, and sure enough, he has a bomb collar strapped to his neck. The police immediately clear the street and begin to evacuate the nearby buildings and roads so that no one gets hurt. The initial stop was made around 2:54 and the bomb squad was called at around 3:04. But there was a problem with the bomb squad getting there. See, in order to make sure that no one would be harmed if the bomb did go off, they began to evacuate and clear the main road that led to the Eyeglass World parking lot. What that meant is further down every street, there was a lot of congestion. So The bomb squad truck that would normally be able to get there just fine now had to contend with traffic. The police keep their guns aimed on Brian. They have no idea if this guy has strapped a bomb to himself in order to rob the bank, if someone else has done that to him, so they begin to ask him questions. All that Brian says is that 3 black men held him down and strapped the bomb to his neck. When asked to further identify these men, he couldn't and simply said that they were 3 black guys. In the midst of this, Brian seems to be making nonsensical requests, like he asks the police to call his boss so that his boss doesn't think he's slacking off work. He also begins to tell the police that maybe if they can take the notes and continue on to the next steps, that they can get the key to let him free. Again, the police have no idea what Brian's talking about, but Brian continues to say maybe they can follow the steps. By this time, local news crews had shown up and were recording the entire ordeal from several different angles. As the police and Brian are talking, the collar on Brian's neck begins to beep. When it does, Brian seems to sort of panic. His voice gets more exacerbated, and he keeps asking the police to come get it off of him and saying that he's not lying, it's gonna blow. As the beeping gets faster and faster, Brian begins to try to physically scoot away from the bomb that is strapped to his chest, seemingly trying to get away from the explosion. The tension continues to build until at 3:18, the bomb explodes. The back wall of the metal device that was hanging in front of Brian's chest had a metal plate that seemed to be cut in segregated pieces to cause fragmentation. The back plate didn't work quite like that, but what it did do is blow the piece of metal inward that punched about a fist-sized hole through Brian's chest. Brian died in seconds, and the entire ordeal was recorded by the news cameras. Now, due to a broadcasting malfunction, Brian's death wasn't shown live on the air, but the footage still existed and managed to find its way online. The bomb squad finally arrived 3 minutes after Brian's death. As they began to clear his car and search through the evidence, they found 9 pages of handwritten notes in Brian's vehicle. The notes contained a series of instructions for Brian, the receptionist at the bank manager, and the police. Brian being referred to as bomb hostage within the notes. The notes given to Brian featured a series of rules for him on the first page. The rules are as follows. Number 1, you must follow a course of instructions to find keys and combination codes to disarm bomb. Do not insert keys into keyholes until instructed. Some keyholes are booby-trapped to prevent tampering. Number 2, drive 60 miles an hour throughout course. Number 3, use only 2 or 3 minutes at each stop. A sentry will be watching at each stop to ensure you are not being followed. Number 4, bomb has tripwires. Forcing or tampering will detonate. Number 5, all weapons, papers, containers, tapes, etc. must be returned to us. Each item you find after dropping money has a key and or combination word. You will need to decipher the combination. This will disarm some tripwires before you unlock. This procedure is to make sure you leave no materials behind. And upon reading the notes, it seems that Brian was sent on a life or death scavenger hunt. The notes he was given gave him very specific instructions of what to do following the bank robbery. After robbing the bank, Brian was to drive in and around Erie finding different combinations and keys to stop the bomb on his chest from blowing up. I really cannot stress how much this whole thing is like a saw trap. He seemingly was placed in a collar and given a series of directions with a timer of 55 minutes to complete everything, or else the bomb would detonate. So the first thing the police do is keep following the trail. It seemed that along each stop there would be another note to give Brian more directions on where to go next. It seems that after robbing the bank, the next step was go to the nearby McDonald's. At that McDonald's, next to the McDonald's sign, there was a rock, and underneath that rock was a jar containing Brian's next steps. Brian had made it that far. As mentioned earlier, police saw him as he was leaving the McDonald's, and it seems that when the police stopped him, he was going on to the next objective. That next objective was located in the woods just outside of town. It's also mentioned in the note that there were a series of sentries who would be driving around town making sure Brian was doing everything he was supposed to. And the first thing he was supposed to do after leaving McDonald's was tie an orange ribbon around a fire hydrant as a signal that the bank had been successfully robbed. It seems that the police stopped him right as he was about to tie the ribbon. So the police follow these notes to the location mentioned in the woods, and when they get there, sure enough, they find an orange ribbon and a jar that contains the next set of directions. While they were searching that location, Officer Lamont King says that he saw a blue van pull up in the tree line, see the police officers that were searching the area where the jar was located before the van stopped, backed up, and drove away. Keep that blue van in mind for later. The note they found in the woods told them to drive to a road sign a few miles away, get out at the road sign, and walk through the grass into a field. When the police got to that next location, they found the jar, but nothing was in it. Meaning that either whoever was watching this go down, perhaps the sentries and the person in the blue van as mentioned earlier, had seen the police were meddling with everything, so they went to the jar and took out the next set of directions before the police could get there, or Bryant was never intended to make it that far. So with that, the police couldn't keep chasing the trail of breadcrumbs and had to begin their investigation as per usual. As you can imagine, this was a huge deal in Erie at the time. This small town had been hit by what was seemingly this masterminded heist with a guy with a explosive collar strapped to his neck who was supposed to carry it all out. There was a lot of pressure to get this case solved, so the police began to work fast. Hey, so we're going to do the rest of this over here. Sitting in that chair and turning like that over and over made me feel like Santa Claus, so we're just going to stand. The first thing the police did was search Brian's home, and they didn't find much. The one thing they did find was the number of a local prostitute named Jessica Hoopsick. It seems that Brian knew Hoopsick and would regularly call her to turn tricks. I wonder if YouTube's demonetization's caught on to that one yet. We'll find out. But the only thing that proves is that he was okay with very brief steps outside of the law. That is still a far cry from a bomb collar bank robbery. So while the police are investigating this and trying to go through Brian's history to see if he had known anyone who would be capable of something like this, or if anyone in Brian's past would indicate that he'd ever do something like this, something weird happens. On August the 31st, only 3 days after the bank robbery and Brian's death, the only other pizza delivery driver at Mamma Mia's Pizzeria, a man by the name of Robert Panetti, who was the co-worker of Brian, dies. He died in his home of what appears to be a drug overdose. Now, Robert did have a history of drug abuse in the past, so it's not out of completely left field that he would die of an OD. But what was suspicious about this to investigators is originally they had went to the pizzeria to interview Robert on that Saturday. Brian died on Thursday the 28th, and Robert was approached to be interviewed 2 days later on Saturday the 30th. But Robert said, well, I'm working a shift today, I don't really want to do the interview, can we put the interview off till Monday? And the investigator said yes, but the night before he's supposed to be interviewed on August 31st, he overdoses. So, as you could imagine, this wasn't open and shut for investigators, and the door was left open that he might have some connection to everything that's going on. And they figured that even if it was an overdose, maybe the stress of being interrogated by police, if he had something to do with the bank heist, was too much for him, so he just kept taking drugs and eventually died. In the meantime, police are looking for Jessica Hoopsick and can't seem to find her. The only other lead that they follow during this time is there was a woman who was a previous girlfriend, I believe, of Brian's, who was now dating a black guy who, the reports vary. Some say he was a welder, others say he was a mechanic, some kind of person who was good with toolcraft, who could theoretically make the collar bomb. And if you'll remember, the only thing Brian gave them to go off of before he died was that 3 black man threw the collar on him. So the cops in Erie, Pennsylvania are like, all right, I guess we'll just look for black people. But as you could imagine, that didn't go anywhere. The 2 other points they had to go off of was the radio tower and the bomb itself. At the radio tower, the forensics team took a pretty good record of what went down going off of the dirt road and path in front of the radio tower itself. So they could see from the dirt that Brian's car drove up. There were several people standing out front of the radio tower, and as indicated by the dirt, there was a sort of scuffle where it seems a couple people fell over before Brian's car drives away. Assumedly, it was at the radio tower that this bomb collar would have been put onto him. So the question is, what went down at 8631 Peach Street? It seems that there was some kind of a fight in the dirt, but other than that, they didn't have a lot to go on. The other lead was the bomb itself, which was weird to say the least. The inner machinations of the bomb itself weren't that complicated. It was just 2 pipe bombs laid in front of Brian's chest that were filled with smokeless powder. It's pretty much the most elementary bomb you could make. The actual locking mechanism around the neck was effectively a giant handcuff, with the same system of ratchets that click into place, and a key that's needed to release the ratchet so that it can come undone. Now, while that was the basic construction of the bomb, it had several other complications. Like, while 1 key could be used to undo the whole thing, the bomb itself had 4 keyholes and a 3-digit combination lock. On top of that, the inside of the case holding the bomb had 2 kitchen timers that were seemingly used for the countdown that would start the explosion sequence indicated by the beeping noise. But there were also a lot of really weird implements on the bomb as well. Like, for example, there was a fake cell phone that was put into it, seemingly just to throw people off, as well as several wires that didn't go anywhere. On top of that, there were several warnings written on the collar itself that said things like, if you cut the wrong wire, it will cause an early detonation. If you try to remove it this way, that will cause a detonation, and seemed to be a way of giving red herrings to whatever police officer would try to remove the device. It was an otherwise simple mechanism that was made overly complicated to throw off investigators, kind of like this entire case.
Another point to mention is that in order to keep the bomb collar intact during the investigation, the police decided to remove Brian's head during his autopsy. As you could imagine, this decision was highly contested by the family, but since the bomb collar was the only thing the police had to work with, they decided that keeping it intact was paramount.
See, at this time, the FBI began building a profile and putting out to the public that whoever's doing this isn't just in it for the money. There's easier ways to steal $250,000. They're partially in it for the game of it all. Because think about it, supposedly just kidnapping a random guy, throwing this collar on him, and then doing things like the fake instructions or the ridiculously long series of notes to give to the bank teller and the entire scavenger hunt of the crime itself. It seems that whatever was going on here was more than just a bank robbery. However, it would get far more complicated than anyone expected very soon. On September the 20th, 3 weeks after Brian's death, the Erie police receive a phone call. The phone call is from a man named Bill Rothstein, who says he has a dead body in his freezer. Bill says that the body is of a man named James Roden. However, Bill says that he did not kill James Roden, and that the killer was a woman named Marjorie Deal Armstrong. Marjorie is one of the most important players in this entire case, and for good reason. See, Marjorie had a history of legal trouble in Erie, Pennsylvania. In 1984, she was the focus of the most famous murder case in Erie's history, up until this murder case. In 1984, Marjorie murdered her boyfriend by shooting him in the chest 6 times while he was asleep on the couch. It was a whole legal trial because Marjorie said that she was being abused by this boyfriend and that the reason she killed him while he was asleep is because she felt it was the only time she'd be safe from him. And after a very messy and public trial, Marjorie was released. 8 years later, in 1992, Marjorie's at the time husband came to the hospital for a brain hemorrhage. He was unresponsive, but according to Marjorie, he had hit his head falling into the coffee table. Her husband died while at the hospital, and Marjorie sued the hospital for malpractice and won. However, given her past history of shooting the guy to death, as well as her current endeavors, several people think maybe her husband didn't die from just falling into the coffee table. There was also apparently a boyfriend somewhere in there who she dated for a while who took his own life, so she has a history of men dying in her presence. So back in this timeline, Bill calls the police and says that Marjorie murdered James Roden and the body is now stuffed in Bill's freezer. Bill says that Marjorie had murdered James over a money dispute and had Bill get rid of the gun. Bill, being afraid of Marjorie and knowing how manipulative she can be, decided to help her get rid of the evidence and store the body. However, it was after Marjorie asked him to grind up the body of James Roden that Bill couldn't do it and decided to call the police. So why does any of this relate to our Brian Wells case? What does any of this have to do with a bank heist on August the 28th? Well, the address that Bill lived at, where James Roden's body was located, was 8645 Peach Street, effectively the front yard of the abandoned radio tower. Whenever Bill calls the police, he tells them to arrest Marjorie, who is currently living at Bill's house. So the police go to get the body, they arrest Marjorie, and they go through both of their houses, and both of them were compulsive hoarders. Not only did they have clutter and just various things to such a degree that the police weren't able to find the floor as they were walking through the house, but Marjorie here also had 400 pounds of butter and 700 pounds of cheese, all of which were completely rotted. The officers who arrested Marjorie said that the most distinct memory of the entire event was A, how loud she was, and B, how stinky she was. The entire house was covered in dog poop and rotten food, and she smelled like both of those things. And before you're like, wow, Wendigoon, that's really mean to make fun of someone who's in poverty. For one, Marjorie was not in poverty because if you'll remember, she won a ton of money from her dead husband's malpractice suit. The specific amount seems to be private, but she bought a ton of expensive things and continuously told people that she was rich. And two, Marjorie is really, really annoying. She would never stop talking, she would constantly yell and berate people around her, even people who were trying to help her, like reporters and her own attorney. A few doctors diagnosed her with things like bipolar disorder, but other doctors just said she had a narcissistic personality disorder. The FBI agents who would interrogate her over the coming months said that anytime they would go to talk to her, she would just yell expletives at them, tell them to kill themselves, that she hated them, and then one of them would compliment her, be like, "Your hair looks lovely today," and she just stopped immediately. In that 1984 case, whenever she murdered her boyfriend, her own defense attorney said that she should have never went to trial because if she goes to trial, she can get off for some level of mental incompetency or being battered or what have you, and said that she should instead be put into an institution where she can be locked away forever. She is dangerous and smart, and that if she is allowed to go free, this will happen again. Which, if your own attorney's saying that, that's pretty bad. So Bill Rothstein calls the police, says that there's a dead body in his freezer, that Marjorie did it. The police already know who Marjorie is, so they go to arrest her and they get James's body out and begin sifting through the house. Right after Bill made that phone call, he apparently attempted to take his own life. A lot of sources say that he only wrote the note and then never made any physical attempts to do it. But in the Netflix documentary, there's a scene where the police are walking through his house and ask what the bag of blood with a razor blade in it is, and he says that that's his. And this point's never refuted, so I imagine the police tested it and it turns out that that was his blood. So it seems there was some kind of physical attempt made. Bill hurriedly wrote a note after he called the police, assuming that he would have finished the deed by the time the police got there. In the note he says, "The body in the freezer in the garage is Jim Roden. I did not kill him nor participate in his death. My apologies to those who cared for or about me. I am sorry that I let them down. I am sorry to leave you this mess, Bill Rothstein." However, the most interesting part is what he wrote at the beginning of this note that says, "This has nothing to do with the Wells case." Okay, so picture this. You're an investigator. You get a call that there is a dead body at this location directly in the front yard of the radio tower, right where the big mystery location of the bomb collar bank robbery. And officially, there's no connection because James Roden, come to find out in the autopsy, was killed 3 weeks before the day Brian Wells was killed. So seemingly, it's an unrelated incident. I mean, obviously they're going to investigate it, but the hard evidence is that it's just coincidence the two were located so close to each other. And then the guy who assisted in moving the body of James Roden writes in his note, "This has nothing to do with Brian Wells." So at this point, the FBI has 3 bodies that seemingly have no relation to each other, except for the guy who said that one of them is definitely not related, so definitely don't look into it, and whenever he's asked about it, he says he has no idea what they're talking about. I can't profess to know exactly how the FBI was feeling at the time, but if I had to guess, it was probably something like, because it seems like while they've been investigating for the past month, these wheels have been turning in the background that there's been no evidence of for them to stop before it's too late. But now it seems that their best leads are Bill Rothstein and Marjorie Diehl Armstrong. So right now, let's talk about Bill Rothstein. Bill Rothstein, like Marjorie, was also a very annoying person, but for a different reason. Bill was the kind of guy who always felt like he was the smartest person in the room. He would constantly use needlessly complicated words and always talk down to people who he felt weren't as educated as he was. In a lot of the interview segments I've seen with him, he would randomly switch into speaking French or Hebrew and then be like, "Oh, you don't speak French? Okay, well, I guess I'll speak English for the commoners." He was the kind of guy who always wanted to prove how smart he was. Bill also had a lot of technical know-how. He was fluent with several different kinds of machinery and metalwork, and according to those around him, he was a very gifted guy who never really followed through on anything. He was going to be a pilot for a while, but then he decided he wasn't interested. He was going to be a professor, then decided he wasn't interested, which eventually led to the situation of him living in a derelict biohazard of a home while telling people around him that he's smarter than them because he can speak Hebrew. The way that Bill knew Marjorie is that the two of them were lovers, at least for a time. Several years back, Bill and Marjorie dated, and according to some reports, were even engaged for a time. However, the two broke up on bitter terms, but according to everyone who knew these two, Bill could never get over Marjorie. So anytime she had trouble or wanted something from him, he was at her beck and call. It's also important to point out that both of them were smart. I know that I've mentioned they had physical smarts, like she was conniving and he was fluent in things like French and Hebrew, but they both seemed to be clever as well. Marjorie had a master's degree, and Bill had apparently taken all kinds of college classes and led a group called the Fractured Intellectuals, which was, I imagine, a group of people who thought they were too smart for everyone else. I mean, he called his group the Fractured Intellectuals, like, okay. And it seems that a lot of the troubles with the investigation came from investigators underestimating these two. So anyway, Bill is now in interrogation for the phone call he made that's got Marjorie arrested and led to the body of James Roden. Bill is completely open with everything. He explains that Marjorie had hated James Roden for a long time. They were a very on-again, off-again relationship where they would be very passionate and in love one minute and then wanting to kill each other the next. Bill said one night, in a fit of rage, after they had had an argument over money, Marjorie loaded a shotgun and shot James in the back. Bill came over to help her, and after she gave him $2,000, he took the body to put in his freezer and then used a torch to melt down the shotgun. And as mentioned earlier, he was content on keeping it into the future, but whenever she asked him to grind up the body, he said he wouldn't do it. And once again, it was determined that James Roden was killed 3 weeks before Brian Wells. So seemingly, the two deaths were unconnected, other than the fact that it just so happened the body was hidden very close to the radio station. During this time, the only other person that the police were able to loop in to their investigation was an old roommate of Bill Rothstein's named Floyd Stockton. Floyd Stockton had lived with Rothstein supposedly at the time of James Roden's death and was currently in hiding for having physical relations with a 14-year-old girl, so real stand-up kind of guy. Eventually, the police find Floyd, and he backs up everything that Bill says about the James Roden case, but says he has no information about Brian Wells. So I want you to think for a second. There is currently a woman who has a history of murder. Again, she got off on him, but she has at least definitely killed 2 people at this point, Roden and her first boyfriend, justified or not. And then she has a lover, or on-again, off-again lover, who lives in the front yard of the location where Brian Wells was kidnapped, and he has an affinity for building metal contraptions and making things needlessly elaborate and trying to prove how smart he is. And they're trying to figure out who in that radio station, at that abandoned radio station, would put together a scenario where a man gets a bomb strapped to his chest and is told to follow a scavenger hunt. And they've got these two literally in the front yard. And what does the FBI do? After talking to Stockton, they remove Rothstein from the Brian Wells investigation. He's still having his whole investigation with James Roden, but they said, no, this guy looks totally clear of Brian Wells, even though he lives in the front yard of where the whole Wells situation went down. And when he wrote a suicide note, the first thing he said is, this has nothing to do with Brian Wells, so don't ask about it. I'm convinced that, like, police television shows, like, serial dramas, like Law and Order, Criminal Minds, those have to be funded by the State Department. Like, we know the Department of Defense funds games like Call of Duty because it's like propaganda, right? And like Homeland Security or the FBI or someone's got to be funding those TV shows, because those shows are always like a cop sees a strand of hair and they're like, this clearly relates back to the cold case I read about in 1972 during my day off. When in real life, every single case I read about, the cops are like, after 8 months, they eventually searched the skeleton pile only to find that it was full of skeletons. So, after the police cleared Rothstein, Marjorie finds out about it, and she's not happy one bit. Also, if during the whole time of me mentioning them being on-again, off-again lovers, let me just clarify that publicly, they absolutely despised each other. If they did have a relationship, it was one built on hate, because they were constantly saying things to try to get the other one locked up. So, while Rothstein gets cleared of suspicion on the Wells case, while Marjorie is being moved through prison and the press are all over her with cameras, she looks at them and yells, "Bill Rothstein is responsible for Brian Wells' death." So that opens the door back up. Okay, well, the person that we think killed Wells is now saying Rothstein killed Wells. So even though Rothstein wasn't the Fed's primary guy at the moment, people began to ask him questions, and over again, Rothstein said no, he has nothing to do with the Brian Wells case. Also during this time, Bill had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and his condition was slowly getting worse. And eventually, in 2004, he ends up in a hospital. In July, during his last month of life, feds would continue to go to his bedside and say, look, you're almost dead. You're definitely not going to go to trial at this rate. You'll be dead before anything happens. Why don't you just tell us, did you have anything to do with Brian Wells? And one agent said that after he asked him that question, Bill, laying on the bed, not even looking at him, sarcastically drew a big no with his finger. And up until Bill Rothstein's death on July the 30th of 2004, he denied any association with the Brian Wells case. So Bill is now dead. I could draw X's there. Oh, I could do the thing that they do in... Yeah, look at that. Oh, I've always wanted to do that, like the old CIA pictures and stuff, bulletin boards, like the target's dead or whatever. I get to put the X over the I. That's cool. I like that. Like I said, YouTube's just a glorified daycare. I guess I draw an X over their eyes too, since they're dead. Do I draw an X over their eye? Feels kind of rude. I'll draw a red X over their eye. That feels less harsh. Y'all probably can't even see that, but yeah, red X is just to symbolize their death. So shortly after Bill's death, probably realizing there wasn't a lot of ways for this to play out, they pretty much had her dead to rights, Marjorie confessed to the death of James Roden. Specifically, she confessed to third-degree murder, but mentally ill, which means she was sentenced to 7 to 20 years in a mental institution. Again, I'm going to mention that you should definitely watch the Netflix documentary, because it's around this time that the creator of the documentary began to go to Erie, Pennsylvania, and make contact with these people directly. As a matter of fact, he tried to speak to Bill Rothstein shortly before his death, but Rothstein denied him. I mention that because it's during this time that the documentary maker begins to talk to Marjorie Deal, who is just willing to talk to anyone about anything relating to herself. So as soon as Bill's out of the picture, she immediately begins saying to both the documentary crew and the police that Rothstein was responsible for Brian Wells' death. And then from there, during her sentencing, it seems Marjorie just couldn't help but talk all about the Wells case. See, initially she was quiet about it and didn't bring it up. She implicated a friend of hers, Ken Barnes, on an old cold case, and whenever she saw that the police weren't interested in that, she was like, well, actually, I know a lot about the Wells case, so the feds started to listen. It seems that Marjorie wanted transferred to a different facility because she would apparently call her attorney and the news up to twice an hour just to babble on and on about the case. So at some point, her lawyer said something like, oh, I don't want to, drive all the way to the facility you're at. I can't do that every day. So she is trying to give information to the feds so that she can be closer to her attorney, so her attorney would have to come see her more. So she starts talking about the Wells case and says all kinds of crazy stuff. For one, she mentions to investigators that Rothstein had her buy 2 kitchen timers to be used in the explosive. This was a big deal because the fact that there were 2 kitchen timers wasn't made public knowledge, so it would be something that only the people who were a part of the case would be privy to. She also mentioned that it was weird how Rothstein had a blue van that he hid after Wells' death that he only began to use again after he was cleared of Wells' death. And if you'll remember, a blue van is what Lamont King saw out in the tree line the day of the bank heist whenever they went to the woods to find a clue and he saw a van out in the distance, meaning it's quite possible that that was Bill Rothstein's van. Also, during this time, they found a letter from Marjorie that indicated she was furious at PNC Bank, the same one Brian Wells robbed, because she thought that they were letting her father dip into her savings account, which wasn't true. It was his money to begin with, but she was still mad at PNC. So as feds would gently pressure her about things like this, like, hey, weren't you mad at the bank that the robbery took place at? She just keeps saying more stuff. She starts to talk about how Rothstein was coordinating it. She says that Stockton, Rothstein's old roommate, was in on it. Also, in the meantime, this case keeps making the rounds through news sources and television shows. I think it was on America's Most Wanted like 3 times. And as they would keep telling this story over and over again in the press, new information would come out. Like, for example, remember how at the beginning of the story I said that the phone call that ordered the 2 pizzas that kicked all of this off was made from a payphone at a local gas station. Well, that's where the call was traced back to, but initially there were no eyewitnesses of who made the call. That is, until a guy in Erie was watching America's Most Wanted and saw the picture of Bill Rothstein and Marjorie Deal and said that those were the 2 people he saw at the payphone the morning of August the 28th. Meaning that's an eyewitness saying that Rothstein and Deal kicked the heist off. On top of that, another witness who was driving down the highway through Erie the day of August the 28th says that he saw Marjorie in a car driving on the median in the opposite direction up the highway going like 70 miles an hour, and said that she had a very distinct and abnormal face that he immediately recognized whenever he saw it on television. So that is 2 people who placed Marjorie as the one, along with Rothstein, who kicked off the entire event by telling Wells to come out to the radio tower, and someone who saw her speeding down the highway in the wrong direction at the time everything was going down. And what was funny is the feds would go to Marjorie with this, because, you know, you can't convict someone for murder or bank robbery off of one eyewitness, right? So they would go to Marjorie and be like, Marjorie, this information's not looking good. And Marjorie would be like, well, if you get me immunity, I'll tell you everything I know. And they'd be like, oh yeah, what do you know? And she'd be like, well, I know that on the day of August 28th, and she would just give them information. Like she couldn't quit talking because she was so full of herself. So she would just talk all of her information out the window. Eventually, the feds asked if she would do a ride-along with them to show them where she was at the day of August 28th, the day of the heist. So she gets in the back of the car and drives them to every location she was at that day, which was always immediately next to Brian Wells. It was next to the bank, next to the McDonald's, next to Eyeglass World. And I guess she was saying all that in case someone had spotted her at any of these locations, but her story was that she was just conveniently shopping like 100 feet from Brian throughout the day, and also didn't know anything about the event, despite the roads being shut down, despite a bomb going off in the middle of town. Said she didn't see or hear anything until she went home that night and saw it on the news. So she gets into the car with the feds, tells them all of that, and then when they get back to jail, she goes, but I won't tell you anymore without immunity. Like, do you even understand what a negotiation is or immunity? Like, I hyped her up a little bit, saying like, oh, she's smart, she had a master's degree and all that, but she is not smart when it would sacrifice bragging. Also during this time, the feds were building a case against her, even though she was doing a pretty good job of that herself. They were building a case against her with information that had been taken from the past several years. For example, whenever she was in prison awaiting the trial for James Roden, there were several other women in the prison who began to literally take notes on the things she would say. Among these was a woman named Kelly McKella, who anytime Marjorie would say something relating to either Roden or the Wells case, would write it down. Among those, she said things like Stockton being involved as one of the conspirators, and quote, "It's not like we didn't measure his neck for the collar." I should also mention that the reason these notes took so long to come forward as evidence and be made known to investigators is because the police department took the notes and filed them away in a desk inside of an envelope labeled snitch notes, and seemingly just forgot about them until years later. So yeah, see my skeleton pile joke from earlier. So while the feds are building their case, there's another character in this story that they've been keeping an eye on, who I should mention now. That man is named Ken Barnes. Ken Barnes was a local drug dealer who knew Stockton, Rothstein, and Deal personally. As a matter of fact, Barnes and his girlfriend would often go out fishing with Deal and Roden. During the Roden investigation, Barnes was very complicit with the police and would tell them about how Deal and Roden would get into fights all the time, and he's not surprised that Deal would eventually kill him. Also, if you'll remember, whenever Marjorie was trying to get her sentence reduced or some kind of immunity, she was trying to out Ken Barnes for an old cold case, so no honor among thieves. In 2005, while Barnes was in jail for completely unrelated drug charges, he was talking to his brother-in-law and said something about him being involved with the Wells case. So Barnes' brother-in-law went to the police and said, "Hey, I think my brother-in-law has something to do with the bomb collar bank heist." So the police began to interrogate him, and Barnes starts to say vague things about Marjorie's involvement. After Marjorie gets wind of this, she changes her story and says it wasn't actually Rothstein who was the mastermind of this whole thing. It was Rothstein and Barnes who were the mastermind of this whole thing, and she's of course innocent. And this kind of goes back and forth for a while, with Barnes saying stuff about Marjorie's involvement and Marjorie saying stuff about Barnes' involvement, until eventually Barnes realizes that eventually Marjorie's going to take some kind of plea deal and he's going to be out of luck, so he decides to get ahead of the curve. So on December the 9th of 2005, Ken Barnes gives a full confession. Ken says that the entire purpose for this bank heist was Marjorie Deal wanted her dad dead. Marjorie's mother had died years before, and Marjorie's father was at one time a very wealthy man. As he got older, he began to give more and more of his money to people in the community and local churches. Marjorie didn't like this, thinking that her father was giving away her inheritance. Which, funny side note, the father was asked and said that his daughter was never in his inheritance because he knew that she was crazy and would probably try to kill him. But nevertheless, Marjorie thought that if she could kill her father, then she'll get his money faster, and, before he donates it. So, she asked Ken Barnes how much it would cost for him to kill her father. Now, Ken says that he would, of course, never have done this, but he was just seeing if she'd be dumb enough to give him some of the money up front. I don't believe him at all, because there's no way they went through the stages of planning a whole heist over a joke, because he definitely wouldn't murder her father. He was so going to kill her father. But Ken says he would be willing to murder her father for $250,000. So the four of these people decide to plan a heist that they will be completely physically removed from. Ken says that the day before August the 28th, on August the 27th, there was a meeting to discuss the events of the heist that would be played out the next day. Ken says the people at that meeting were Floyd Stockton, Bill Rothstein, Marjorie Deal, Robert Panetti, and Brian Wells. According to Ken Barnes, Brian Wells was a part of the conspiracy that would end up killing him. This was an immediate shock to everyone. Other than maybe the idea that he got in with the wrong crowd, no one thought that Brian was a part of his own murder. On top of that, Barnes says whenever they originally came up with the idea of the heist, James Roden was supposed to be the driver. But Barnes hadn't seen him for a few weeks before all of this went down, which is why he wasn't at this meeting. So seemingly that connects the Roden case to all of this. because it seems that Marjorie killed him, perhaps because he wasn't going to go along with it or was going to tell somebody. At the very least, it seems Roden knew about the bank heist. And according to an eyewitness who apparently saw Brian Wells with this group of people on August the 27th, and the confession that Stockton would later give after given a plea deal, all three say that Brian Wells was a part of the conspiracy. Specifically, according to Barnes, he thought that he was going to go in with a fake explosive, and that fake explosive was just a means of innocence if the plan doesn't work out. Because theoretically, if the cops stop him and they open the bomb case and see that there was never an explosive, but that Brian thought his life was on the line, then they're not going to thank him as one of the perpetrators. So according to Barnes, Brian was a part of it up until the bomb was real. According to Barnes, this was the events of August the 28th. Barnes says that he was picked up by Marjorie that morning to get ready for the heist. Everyone set up at the radio tower, and then Marjorie and Bill went to order the pizza. Whenever Brian got there with the pizza, he was standing there in front of Ken, Floyd, Bill, and Marjorie. As they're standing there, Stockton brings out the bomb collar from inside of the radio tower. Wells, realizing that something was wrong, or perhaps realizing then that the bomb was real, tries to get away. As he does, Barnes and Stockton tackle him, and while they're scuffling on the ground, Rothstein fires a bullet into the air. This is corroborated by the signs of struggle that were seen on the dirt road that day, as well as locals who said they heard a gunshot before the heist took place. Stockton and Barnes latch the bomb collar onto Brian's chest, and then Marjorie puts the t-shirt over him that says, "Guess." While she's doing that, she tells Brian that if the police ask who did it, just to tell them that it was 3 black guys. This explains why Brian, before his death, said that it was 3 black men he couldn't identify. Over the course of the robbery, Marjorie and Ken drove around to the locations that Marjorie had told the feds that she was at during the robbery, and the two of them watched with binoculars as Brian went through the steps of the heist itself. Whenever everything went wrong and the bomb exploded, Marjorie decided to get out of there, which resulted in her taking the wrong turn into the wrong direction of the highway and driving down the shoulder, as the witness saw. On March the 27th of 2007, Stockton also made a confession in exchange for immunity, and his story corroborated Barnes. Now, at the time, it was not customary to record confessions. The thought process being that if someone is confessing in front of a camera, they're going to speak differently. So at the time, the FBI would just record notes and keep them internally. But according to the FBI, the two reports matched each other. Again, check out the Netflix documentary, because in the Netflix documentary, he calls Barnes directly, and Barnes gives him a recounting of that confession. Again, this entire video is basically just an advertisement for Netflix, so you're welcome. Here's a free one, I guess. Now, neither Stockton nor Barnes knew exactly who came up with this whole thing. They both kind of presented the idea that they were more so hired into the scheme. Although, since all this went down, the police have all but confirmed that the person who at least built the collar was Rothstein. After sifting through all of the junk in Rothstein's house, they found diagrams that were a one-to-one match for the explosive collar itself, as well as writing that matched between the two, and even what appears to be a small glimpse of Rothstein's handwriting on the back of one of the notes. So, at least the physical aspects, it seems Rothstein was the mastermind of. However, even if he did the physical building, which, again, we figured considering that he worked with metal and was a sort of craftsman, that's not to say Marjorie wasn't still the mastermind. Marjorie continues to say that she had nothing to do with it, but knows everyone else is involved, but at this point, it's their word against hers. So, Marjorie finally goes to trial for the conspiracy of bank robbery and use of a destructive device and blah blah blah, and she is eventually convicted on all 3 counts. During the trial, she was very annoying and loud and constantly yelled things like liar, and then the judge had to keep shushing her. And by the end of it, she was sentenced to life plus 30 years. Specifically, the charges that she was convicted of was armed bank robbery, conspiracy to commit armed bank robbery, and using a destructive device in a crime of violence. So, she gets sentenced to life and then some. Barnes got his sentence reduced from 45 years for being responsible for the conspiracy down to 22 as part of his plea deal to testify against Marjorie. And Stockton just walked as a free man because he had already served his time for the 14-year-old girl thing that I mentioned earlier, and he somehow managed to get immunity for talking about all this. Also, during the trial, Marjorie was diagnosed with breast cancer and was given 7 to 10 years to live. Up to the end, Marjorie continued to say over and over again that she was not responsible for the conspiracy, that they got the wrong person, that the FBI's idiots for letting everyone else get away, and that Brian Wells was a part of the conspiracy. She maintained this up until her death on April the 4th of 2017. While he was scheduled to be released in 2027, Ken Barnes died on June the 20th of 2019 due to complications related to being diabetic. Floyd was never in court to testify against Marjorie because during the time of the trial, he was actually undergoing heart surgery. Again, he was free to go after the trial anyway because of the immunity deal he cut. And Stockton died last year on August the 10th of 2022 due to an acute respiratory failure. So now, every single person on this board is dead. And it seems that whatever this story was, whatever everyone's true account in the conspiracy might have been, it's dead with them. But there's one person up here who's still alive and still has a story to tell. And that's Jessica Hoopsick. See, the only way I've mentioned her in any of this so far is that she was a phone number written down in Brian's house after his death. During this entire series of events, for 15 years, the FBI, the local police, family members were all trying to get a hold of Jessica, but she always seemed to be just out of reach. Police would approach her, ask if she knew anything about the Wells case. She'd say that she didn't, and they didn't have, anything to arrest her with, so they just have to let her walk. News crews, the guy who made the Netflix documentary, the feds, all tried to get in contact with her, and she was always just out of reach. She came around whenever they did the initial trial and hearing regarding the case of Brian Wells itself because she was summoned, but after she gave a short testimony of not really knowing anything, she just walked out and never followed up with anyone. As a matter of fact, again, I know I keep mentioning the Evil Genius documentary, but in that documentary, the creator of it goes up to her and asks to do an interview, and she agrees to meet him later that day, and then never shows up. See, the reason the police wanted her so bad, otherwise she would just be a number that Brian had. And again, he had a couple of prostitutes' numbers as well. There seemingly shouldn't be a reason that they're after Jessica so much if that was just one contact that Brian knew. But the reason that the police wanted her so bad is because she was mentioned by Ken Barnes. See, as mentioned earlier, Ken was a drug dealer, and specifically, he sold crack to a lot of the people around Erie. One of those people was Jessica Hoopsick. So, we finally have a tangible connection of all of this web of people that goes back to Brian. See, in spite of seemingly all this being cleared up, we had accounts from two different guys who were involved, and it seems pretty definitive that Marjorie and Bill were the main masterminds, or at least ones who did the physical labor of the heist. A lot of the little details don't make a lot of sense. Like, for example, he says that the day of August the 28th, remember they call Brian, he comes out to the radio tower to deliver the pizzas to get set up for this heist, and then a fight breaks out when he realizes the bomb is real, right? Well, in his story, he says that Brian drives up to the radio tower, gets out of the car, and then waits for them to hand him the money for the pizzas. Which, what? Supposedly, according to Barnes, Brian is walking up to have right? Well, in his story, he says that Brian drives up to the radio to get set up for this heist, and then a fight breaks out when he realizes the bomb is real, right? Well, in his story, he says that Brian drives up to the radio tower, gets out of the car, and then waits for them to hand him the money for the pizzas. Which, what? Supposedly, according to Barnes, Brian is walking up to have, he's about to start a bank heist, and the phone call was just a ruse to get him out of work. So he's now standing there in front of him, and it also looks good like they kidnapped the random pizza driver, right? So he walks up to them, and he's like, okay, give me the money for the pizzas so I can take it back to my boss, and then I'll come back and we'll rob a bank for $250,000. And the documentary maker confronts Barnes about this, and he's like, wait, you, why would he be waiting for the money? You all are about to rob a bank. And Barnes says, oh, well, actually, Wells didn't know that we were about to rob the bank. And the documentary maker's like, what are you talking about? You said he was at the meeting the day before. And Barnes is like, oh, well, yeah, he was at the meeting. He just, he didn't know we were doing it then. So according to Barnes, Brian was there the day before at the pre-planned meeting. And then the next day when he shows up to the abandoned radio tower to go through with it, he doesn't know they're doing the robbery. Also, Barnes mentioned that Robert Panetti was at the meeting the day before as well. Yeah, remember that guy? And apparently, again, not public, but apparently Stockton corroborated this as well. But then he just disappears from the record. They don't say that he's at the radio tower. They don't say he's a part of a conspiracy. They just say he was at the pre-plan, supposedly to make sure that, I don't know, Brian is able to take that call, I guess, to drive out to the radio tower, and then he overdoses a few days later. What I think was happening is that they were, and again, I'm just a YouTuber, I am effectively a stupid child who is just saying his opinion as someone who reads cases like this a lot, so take it with a grain of salt. But in my opinion, it sounds like these guys were crafting the narrative that the FBI wanted to hear. They had their boards, they were asking questions about Panetti. They had suspicions that Wells was somehow involved because he knew the prostitute that bought crack off of Ken Barnes. So the FBI keeps pushing. It's like, oh, was Panetti involved? What about Wells? Was that guy involved? So they're just like, yeah, Panetti was there, and Wells too. But Panetti didn't show up again. We didn't see him till we heard about him after he died. And Wells, he was there too, but he didn't know we were doing the robbery the day after we had the meeting for the robbery. So it seems like they're just crafting a narrative that fits what the FBI thinks is the story of what happened, because then they're able to get stuff like half of their sentence and full immunity in order to deliver these stories. I also think it's super suspicious that the guy who, again, had relations with a 14-year-old girl, such a heinous crime that if he did anything after that, he would be put under the jail, got full immunity in a murder bank robbery heist to give specifically information that was never made public, but corroborated with what Barnes says. That just feels a little bit weird. So there's some inconsistencies in their confession, and yeah, they're right about the parts about Rothstein and Marjorie, sure. But when it comes to stuff like Brian and Panetti, like, what are they talking about? Well, again, whenever the creators of Evil Genius were doing the documentary, Hoopsick went to prison on, again, an unrelated drug charge at the same time that Marjorie was still alive and in prison as well. While in there was apparently a fight between Marjorie and Jessica, where Marjorie said some heinous things to Jessica and apparently backed her up against the wall, maybe hit her a few times. So after Jessica gets out of jail, she called the documentary makers who she had previously stood up and said she's ready to tell her side of the story. So after about 15 years of silence, Jessica gives her side of the story. She says that one day she was buying crack from Ken Barnes when Ken Barnes mentioned to her that he's planning a bank robbery. Again, back on my suspicions that Barnes and Stockton were more involved than they made themselves out to be. They just wanted themselves to sound good to the FBI. She says that Barnes was planning a bank robbery and asked Jessica if she knew somebody who would be a good gopher for the robbery they were about to commit. Effectively, they needed someone who would follow orders and they could scare into getting what they want. A couple things to note here. At this point, according to Jessica, her and Brian were not just on a business relationship, but they had seen each other enough times that they had a weird sort of friendship dynamic. They would go out to eat on occasion. Brian would drive her to her doctor's appointments. The other detail, and I do not mean this to be mean. This is going to sound mean. I know people are going to be like, oh, you shouldn't say that, but it is important to this case, and I think it's what a lot of people are implying, but no one will say specifically, so I'm going to be the one to get in trouble. Who cares? Brian Wells, from everything I've read from all the accounts around him, seems like a dumb guy. And I mean that in the nicest way. Everyone who spoke to him said he was such a kind, loving soul who was a joy to be around, but some of the nuances I hear imply that I'm not saying that he was mentally deficient. I think he was all there, but that he just simply wasn't the brightest. He dropped or failed out of high school, depending on which entry you read. He went to be a mechanic and then quit that and became a pizza delivery driver. And he had done that for the past 10 years and only showed up late to work on one day, and it was the day his cat died. He was a hard, diligent worker, and it seemed to be kind to those around him. His landlord said that anytime he would get happy, he would do a dance. Like, anytime he had an emotion, he was just bursting at the seams with it. And once again, I'm not saying that to say he was mentally deficient or there was anything wrong with him in any sense. I'm just saying he seems like the kind of guy who you could easily scare and get to do what you want. And it seems that Jessica thought that way too, because Ken Barnes said, if you can find someone for this heist, I'll give you crack for it. And she said that a client she regularly sees, Brian Wells, would be the right guy for the job. Jessica said that Bryant was a pushover. And after giving his information to Barnes, Barnes had Jessica get Brian's work schedule so that they would know the times he's delivering pizzas, and they'll plan the heist for a day that he'll be delivering. So despite years, over a decade, of the family and prosecutors believing that Brian and Robert were a part of this scheme, if Jessica's to be believed, it seems like both of them were innocent. And again, this isn't a perfect outcome to everything, right? Why would Jessica, who, mind you, is the person who gave Brian over to Barnes and this whole heist, according to her, she had no idea that they were going to kill the guy. She just thought it was part of a robbery, which I'm willing to believe. But she's still admitting to dragging an innocent man into this whole web of crime. And as the feds have pointed out, why be silent for 15 years and just come out with a story now, when she's in, theoretically, just as much danger if this is considered a murder? She's in just as much danger as getting charged with something now as she would have back then. And keep in mind, at this point, the FBI had closed the file. They said all these people were involved and that Brian Wells was a co-conspirator. And at the hearing for it, the family shouted and screamed that that was a lie, that Brian would have nothing to do with this, and Jessica stayed silent through all of that. So it's understandable to not believe her now when she comes forward after getting into a fight with Marjorie and saying that Brian was innocent. But at the same time, I don't know what she herself would have to gain from saying that now, because she was effectively cleared of any relation to it, or at least they couldn't get her on anything. And at the time she was in jail with Marjorie, it was just for an unrelated drug charge. So now she's out in the world, she can just walk away from it, but decides to go to the film crew and let them know that Brian was innocent. The documentary also brought up another interesting point. Perhaps the reason that Stockton, Barnes, and Marjorie, even though Marjorie never admitted to being a part of the scheme, she said she thinks Brian's involved, which, okay. But perhaps one of the reasons they all perpetuated the idea that Brian was involved is because, again, as the documentary points out, if Brian is a part of the scheme and dies when the bomb goes off, then that is almost kind of self-inflicted. It's like they were all conspiring for this crime and effectively an accident happened and he died. But if he's an innocent pizza delivery driver who they kidnapped, then it's murder. Then there's no statute of limitations on it. Then no one's getting a plea deal. So it was in their best interest to implicate Brian. And again, I'm pretty sure Robert was just because the feds kept asking about him. So they said, yeah, sure, he was at the meeting. But from everything I've seen, every source I've read, Robert had nothing to do with it. He was just a guy who had a drug problem, and during the stress of this whole thing, overdosed. So while, again, there's no definitive answer, it's pretty much who you want to believe out of this den of thieves, I personally don't think Brian was involved. While I was reading through all these case files and these court reports and what have you, before I ever got to Jessica's part, which was, it was really cool researching this, because it's like, you know, I was experiencing the revelations as they were happening. But before I ever got to Jessica, the whole Brian thing didn't sit right with me. I know the FBI announced that they've officially concluded that he's involved, but they also officially concluded that Waco was justified. So, you know, I got problems with those little press conferences they do. But whenever I was reading all of this, and like they just kept saying like Brian was involved, Brian was a part of the conspiracy. And he was up until, because he thought it was going to be a fake bomb, but then, oh no, the bomb's real, and then he got scared. But then other people were saying he thought the bomb was fake the whole time until it started beeping on the street. And there was no consistency, especially with stuff like Barnes saying he was waiting to take the money for the pizza. It just felt like it was an easier case if Brian is part of the problem, if he's part of it, because he did stuff like lie to the police about there being 3 black guys who threw it on him. He was knowingly embedded with a prostitute who knew Ken Barnes. Like, it just seemed easier if Wells was a part of it. No one goes to jail for murder. And I'm not directly saying this to imply that, you know, the feds made stuff up or whatever. I'm not saying that. But it just feels like after a series of cases that went on for over a decade, that they just like, okay, this is an answer, this closes it up. Well, by the time the FBI made their announcement, it had been 3 or 4 years, I think, but the trials continued over years and years. I don't know, it never set right with me. And then to hear Jessica say that she was the one who gave Brian's information to Barnes to kick this whole thing off, that it's hard to explain. It's just like you look at all the pieces laid out, you look at the puzzle as it's built, you look at, you know, 15 different interpretations from different articles and journalists of what it all means, and Brian being set up is, to me, the only way all the pieces fit together. So again, just a dumb kid on the internet, but I do think that Brian Wells was innocent, and I think it is horrifically tragic that a guy can go in to just start delivering pizzas one day, and within an hour his life is over.
I also want to clarify that Brian's involvement may not be as clear-cut as I've kind of been making it out to be. As I said earlier, he was a guy that could be manipulated. So maybe they approached him and threatened him or his family if he didn't comply with the plans they had moving forward. I mean, that would certainly explain things like Marjorie saying they measured his neck for the collar. Some reports say that Brian owed money to Ken, so maybe Ken threatened Brian and said if he didn't go through with this heist, something bad would happen. Another element of the story I forgot to mention in my initial recording is that shortly after Brian's death, Jessica had a child who she believes is the son of Brian. Perhaps she told Brian about this. Perhaps Brian thought something bad would happen to Jessica or his soon-to-be-born child. We don't know exactly what happened, but regardless if Brian was a part of this plan from the beginning or the day it happened, I still feel like Brian was a victim.
So, it seems like at the end of this, Marjorie was the mastermind of it all. She got Rothstein to do the manual work, and then all these 2 guys, Stockton and Barnes, were co-conspirators who did whatever level of legwork, and the victim was Brian Wells, coincidentally, because of the stress of it, Robert Pinetti, and Jessica seemed to be the link between Barnes and Wells. And I got to that point and I was like, yeah, I'm satisfied with this. It makes sense. But there was one question that kept bothering me through it all. So if this whole crew staged this robbery, which was not only, the biggest crime to ever hit Erie, Pennsylvania, one of the most insane and biggest crimes to hit the United States. Like, in 2003, this was the case everyone was talking about. So there's this massive case that has all these moving parts, angles, and questions. And why, if that's the case, then why would Bill Rothstein call the police over James Roden's body that was lying in his freezer? Because, again, his story is that, Marjorie killed Roden, and then I couldn't say no to her, so I stuffed the body in the freezer. Which is all well and good, but now we know that they had just committed a huge heist together, right? So why 3 weeks after that heist would you call the police on a body that you helped hide a month and a half ago with your co-conspirator? And here's my conspiracy theory. Here's how I think it played out. I really got the idea from this when I was reading the notes from Jim Fisher. He was an FBI agent who worked this case. Wired did an article where they recorded a lot of his thoughts. That Wired article is pretty good. I'll drop it in the description. But it was Fisher's idea regarding the case that made me look at this differently. So, off of his word, and again, I'm not smart, I'm just reading what smart people wrote down. My idea is effectively this. Marjorie, as it seems, orchestrated the whole thing. Her father agrees that she hated him. She wanted to kill him to take the money that he was giving away to people, and was seemingly going to do that through Ken Barnes. And I also don't believe anything that Barnes said that he was not going to kill her father, because you don't plan a heist for over a month over a murder you're not going to do. So Marjorie and Barnes begin to plan the heist. They drag in Rothstein and Stockton because Rothstein was old lovers with Marjorie and would do whatever she said. He was also good with mechanics and building things. And Stockton was there and also a criminal. And if you're sheltering a fugitive from the law, then I guess, Pirates Code, they have to help you with future crimes. So the four of them plan out this heist, and it seems to me like Rothstein came up with a lot of the inner workings of it. See, Marjorie just wanted $250,000. Her goal was not to do a heist, it was to kill her dad. So, which out of these four people would have a proclivity for wanting to make an overly complicated series of notes to give to both the bomb hostage, the bank teller, and the police, would set up a giant scavenger hunt that Wells would have to drive through, which, by the way, the FBI recreated that drive multiple times during the trial and determined that there was no way to survive it. Even if Brian floored it the whole way and got from one location to the other without missing a beat, there was not enough time. By the time he got that road sign, he was just going to drive wherever it told him and then blow up. So who would set up such a cruel series of hoops to jump through only to eventually get killed with a bomb and a giant metal device that is, once again, needlessly complicated? You can just tape a bomb to a guy's chest. You don't need the giant handcuff thing. Which out of these people would do all of that to look smart? Probably the guy who does everything to look smart. The self-titled fractured intellectual. So, Marjorie wants the money. Rothstein takes over all of the inner workings of it, decides like, okay, it's going to be a series of notes. We're going to kidnap a guy. Makes a heist that is more complicated than it needs to be. So the heist is carried out. Again, my belief is Barnes talks to Hoopsick. Hoopsick drags Brian into it by giving them his work schedule, making him be the pizza man that comes out. While they are putting the bomb on him, Marjorie says to say it was 3 black guys. And I believe that Brian, genuinely thinking if he does what the perpetrators said, that he'll be allowed to live or they'll let him go. I think the reason he said it was 3 black guys is because he was so afraid that if he disobeyed, he'd be killed, that he just said what they told him to say. again, like Jessica said, he was a bit of a pushover. So after Brian dies, the police are looking everywhere. They have nowhere to start, to the degree that they are just looking for black men who are tangentially related to Brian Wells. So it seems like these four, at least for now, are in the clear, and then Rothstein calls the police over Marjorie's dead boyfriend. I think what happened is Rothstein was a bit smarter than perhaps I initially, while reading this stuff, or a lot of the investigators gave him credit for. I think Rothstein knew that Marjorie had a big mouth, and 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. So he decides he is going to get out in front of this. And if anything happens, he is going to be the one who's buddy-buddy with the police, and more importantly, in front of whatever Marjorie says about him. So he calls the police over a murder that Marjorie had committed, and then in such remorse over it, plans a suicide. If you'll remember, he wrote out that suicide note. And then we're getting real harebrained conspiracy here, but stick with me. I think that Rothstein was smart enough to know that if you put at the top of the note, this has nothing to do with Brian Wells, the first thing the police are going to do is look into Brian Wells. And there's also that bag of blood that was at his house from his supposed attempt. Now, once again, between us, if you have a blade and are determined to do that, it's not that hard, frankly. So the idea that he only did it a little bit and then left the evidence, the blood and the razor, in a bag for the police to find, to be like, oh yeah, I attempted, and there's the evidence of it, that seems really suspicious. I think Rothstein, after this heist went through, which again, I think Marjorie gave the inception of the idea and Rothstein ran with it, I think that Rothstein staged everything afterwards that would eventually lead to exactly what happened. The FBI looked at how complicit he was with the James Roden investigation, and he had turned so much attention to Marjorie regarding Brian Wells that Marjorie was yelling on the news that Rothstein, Bill, he's the one who killed Brian Wells. Everything went according to plan, that the FBI told them to walk, told them to get out of here. So this guy both assisted with the hiding of the body of James Roden and everything involving Brian Wells and walked out scot-free. I think a lot of the things that were seen as a sign of distraught, like the note or some of the comments that he made about Marjorie being manipulative and evil, I think that it was Rothstein once again being a bit smarter than perhaps I gave him credit for. And the most frustrating part about it is he was the first one to die. Like, as soon as that was over, he gets released, and then a year later, he's dead in a hospital bed. And still there on his hospital bed saying, no, not involved. When we know he was involved to some degree, right? Like, he has to be from the records that were seen in his house. He at least built the bomb collar. So he was involved, but the idea that he was the mastermind who just got to pass it off and die free makes me want to break something. Jim Fisher said it best when he said, Rothstein had to be the mastermind, and the most frustrating thing is he died with all the secrets. So yeah, that is my take on the crime, that Marjorie began the idea, Rothstein took it and ran, and all of this resulted in a scenario where Brian Wells was the victim. And in the end, once it was all over, Rothstein pulled the rug on everyone and was the only one of this entire crew who died without a conviction. I mean, Floyd wasn't convicted for this case specifically, but he was convicted for cases before. So yeah, that was a really needlessly long explanation about the bomb collar bank heist. I really hope this was interesting at all. I absolutely think this case is wild, like reading and learning about it. I tried to emulate that. I hope it came off some, the idea of like, oh, well, the guy who had the bomb around his neck, he's guilty, but then it turns out he is not guilty, or maybe kind of, depending on who you believe. And Marjorie was the mastermind, only maybe not. Maybe Rothstein was, but he's dead, so we don't know. So back to Marjorie. It's a really wild and turbulent case to read about. I understand why I give the feds a lot of harshness for some stuff, and most of it's in jest, because I do understand why this would be incredibly frustrating to investigate. But I think it's very interesting. So hopefully you think it's interesting too. Again, I know I mentioned it 100 times, but it's because it wasn't only a documentary, it was in the field work. It was in the field work. Check out Evil Genius on Netflix. It's fantastic. There's also a ton of other, YouTube videos. Famously, BuzzFeed Unsolved, Shane and Ryan, my boys, not that I know them, I just like their channel. Shane and Ryan made a video about this on Unsolved, but when they made the video, it was before Jessica Hoop 6 confession, so that's another layer added to it. But yeah, check out that video too. I'll link stuff like that in the description. I'll throw some links in there.
A couple notes to end on. For one, thank you very much to Dwayne from church for giving me the shirt that I wore in this video. It is very comfortable, and I hope I did you proud by wearing it in the video about a crazy murder heist thing. And also, this is a very large case with a lot of moving parts, and I'm sure that even after a couple revisions, I got something wrong. So if I can think of anything that I said out of order, or anything about the timeline or events that I got wrong, look in the description after this video's up. Underneath the ad, I'll put a little addendum section for any corrections I can think of. So yeah, if you think I got something wrong or want to make sure all the info's right, just check the description.
But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I think it's such an interesting case. Again, one of the most wild things ever. And I've talked about before, but true crime is kind of flooded with like serial killers and I guess some cults from time to time. But like some of the stories around bank robberies and like drug lords are by far the most interesting in my opinion. Like I'm not gonna, if someone wants to steal this idea, they can. But how about some train robberies, huh? Train robberies are cool. No one talks about those. I'm going to talk about one of those soon. But yeah, I love stories like this. I think they're interesting. I think they're neat, and hopefully you think they're neat too. And yeah, I've spoken my piece about it. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. More videos coming out this month. Stay tuned for hopefully some cool announcements with some projects and collaborations I'm working on in the future. That should be neat. Again, check out my YouTube community post and Twitter for signs of that. Wendigoon8 on Twitter for new announcements and whatnot. But I believe that should do it now.
Hello everybody, today I'm going to tell you about the story of Dante's Inferno, as well as a description of the 9 layers of hell that he talks about in the story. It's wild to me that this story isn't as covered as you think it would be. Because like between the different layers of hell and stuff like the 7 deadly sins, it's one of the most referenced pieces of media ever. See, Dante's Inferno is a part of a greater work known as the Divine Comedy. The Divine Comedy contains 3 parts, Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso, which line up with Hell, Purgatory, and Heaven, respectively. Although Inferno's the one everyone remembers because it's the one with the creepy demons and the suffering and all that stuff. To understand Dante's Inferno, I need to give you a brief description of Dante himself. Dante Alighieri was born somewhere around the time of 1265 in what is now Italy. Dante became a poet and became particularly fascinated with old ideas of both Greece and Rome. Without getting in too much detail, because both you probably don't care and I don't think I really understand it as well as I like to think I might, Dante was alive during the time of the Holy Roman Empire, which, making it very, very simplified and dumbed down, there was the Pope and then an emperor, and the two were having fights back and forth over which one should maintain power. Dante was a very devout and firm Catholic, so he sided with the Pope, and whenever he lost a particular battle, he was banished from his home city. See, this was before Italy became a nation, so the way that it worked is people were much more tied to cities than they were their own country, and Dante himself was from the city of Florence. So Dante was exiled from Florence and pretty much lived off the graces of those who enjoyed his poetry, and it was during this time of exile, around the year 1317, that he published the Divine Comedy. The original title of this book was just The Comedy. See, the word comedy is very different now than it was at the time of his writing this or in the historical connotation. Comedy was a story that followed a natural order. In other words, bad things happen to the bad people, good things happen to the good people, and we can all feel good about it. So originally the title of this story was just The Comedy, or in other words, this is going to be a long story and everyone's going to turn out the way that you think they should probably turn out. So he brought the comedy to one of his friends who was also a poet, and after reading it, his friend said it was so marvelous that he should rename it The Divine Comedy, which, talk about hyping your boy up. Now, something I need to make very clear here moving forward with this, a lot on the channel I talk about things that are serious inside of the idea of Christianity, or in other words, things that actual Christians believe are in the Bible. This is not that. You see, Dante, who really liked Greek and Roman mythology, took a bunch of characters and inspiration from those stories and then just threw them together with Christianity and came up with all these descriptions of hell and its 9 layers. And as we're going to see, and I hate even invoking this phrase out loud, but a lot of this was biblical fan fiction. Like, Dante used a biblical setting to not only put down people he didn't like literally half of the rebuttals through this is just by naming certain historical figures and saying that they're in hell. Like, for example, if me and you were in an argument and I was like, oh yeah, well, I wrote this book, and guess what? Your mom's in hell. So, top that. And I'm not kidding. Remember how I said that the reason he was exiled and wrote this book in the first place was because his side lost a battle to someone else? Well, he just says all the heroes of that other army are in the certain layers of hell that he describes, but we'll get into that. Because the story itself was, pretty divisive for that reason, a lot of people looked down on it and it wasn't really given a lot of praise at the time. However, hundreds of years later, whenever people began to read it, it became incredibly influential in the famous story that it's known for today. To give you an idea, in 1945, whenever Italy was in World War II and about to make their last stand against the Allies, they considered bringing the bones of Dante to the battlefield in order to aid them, because that's how much he meant to Italy's spirit. And also, in research, in May of this year, 2021, they had a virtual hearing for Dante in order to historically and symbolically undo his exile from Florence. So a few months ago, there was a trial for this dead poet who invented the 9 described layers of hell, and I wasn't invited for some reason, and I'm gonna stay mad about that. So because this is such an influential story, and because it's the start of October, and what's spookier than hell, I read Dante's Inferno so that I could come to you, not only describe the story, the layers of hell that not a lot of people talk about, some of the symbolism, and my problems with the story, because as we're gonna see, there's a lot of them. But before I talk about that, I want to talk about this. And you may be asking, what is this? And the funny thing is, I don't even know. What a lot of you probably don't know is that whenever I record ads for this channel, I'm not always sure of what ad's going to go with what video. So whatever's happening over here is a total surprise to me as much as it is you, so let's find out. A wallet that you can always trust to keep your cards and cash secure at all times, and that's why today I'm here to tell you about the Ridge wallet. This wallet's got all my cards in it because whenever I started the ad with them a couple months ago and I put my stuff in here for the ad, I never took it out because I just like the wallet. I have the titanium black model because I just like the slick color of it, but the Ridge wallet comes in everything from silver to this sort of burnt chrome finish and dozens of different designs and styles. Like, for example, mine has a money clip on the outside of it because it's sturdy and does an excellent job at holding in whatever cash I need. And the wallet itself can hold up to 12 cards, which I don't know about you, but I've never been in a situation where I carry 12 cards on myself every single day, but if you do, the Ridge wallet's got you covered. It's a super durable wallet that's even made with an RFID blocking unit in it that keeps your cards safe from digital pickpocketers, yeah. But not only all of that, Ridge is so confident, as am I, that you'll like the wallet, that if you get one, you have 45 days to return it and get your money back. I suggest the Ridge wallet to you because I've been using it and I absolutely love it. So if you're interested, I've got this discount code for you today. If you go to the link in the description at ridge.com/Wendigoon and use the discount code Wendigoon, you'll be able to get your order for 10% off. Thank you so much to Ridge for sponsoring this video. It really does mean a lot, and I really do like your product. Thank you to everyone for watching. I hope you check out the link in the description. Hope you check out Ridge, and we are back to the video. Isn't that interesting? Now you know more than I do. You, watching this video, know more about this video than I do currently recording it. Isn't that just weird? And speaking of weird, let's get into Dante's journey through hell. But first of all, and as always, thank you for watching. The story opens whenever Dante wakes up in the middle of a dark forest. He's not sure how he got there, however he figures it's best to write about the situation that he's in. He sees a way out of a forest up a hillside, however whenever he tries to climb, he's attacked by various animals, including a lion and a wolf. Moments later, Dante sees a figure out in the woods who he calls out to before the figure identifies himself as Virgil, the Roman poet. Now, in real life, Virgil was a great inspiration for Dante and someone he looked up to. As a matter of fact, throughout the entire book, Dante refers to Virgil as master. Virgil tells Dante that there's no way to get out up that hillside that he just tried to, and that the only way will be when one day the Greyhound comes to chase the wolves away. Now, while this video, I hope, is going to be a decent substitute for the story itself and the cool parts everyone talks about, there is no way I'd be able to cover all of the symbolism within the story. However, some pieces like this are a bit more obvious. So whenever Virgil says that one day the Greyhound will come to chase the wolves away, that is in reference to something known as Judgment Day, or the idea that within Christianity, at the end of time, Christ and God will return to earth and get rid of the demons, Lucifer, and his whole entourage. So the symbolism of the Greyhound chasing away the wolves so that souls can freely climb the mountain is in reference to that. Virgil informs Dante that he is now woken up within the pit of the underworld and that the only way out is a walk through hell. Dante takes the news surprisingly well and then asks Virgil how he knows this. Virgil says that an angel known as Beatrice gave him the information herself. Beatrice is the woman who Dante loved in real life, and now in his story he's written her in as a holy messenger. And we're going to see a lot more of Dante incorporating themes from his personal life into this story. Virgil tells Dante that he can only take Dante through hell itself, and then after that, it is part of Dante's journey to walk through purgatory and then heaven, the other two parts of Divine Comedy. However, Virgil says that he himself cannot do it because he is a pagan spirit and therefore cannot walk into glory. Another thing about this is this story is also used by Dante in order to get across a lot of his religious beliefs. Like, for example, he says here that Virgil is a good man. As a matter of fact, Dante thinks of him as a great man. However, Virgil's a Roman poet and was born and died before Jesus Christ. So according to Dante, that just sucks for him because now he's stuck down here in the underworld forever. See, as we're going to see in a bit, Dante ranks the different sins, or specifically the 9 different sins, by how bad that they are, and then puts each of them in deeper layers of hell respectively. However, someone like Virgil, who wasn't guilty of any sins in his life, is still cursed to the underworld just because he lived before Christ. So this is just the cards that he's been dealt. So Dante's scared that he's going to have to walk all the way through hell, to which Virgil scorns him and says that this message that Beatrice gave him was given directly by God. So God himself wants Dante to get through this journey, so Dante better get on this journey. So Dante follows Virgil through the woods until they come across a large gate. Also, there's several different translations of this story. The translation that I read, people said was pretty good. So written above the large gate is this inscription: "Through me the way is to the city dolent. Through me the way is to eternal dole. Through me the way among the people lost. Justice incited my sublime creator, created me divine omnipotence, the highest wisdom and the primal love. Before me there were no created things, only eternal, and I eternal last. Abandon all hope, ye who enter in." This is, of course, the entrance to the gates of hell. Now, most of you have probably heard that last phrase, "abandon all hope, ye who enter in," but the other lines are equally as interesting. For one, it opens up and says that through me is the way to eternal dole or eternal suffering. We get all that. But the part where it says that justice is the reason I was created, and that my sublime creator did this as a form of omnipotence and, quote, primal love, is saying that everything that we're about to see in the story and everything that we come across is just and what these people deserve for the sins that they have committed. Or at least what Dante says that God says they deserve for what they committed. And a common theme that we're going to see through this story is that sinners get exactly what they deserved in this never-ending punishment. So Dante and Virgil walk in through the gate and make their way into hell. Upon entry, Dante says that he can hear every language and accent crying out at once. Now, before they even get to any of the layers of hell, literally on the path to get to the beginning of it, they come across this giant sea of lost souls. Virgil explains to Dante that these are people who didn't follow anything in life. They weren't good, they weren't bad, they simply were nothing. And among them is several fallen angels who also didn't commit themselves to God or Lucifer and simply existed. All of them, literally billions of people from all across human history, are chasing a giant blank banner, which is symbolic of the fact that they never really followed anything in life, so now they're cursed in this sort of in-between state of the real world and hell to just chase after a meaningless flag forever. While they're doing this, they're constantly being stung by wasps and hornets, and it says worms all across the ground eat the tears and blood that come out of them. The idea being that people who lived meaningless lives are committed to an eternity of meaningless suffering. Eventually, Virgil and Dante walk to a river in which a bunch of people are waiting on a sort of dock. Dante can hear people around him swearing and cursing about the situation that they're in, as Virgil tells him this is the river Acheron. And then, as they're standing there, Charon of Greek mythology rose up on a boat. Now, this is the start of something we're going to see a ton of, where Dante incorporates figures from mythology and then puts him in his Christian narrative. And just like in Greek mythology, Charon is someone who rose dead souls down the path to the afterlife. He tells Virgil and Dante that they are not allowed to get on because Dante is a still living person and that's not how this works. To which Virgil just goes, "We are on a journey from God." And Charon goes, "Oh, all right, get in." As all the souls are gathered onto the boat, he tells all of them that now is a good time to start panicking and be afraid, and then tells Dante that he's not supposed to be here. And then shortly after that, Virgil leans over to Dante and he's like, "Hey, I mean, he said you weren't supposed to be here, so that's a good thing. So whenever you do eventually die, you probably won't end up here. So cheer up," because Dante's terrified through all of this. So much so that an earthquake happens, to which Dante panics and passes out. Whenever he comes to from passing out, he sees that the river they are going down is now on the edge of a cliff face. After looking over the cliff face, Dante can see what appears to be an endless spiral going down. And what he's actually viewing is the spiral of hell itself, each layer down being a different level attributed to a different kind of sin. The noise he hears sounds like one perpetual loud noise, which Virgil explains to him is every soul crying out and screaming at once. So then eventually the boat moves on and arrives at the first layer of hell, Limbo. As soon as they come into this area, Dante says that the screaming stops and instead it's just the sound of sighing, and as he describes it, sorrows without any form of torment. Remember that thing I said earlier about Virgil, how he was a good guy, he just existed before Christ, so oops. Well, this is where all of those people go. People who were good people but simply didn't follow the rules of Christ, were before Christ, or something like being unbaptized, which was a really big deal in Catholicism at the time. Essentially, this stage 1 limbo is like Earth, only people don't die. And that's it. That's the only difference. There's no torment. No one's really being tortured. It's just the lack of hope and kind of the idea of constant nothingness, or this is just how things are forever. So people roam and go about life with just existence. And again, these aren't people who's really done anything bad. They're just kind of here. Dante asked Virgil if anyone has ever gone from this limbo into heaven, and Virgil says that a lot did whenever Jesus died on the cross. According to Virgil, whenever Jesus died, he came down here into this first plane of hell within limbo, grabbed several of the Old Testament figures and brought them into heaven. Among these, a few of them are Adam, Abel, Noah, Moses, Abraham, David, and Rachel, just to name a few. Not only that, Virgil says that whenever Jesus came into this first layer of hell, it caused such an earthquake and rumble that it caused a fracture to go all the way to the bottom of the hell, which we'll see more effects of as we get into the story. While walking through this layer of hell, the two of them come across Homer, Horace, Ovid, and Lucan, all famous writers from Greek and Roman history. As the four of them are walking, they ask Virgil and Dante to walk along with them. Now, this brings us to a detail of this story that I haven't really mentioned up until now, but it's a little bit pretentious. And I'm saying that as someone who's making a YouTube video about a story that you could easily just read for yourself. Like, for example, these four men I just said are famous figures from poetry history who Dante's big fans of, including Virgil himself. So what happens is the four of them walk along and they're like, Virgil and the famous Dante, why don't you two come with us? And while they're walking, the other four are like, Dante, you're such a great writer. I can't believe how wonderful you are. And now look at you walking through hell. You know what? You're one of us. You're one of the greatest writers in all of history. Do you see what I mean by biblical fan fiction? So then as the six of them are now walking together, they come to this great castle wall, and whenever they walk through it, it's like this beautiful meadow. And while walking through it, we see figures such as Democritus, Hector, and Electra. Now, if those names sound weird to you, that's because Democritus was a real person who existed in Greek history, along with Hector and Electra, two characters from Greek mythology. And Dante does a lot of that in this story. He takes fictitious characters and combines them with real characters. Another character that he sees here sitting on a sort of throne is Caesar, who Dante really likes, but again, he was born before Christ, so he's technically in the first layer of hell. And whenever they get to the end of the meadow, the four people who were with Virgil and Dante stay there as they continue on their journey. And that's another weird detail, like the four of them come up and they're like, hey, can we join you guys? Wow, Dante, you're so awesome. All right, bye now. So then they continue onto their path until they begin what is the true different layers of hell. While walking, they come to someone known as Minos, which is again a character from Greek mythology. Just like in his story within Greek mythology, Minos is here to judge souls and determine where they go in the underworld. Dante says that whenever a soul walks up to Minos, they can't help but confess everything that they've done in life, to which Minos then throws them to the appropriate layer of hell that they belong in. Minos points out the fact that Dante's not supposed to be here because he's a still living person. Virgil says they're on a mission from God and they just walk by him. Again, similar to what we saw earlier on the boat and something we're going to see a lot more of, conflict rises. Virgil says God sent us. Conflict unrises. So after this, Dante and Virgil continue on their path and come to the second layer of hell, lust. This layer is consumed with great winds like that of a hurricane, and people who are standing are constantly pushed back and forth, never allowed to rest by the winds that they are facing, and some people are thrown around so much that they're just floating, bobbing up and down in the air. Every single layer that we're going to see of punishment has something to do with the way they lived in their real life. So the idea with this one is that people who were torn asunder and blown about by the passions of love are now forced to spend eternity quite literally being blown about by mighty winds. Another interesting thing that happens is in every layer of hell, Dante asks Virgil to point out to him famous figures, and then Virgil's like, oh yeah, well that's that guy, he's famous. There's also that guy over there, he's also famous. So like when walking through here, Virgil says, oh yeah, those two, those are Paris and Helen from the Trojan War. And also that character over there, that's Dido. Dido is a character from a play that Virgil wrote. So like I said, the thing that Dante combines fictional elements along with real world elements, but now he has Virgil, a writer of a story, being like, oh yeah, that person, that's from that play I wrote. No, I don't see what's weird about this at all. And then continuing to look at people, he sees the Mistress of Babel and Cleopatra. The reason he put Cleopatra here, not only because historically she's famous for lusty behavior, but also like most 17 to 23-year-old males, including myself, Dante really had a thing for Rome. That's why Caesar was on a big throne in the past level. Like, sure, he has to be in hell because he didn't like Jesus, but he was still the leader of Rome, and Dante liked that a whole lot. So as we're going to see, people who were not nice to Rome, Dante is not nice to in this story, and Cleopatra had a very big hand in tearing apart some of the leaders of Rome, so she's in the second layer of hell. Dante gets really sad at seeing people in this condition, and then asks to talk to two of them, who explained that they were lovers in real life or the life before this life, and said that he was her husband's brother, and that one day the two of them were talking and reading romantic stories and then kissed and then had a passionate affair, to which the husband killed both of them. So now, because they were lusty and broke the bonds of marriage and all that, they're here on the second level. And then in response to this, Dante passes out again, which I mind you is the second time the way the story works is Dante falls asleep and we wake up in our next location. And third, counting if technically the opening to this whole story was him just waking up in the woods. I know I'm being critical of a story written in the 1300s, and a story that admittedly was incredibly monumental when it came to ideas of fictional storytelling. However, I can't help myself. Dante then wakes up seemingly having been carried by Virgil in the third layer of hell, gluttony. In this level, it's constantly pouring a mixture of rain, sleet, snow, and hail, so it's constantly uncomfortable. People are being pelted with ice, and then the most uncomfortable thing about it is Cerberus, the three-headed dog, is sprinting around and tearing people to shreds. But people can't die, so what happens is Cerberus will pick someone up, bite him in half, rip him to pieces, throw him, and then they just lay there in pieces and either heal up over the course of however many eons or just lay there like that. Also, an interesting detail is that Dante describes Cerberus looks pretty rough, like cut up and pieces of its stomach cut open and stuff like that. That'll be explained later. And as Cerberus sees the pair and begins running at them, Virgil grabs a bunch of dirt and throws it into each of Cerberus's mouths. Cerberus's mouths, whatever. Which, like, did he do it all at once? Like, does he have 3 arms, or was it like really quick, or whatever? They sneak by. And as they're sneaking by, someone sets up and identifies themselves as Chiaco and talks to Dante, and that's when he explains everyone on this level committed acts of gluttony in life, so now we're forced to always be half eaten by this Cerberus creature. And what most people do is they lay down and play dead so that Cerberus doesn't get to them. Dante then asks Chiaco if he can tell him what's happening to Florence back on Earth, to which Chiaco says that all he can see is Florence's future and that there's going to be a lot of war and bloodshed. This is the start of something we're going to see a lot of as we get into the deeper layers of hell, but Dante is weirdly concerned with like the modern political climate of the city of Florence, considering the fact he's on a message from God to walk through hell and heaven itself, but he keeps being like, how's the election going back home? It also brings up another interesting point, because as they're leaving, Chiaco asks if Dante will write about him that he may be remembered. Now, while on the one hand, it's kind of pretentious for Dante to write in his story that the one thing these suffering souls in hell want is for I, the great Dante, to talk about them, but it does open up this interesting idea from a horror perspective of these souls are so damned and trapped down here, the only thing that they can hope is that they'll be written in books that they can never read. As they're walking away, Dante asks the question of what happens to these souls whose bodies have been so torn to pieces. Virgil says that on Judgment Day, again there's Judgment Day mentioned again, that everyone's soul will be reunited with their body and they will be in a state of perfection. Dante asks the question, for these souls down here in hell, while perfection may sound really cool in heaven, what does perfect mean in hell? And Virgil's like, well, that means their suffering will be perfect. In other words, a whole lot worse than it is right now. See, and this is what's really interesting about reading this story in the modern age. Any modern story that you would look at that would be in this setting, the story would go from a state of fear or whatever negative emotion to a state of pity or remorse or love or acceptance or whatever. However, that was not the traits that was becoming, at least to Dante at the time. Instead, Dante's journey or character arc through this story is going from pitying these souls to being happy that this is the punishment they're receiving, because as the inscription on the gates of hell said at the beginning, this is just and perfect punishment. So according to the story, it's good that as it goes on, Dante begins to lose emotion and remorse for these people, instead viewing it as a perfect form of punishment that we should all be proud of. So in this moment, whenever Virgil says, well, their suffering will be perfect, that's not supposed to be a bad thing. That's the wise Virgil being like, now don't you worry, readers. It's gonna get worse. So anyway, they continue on their path and get to the fourth layer of hell, greed. As soon as they come into this fourth layer, they come across the Roman god of Pluto, who is standing there worshiping Satan. Again, it's weird to imagine a Greek god worshiping the Christian devil, but whatever. Pluto threatens to attack them, to which Virgil says they're on a path from God, and Pluto just collapses and they walk on by. From walking along the path, sort of along this cliffside, Dante looks down and sees what seems to be a sea of people constantly running into each other. He describes it as two separate waves splashing against each other violently over and over again. He sees that a few of them are bald, which was common of friars at the time, and he asked Virgil if these are in fact members of the church. To which Virgil says these are members of the church, half of them, and the other half are people who simply hoarded money and didn't give it to others and were greedy throughout their entire lives, now being forced to constantly fight and bicker forever, just as they fought over wealth back on Earth. Dante asks if there's anyone down there who he would recognize, and Virgil points out that each of them are so disfigured from hundreds and thousands of years of constant fighting that no one is recognizable anymore. Everyone's faces have been so obliterated and smashed in that they all just look like one identical mass of flesh, always fighting over nothing. Just as, according to Dante, there was no reason for them to fight so desperately for wealth back on Earth. So they continue across this path, and then they come to the edge of a lagoon, which is the beginning of the 5th layer of hell, Wrath. And I need to clarify, this isn't violence yet. Violence will show up later. This is specifically people who were just angry or mean all the time. So they come to this lagoon, which Virgil points out to him is at the end of the river Styx, and in this sort of mud broth, there are these naked people who are constantly punching and hitting each other and trying to push each other down in the mud so that they can come up on top. Virgil also says to Dante that wherever he sees bubbles coming up in the mud, those aren't vents or anything. Those are people who are so deep under the mud that whenever they scream or cry, it just comes up as a bubble. So they walk along the bank of this river, which again is just filled with people fighting, punching, and pushing each other down, until they come to a tower that has 2 lights glowing at the top of it. Dante notices, and in the distance he sees a beacon flashing and asks Virgil what it means. Virgil says that this is the place that one can go across the river Styx, and that the 2 lights on top are a signal for whoever's driving the boat that there are 2 souls who need picked up. I think it is hilarious that in the middle of hell, after the waves of people punching each other, and now in this muddy lagoon where people are fighting for eternity, that hell has like a Morse code signaling system to let the boat driver know how many passengers he needs to pick up. So then a boat comes up, which is being driven by Phlagius, another character from Greek mythology, who then lets the 2 get on the boat and begins driving them down the river Styx, or driving, like steering, boating, whatever. As they're floating down the river, again, that is totally filled with people fighting, punching, and screaming all the time, someone pops up and begins to ask Dante who he is and where he's from. Dante's kind of like grossed out by it, and Virgil pushes him off the side of the boat. And then as they're floating down the river, Dante sees that they all start like making fun of that guy for trying to have a conversation and then getting pushed off the boat. So the dude just starts biting his flesh and ripping out pieces. And Virgil explains to Dante that in life, several of these people were very haughty and prideful. So now down here in the river Styx, they're constantly biting and bickering at each other. And in shame, he's losing his mind and ripping skin off. Along this journey, Dante sees what looks like glowing red buildings out in the distance. Virgil says that this is a place known as the City of Dis, and that red glow he's seeing is from the fires from within the city itself. See, the way hell's been structured up until this point is it's a sort of trail that they're constantly walking through. And Virgil explains to Dante that the City of Dis, within it is the further layers of hell, and that every layer of hell after this is within the city itself. So in other words, they have to get into the city. Whenever they row up to the gate, crowds of fallen angels come and crowd on the gate and notice that Dante's still alive, and they don't like it. They're like, no, you gross, get out of here, we don't want you. Virgil starts to do his whole thing again where he says we're on a message from God, but these fallen angels who have in the past rebelled against God don't want to hear it. So they just lock the city gate. During this time, Dante gets kind of panicky, to which he asks Virgil if this has ever been done before. To which Virgil replies that one time he was sent to the bottom layer of hell to bring a soul out for a Greek witch, and he never elaborates on it. As they're waiting there at the gate of the city, Dante looks up on the columns of the city and sees the three Furies come out covered in blood and snakes. The three Furies then begin yelling for Medusa, to which Virgil panics and tells Dante to cover his eyes because if a soul is turned to stone down here, including Dante, he'll never be able to go back out. As this is happening and as Dante's panicking, he hears what sounds like a mighty roar before turning around and seeing an angel, not a fallen angel, like a heavenly angel, walking across the river Styx that they had just come down. As the angel's walking on the water mud thing of the river Styx, it says all the souls are being pushed to the sides of the river to make room for it. The angel then walks up to the gate of the city of Dis, taps on it, the gate flies open, and the angel walks in, and all of the fallen angels are cowering in fear, as the angel says these two are on a mission from God, and if anyone tries to hinder their journey, the same fate that befell Cerberus will happen to them. Now, this is maybe my favorite part of the story from a storytelling perspective. We've seen throughout this entire ride so far that Virgil keeps saying, oh, we're on a mission from God, and there's no proof of it. And then the first time that someone doesn't listen to him, an angel shows up, blows open the city gates, and threatens to take out everyone. And not only that, the thing earlier I mentioned about Cerberus being torn up and part of his stomach being ripped open implies that at one point Cerberus tried to hinder a journey from God and was brutally wounded for it. And then after this, the angel just leaves without saying a word to Virgil or Dante. This also, as you could imagine, renews Dante's faith in that he's going to be safe along his journey. So then stepping through the gates into the city of Dis, the two come into the sixth layer of hell, heresy. This is a thing that isn't as common today as it was in the 1300s, but short version is that heresy is straying others from the path of God or away from truth by means of some form of deception or misguidance. Like for example, Epicurus is down here, who was a Greek philosopher that told his followers there was no afterlife, and in other words, kind of brought them down this path of nihilism away from godly living, and that's why he's here. So what's the torture in the sixth layer of hell? Well, it is these tombs that are cut out of rock and laid along each other that people are laying down inside of, and they're constantly being stoked with flames, essentially making a burning stone coffin that the heretics have to lay down in. And these fallen angels of the area make sure that everyone's laying down and participating in the suffering. While walking through this, Dante asks Virgil if he can ask any of the souls if they know what's happening in Florence, because only Dante could be walking through one of the most tragic and horrific ideas of eternal suffering imaginable, and being like, I really have to know about how the war effort's going back home. He begins asking around and comes to someone known as Farinata, who in the real world had a feud with Dante's family, the two families being on opposite sides of that whole Pope-Emperor war I talked about earlier. However, to his surprise, this soul asks Dante if he has any knowledge of what's happening in Florence. The soul then explains to Dante that the way it works is that souls in hell can see the past and the future, but not the present. This in itself is its own kind of form of torture. For example, imagine if you were concerned about your family and all you could see is that 100 years from now, like your house won't be there or the country will be destroyed, but you have no clue what's happening right now. This also explains the guy on tier 3 who, whenever Dante asked about Florence, was like, I don't know, I just see bloodshed and destruction in the future. As Dante's talking to him, someone named Cavalcante sets up in the tomb next to him and recognizes Dante. See, this guy is the father of one of Dante's friends. So whenever he sees Dante, he says, do you know where my son is? Is he still alive? To which Dante, when referring to him, refers to him in the past tense, saying something to the effect of, oh, well, maybe he hadn't lived that way. And the father, inferring from this that his son is dead, begins crying and then seeps back down into his tomb. That's like a weirdly human moment for this story. Everyone's so concerned with politics and kingship. To have a father set up from eternal torture just ask if his son's okay, and whenever he figures out he's dead, to see him crying as he lays back into his burning coffin is a weirdly human moment. But forget all that, because Dante wants to know more about Florence. So he begins asking Farinata again about Florence and what's going on there, but again, the guy doesn't have a lot of answers. So Dante finally asks, well, who else do you know is suffering in this tier of hell? To which the soul says, King Frederick II is down here. Now that probably doesn't mean anything to anyone right now, but remember that whole war, how it's Pope versus Emperor that happened like in history, and Dante was on the Pope side? Well, King Frederick II was one of the kings on the Emperor's side. So for him to write this story and to be like, oh yeah, that king you love so much, well, he's in hell with the heretics because I don't like him and he's a bad person. So yeah. After this, Dante and Virgil continue their walking and come across a giant cliff face that has a noxious smell coming up from it. Virgil tells Dante that they should probably get used to it before they just keep walking, so the two of them decide to take a seat in front of a giant vault. On the front of the vault it says, Pope Anastasius I I hold, whom out of the right way Photinus drew. Again, this is one of the popes from history that Dante does not like, so he places him in his own vault in between the 6th and 7th layer of hell. And he never says what's happening to him in there. It's just like, hey, here's a vault. There's a pope in here. And that's all you get to know about it. Thankfully, because I was getting kind of confused myself at this point in the story, Virgil uses this resting time to explain to Dante how hell works, or at least how it works up until this point. He explains to Dante that the way the 9 circles work is they progressively get worse, and the way that they are ranked is by how many people you're damaging or what kind of damage you do. For example, things like lust and gluttony will rarely hurt someone else, whereas those are pretty much just vices that someone has. So since it's more of a form of unrighteous living instead of actively harming other people, that's why they're on layers 2 and 3. Whereas things like greed and wrath are more often or more capable of hurting other people, so they're a little bit more down. The reason the city of Dis is so important, and the reason that layer 6, the heretics, was so much more brutal than anything that we'd seen before, is because layer 6 marks the beginning of people actively sinning against someone else. See, the first 5 layers were all about people who just had vices or lived a certain way, and while they could hurt other people, that wasn't exactly true all the time. It's just possible to happen. So all of them are outside of the city of Dis. Of course, they're in horrible conditions, like the greedy people punching each other all the time, and the snow following as Cerberus rips people to shreds. However, they're not being tortured actively. They're just in a bad place and they're suffering. However, from layer 6 on, remember how I mentioned there's people laying down in tombs and they're on fire? And the fallen angels around the city are the ones conducting it? Yeah, that's how the rest of it is from here. It goes from a state of misery to active suffering all the time. The reason being, everyone within the city of Dis, so tier 6 to tier 9, are all people who hurt others in their lives. Virgil also explains to Dante that God's most hated sins are that of fraud and deceit because they specifically abuse love. Remember, everything that I'm talking about is centered around the idea of the love of God. And everyone suffering down here is because they ruin that love in the world above. So the people who most abuse love, or in other words, the sins that God hates the most, is people who betrayed love in some regard as a means to get what they want, so they are in the deepest parts of hell. He also explains to Dante that the final 3 layers, 7, 8, and 9, are all subdivided. I'll get to the specifics of each one as we get to them, but he tells Dante up front that layer 7 is broken up into 3 parts. So having rested, Virgil and Dante continue their journey into layer 7, violence. As they're walking along this path, a minotaur comes in their way, to which Virgil insults it. The minotaur goes crazy and starts thrashing, and they just walk by. So again, threat, Virgil says words, no threat. Dante asks Virgil, because, you know, they're on their way to the 7th layer of hell, where these paths that they're walking along came from, and Virgil says that whenever the earthquake happened and Jesus came into the 1st layer and pulled people out of hell, that the earthquake sent a rift and they're walking along the crack line of that right now. This kind of gives the overarching idea that wherever they're going throughout hell, not only are they being guided by God, but that it was all preordained for this to happen. So then getting to the end of the path, they come to a place known as the River Phlegethon, which is a river made of boiling blood, which also explains the noxious smell from earlier. Virgil explains that this is the first part of the 3 parts within the 7th layer of hell. Here's how the 7th layer is broken up. The first part is people who committed violence against others. The second part is people who committed violence against themselves. And the third part is people who committed violence against God. So we all get the first part, violence against others, you know, killing people, that kind of thing. However, the second part, violence against yourself, is more interesting. This is the part where I want to amplify the fact that this is not what the Catholic Church believes. According to Dante, it is worse to commit violence against yourself than someone else, because committing violence against yourself is directly denying the gift of your body and life that God has given you, and that's worse than getting angry and taking it from someone else. So because of that, people who commit suicide are on a lower level than people who killed someone else. And then the violence against God means doing unnatural things. So for example, bestiality is down there. Along with, and this is the part I really want to amplify, the church does not believe this. This is not religion. This is a man who fought in a war in the 1300s, including homosexuality, because according to Dante, that was such a violent, horrific action against God that they got to go straight to the bottom. And like, while yeah, in the 1300s, it was generally frowned upon, especially by members of the church, people weren't the fondest of him saying that it's worse than murder. Obviously, by today's standards, it's laughable. But if in the 1300s you could say something bad about gay people, and even the Catholic Church was like, you think you may have taken it a little too far? So as they're getting closer to the river, Dante realizes that along the riverbanks are standing centaurs with bows and arrows. Virgil explains that they're on a passage from God, and the centaurs explain that their job here is to make sure that no one crawls out of the boiling blood river. So if anyone tries to crawl out, they just shoot them with their arrow, and then they fall back into the blood. Dante rides on the back of Nessus, a character from Greek mythology, as Nessus carries Dante across the river. I imagine this to be a very romantic moment as Dante sits on his horse spine. And Nessus points out a few figures to Dante. For example, he shows him Alexander the Great, who killed a lot of people in his conquest for glory. And he points out that the river gets deeper the closer you go to the middle, so the people who are up on the sides and can still, like breathe in the boiling blood are ones like Alexander the Great. But if you get closer to the middle, there are people completely submerged, like Attila the Hun. Dante then gets off the back of Nessus, and him and Virgil begin to walk into a dark forest, which this is the second part of the 7th layer. As they're walking through the dark forest that is completely filled with dead trees, there are these things known as harpies flying back and forward. Harpies are these really terrifying human-bird amalgamations from Greek legend that are generally not a good thing. And Dante can hear screaming from everywhere, but he doesn't see anyone. Virgil then tells Dante to pull a branch off a tree, and as soon as he does, the place where the branch was starts spouting out blood and the tree starts screaming. To which Virgil explains that all of the people down here on this level, again the ones who committed suicide or harmed their own bodies, are now these trees and plants, and whenever someone like Dante breaks a branch off, that's the equivalent of ripping an arm off, and they grow fruit from themselves that the harpies eat all the time, and it's very painful. And then Virgil apologizes and tells the tree that Dante wouldn't have believed him if he had just told him and it was necessary to break the branch off, which, like, is it? Was it really though? Like, after everything Dante's seen, if Virgil was like, these trees are people, would Dante be like, get out of here? Dante asks the tree who he was, to which the tree says that he was a man by the name of Pierre, who was the advisor to King Frederick II. He said that the people convinced the king that he was a harmful advisor and trying to overthrow the king, so Pierre killed himself. To which, as Dante and Virgil are walking away, Pierre asks Dante to remember him and to clear his name in the book that he will one day write. That's again an example of the souls down here being so destitute that the only thing they can hope for is to be remembered in some capacity. So Virgil explains to Dante that the reason all these people down here are trees and bushes and all that is because whenever they were in life, they just got rid of their bodies. So now they have to spend eternity as something that is not their bodies. In other words, all these plants. But then Virgil's like, but don't you worry. Whenever Judgment Day comes, their bodies are going to come back to them. Only instead, they're going to be hung lifeless on the trees themselves. So now, instead of spending eternity as just a dead tree all there by yourself, you get a look at your lifeless corpse that is forever impaled on your pinky finger. Isn't that so much more fitting? And what's so interesting about reading this story and things of the time, a lot of us would look at that and be like, that's so horrible, they don't deserve that. But at the time, or at least as Dante's writing it, this is supposed to be a good thing. And again, Dante's journey through the story is learning that everyone is getting exactly what they deserve. So whenever in this scene, when Dante's like, I guess it is right, they have to spend eternity as a dead tree that gets half eaten all by these bird women all the time. That's supposed to be a good thing. And then while they're walking along the path from the other direction, comes two men sprinting being chased by dogs, which is super weird to see two people outside of, like their pre-designated torture areas. As they're running, one of the men jumps into a bush, to which the bush screams because, again, it's a person, to which the dogs pounce on him and rip the man to pieces. We'll talk about where the two guys who were running came from in a second, but whenever Dante and Virgil walk up, the bush is like crying and screaming, asking why of all places he decided to hide inside of him. Because remember, these bushes are living things, so whenever the dogs jumped and everyone was ripping and leaves were shooting everywhere, that's pieces of this guy's body being ripped up. So Dante asks